Welcome to our exciting and brand new shopping channel, Hobby Maker, dedicated to crafting. We'll be working with some of the biggest brands in the industry, which means you can look forward to highly skilled crafters, demonstrations and great products at great prices. We'll be bringing you a mix of papercraft, mixed media, resin, candle making and so much more from our expert guests. So let's get crafting with Hobby Maker. Hello there, a very good afternoon. Hope you're having a lovely bank holiday weekend, and it still continues with us on Hobby Maker right the way through until 6 o'clock. We're live and we want to get interactive with you as well. Share your thoughts, tell us what you're crafting, tell us what you're thinking, tell us what you think about the fantastic guests and products we've got in our shows today as well. Lovely Gwen is with me for a couple of shows today. You can see our studio team here. Michael's here, Jimmy's there as well, Shimmy Jimmy, and Gwen is here in the wings waiting to show some brand new stamps coming up from Creative Expressions fairly soon as well. Also the gallery's there, Adam and Laura, give us a wave. There we are, Adam's on Knobs and Muttons and Laura's there, she's our producer at this show. Now we do have a few special things going on today. Bearing in mind it's the bank holiday weekend, we thought, okay, what could we do that's a little bit different? We're going to be playing Drop the Word at some point during the afternoon. Now during our shows, during our 5 hours with you today, you're going to be hearing me say one of these words probably about 3 times. We'll show you a little graphic in just a second that shows you some of the words that may well crop up. As soon as you hear me say one of those words at some point between now and 6, all you got to do is basically send us an email, studio@hobbymaker.co.uk, and then at the close of business, 3 lucky viewers will win themselves a £10 credit. We'll show you the images in just a second. Also, 1 lucky person who buys something during this weekend will win their basket for free. Basically what you've paid for your items, you'll get back. That's just for 1 lucky customer. So it could well be you if you buy something in the Creative Expression show or in the Crafters Companion shows or whatever. Now this is the Drop the Word that I was talking about. Have a look at those images. Now I will say one of those words 3 times during the show. 3 different words it will be, okay? So as soon as you hear me mention any of those images that's on your screen right now, just send that email, studio@hobbymaker.co.uk, and you could win yourself a £10 credit on your account. Just something a bit fun to waste away the hours with us today. So have a little listen for any of those words that I actually say. As soon as you hear it, just send an email in, then at random our computer will pick 3 lucky winners. Okay, now, what's in store today? We have got for you an hour ahead of us of brilliant creative expressions. I've got to show you one thing before we do any more. This is what they call a spotlight. Now, we've got 2 of them today, one with Crafters Companion in about an hour, and this one in the Creative Expressions show, okay? So this is our spotlight for this hour. Now, what is a spotlight product? Basically, it's one product that we have selected that we can bring to an incredibly low price, only while stocks last. Now, this is from the brilliant Sue Wilson, who's one of the lead designers, of course, at Creative Expressions, and it's this fantastic frame that you can see here. This is actually, has it got a name? Yes, it's the Frames and Tags. It's called Chloe, okay? So this particular die normally would be well over £10. XS2801 is the product number. If you come in right now, everybody's going to pay the final low price. You've got, of course, the frame itself, which can be used portrait or landscape. You've then also got these beautiful floral dies as well. So that allows you to add a 3-dimensional element on that frame. Now, we've only got 50 opportunities to get hold of this, and everybody's going to pay the final low price. How low is the price of this going to go? Well, I'll tell you what, let's go. Let's take this down to an absolutely ludicrous price. When you bear in mind how much metal is in here, how popular Sue Wilson dies always are, we're dropping it to an incredible £4.99. And remember, everyone only pays 1 P&P of £3.95, no matter how many times you order in a 24-hour period between midnight and midnight, okay? Already Linda's in, Soraya's in, Trish is in, Elizabeth's in Cardiff as well. You're bagging this for below half the price that it should be. To get it for £10.99 would be an absolute steal as far as I'm concerned. I remember when these dies would be probably upwards of 18, 19, 20 pounds. £4.99 and it's yours, and it's a really useful frame die to have. Loads of you are coming in on this. Remember, when it's gone, it's gone. I mentioned Elizabeth, Kim in Hampshire's in, Wendy in Kent, Susan in Greater Manchester. You're all putting this in your basket. It's an absolute steal. 10% of the stock now gone. XS2801. Loads of you have checked out. Wendy's checked out. Helen, Angela, Linda, Soraya, you've all got this coming your way, okay? £4.99, it's an absolute steal, absolute bargain. Even if you didn't intend to buy anything today, put this in your basket and check out. Remember, you'll only pay that P&P once, no matter how many items you buy throughout the day today. And believe me, you are going to be tempted, I'm sure, with Creative Expressions and Crafter's Companion, and also got some brilliant lights coming up in the show, native lights a bit later as well. Let me introduce you to Gwen, though, straight away. Lovely Gwen Fletcher's here. Good to see you.
Hi, Dave. How lovely to see you again.
Same face, different place.
Yeah. It's
How are
really
you?
nice to work with you again. Yeah, I'm really well, thank you. Yes, happy to be here.
Third show?
Third show, yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Now, Gwen is bringing us today, not dies, but stamps. And these are brand new stamps from Creative Expressions. These are phenomenal. I was saying to you before, Gwen, it's almost like the designer of this has been sandangling because it's a doodle.
A little bit. It's more, yeah, it's slightly looser than Santangle, but yeah, definitely doodle. Really pretty designs, gorgeous animals from nature, of course, enhanced with details, which are quite surprising. So some of them have got sort of leaves on them. The rabbit there's got a beautiful sunflower across its back. Really unusual and allow you to be very creative. If you like colouring in, perfect. If you like more inky things like me, perfect for that too.
Now remember, if you're a brand new customer and you're thinking, oh, I want these, I want that fantastic die that I showed you a few minutes ago as well, I'm not a member of Hobby Maker, what do I do? Easiest way, to be honest with you, is to phone us. Phone us with call centre. It's a free phone number, 0800 001 4433. The operator can give you a membership number. It's completely free to become a member and you can bag this deal. These fantastic new stamps from Creative Expressions, or if you want that die from Sue Wilson, you too can just call through. They'll set you up an account, absolutely free of charge to do that, and you can order whatever takes your fancy. Or if you want to do it on the website, you can do it there as well, hobbymaker.co.uk. Now there is the website, and that's how you can also get in contact with us as well. There's a little get in touch with the studio tag, so you can send us a message and we'll put it up on the screen, okay? Now these are available as a bundle, and they are also available individually as well. So you've got the opportunity of going for Doodle Bunny, if you want that one on its own, and also keep the packaging, because it gives you really kind of top colouring in tips on the front of the packaging as well. But as you'd expect with Creative Expressions, beautifully designed, beautifully manufactured, they're going to stamp perfectly well. So Doodle Bunny is available as a single. They're all available as singles. We've got the Doodle Owl as well. It will come in your bundle, but if that's the one that you'd like to buy on its own, you can do that. Then you've got your Doodle Elephant. Very kind of Indian inspired, that one, I think, because they like to dress their elephants up, don't they, in India? And then you've got this one, which is your Doodle Deer. Love a stag. And then you've got this one, which is your Doodle Hummingbird as well. And then back to your Doodle Butterfly at the back there. It's not just the butterflies. You do get the smaller stamps as well. You get the dragonfly and the flowers there as well. So all of these stamps, £47.94. That's what you're going to be getting if you order the main bundle. All brand new today from Creative Expressions. But what is that price going to go to? You can buy them on their own, but you pay more if you do that. If you buy them as a set of 6, WY2819, $39.99 for all of them, and on 2 split pays as well. So all you have to pay today is $19.99 plus your P&P of $3.95, and these brand new stamps from Creative Expressions are going to be on their way. I'm looking at the finished samples here, Gwen. They're absolutely exquisite, these.
Thank you.
They really are. You've used embossing powders. We've got some koi pens in the show as well coming up from, they're secure, aren't they? I think those pens.
Yes.
Yeah, they are.
Yes.
Let's just show you some more finished cards here. There's the Doodle Bunny. Really gorgeous. What's your favourite way of colouring in? What do you like to do?
I'm very much a watercolour kind of person, or I use inks to paint with. If I use a pen, it's a watercolour pen.
Right.
Never really took to the alcohol markers. They're brilliant, just not for me.
Yeah.
So it tends to be watercolour, water-based inks. I use my sprays. I use all sorts of different colouring mediums. Hopefully I'll get to show you some of my techniques today.
Yeah, great. Absolutely. Look forward to that. And look at this wonderful Doodle Owl done in a silver embossing powder. No colour at all, just silver embossing powder. And that, to me, is stunning. Absolutely gorgeous. Something a bit different, too.
They are very different, and that's good because, you know, sometimes you do see the same thing, you know, over and over again in a slightly different tweak. But these are quite unique, I feel. And it's lovely to have something that is so different.
And so incredibly detailed. That hummingbird is stunning. They're all stunning. They really, really are. And of course, Creative Expressions, whatever they turn their hand to, the quality is always exceptional.
Yes, absolutely. The stamps are a photopolymer, so they're hard wearing. They will withstand multiple uses without any damage at all. Clean up very easily. And all of the stamps that we've got for you today are A6 plates. So you've got your main image and then you've got lots of little icons, and most of them, I think bar one, has a sentiment on as well, which of course you can mix and match across your sets.
Yes.
So yeah, very usable.
Sending love, shine bright. The elephant doesn't have one, but you've got Be Wild on the deer, and you've also got Thank You on the hummingbird as well. So a lovely set of stamps, and I love the way that they've actually kind of coloured the images on the front of the pack.
It helps, doesn't it? It brings them alive, and it gives you a point to start from. If you're not comfortable or you've not done it before, you're perhaps not confident with choosing colours even, you can just copy those images and then you'll form your own ideas as you go as well.
And don't forget, everything Creative Expressions is on the website. We've got the Cosmic Shimmer colour clouds in the show. We've got the koi pens that we talked about earlier on. They're water-based. We've got blenders. We've got perfect mediums, anti-static pads. We've got embossing powders. It's all there if you have a little look at the website at hobbymaker.co.uk. And we're obviously very well aware that on a bank holiday Monday, more of you are able to watch us during the afternoon, whereas maybe during the weekdays you can't. Well, maybe today you can spend a bit, or if not all of the time with us through until 6 o'clock. All right, Gwen, we're all about the demos here at Hobby Maker.
Yes, we love that, don't we?
We do.
So I'm going to start with a stamp, funnily enough. I'm going to start with the Hummingbird. So I am using a stamping platform, which we haven't brought for you today, but I'm sure on one occasion in the future it will appear.
Yep.
I've already got my Hummingbird mounted, so I just need to get my cardstock in the right place. And I'm just actually using an offcut for this because I am going to be cutting this out. So it's nothing special, just a piece of plain white card.
Actually, all the images are relatively easy to cut out if you wanted to.
They are, yes. And they do lend themselves particularly for doing inky backgrounds and then just cut the icon out and mount it separately. Right, so I've got my stamp in position. And I'm going to be using our beginner's embossing kit, which we have got available for you, I believe. And it contains the anti-static pad. This is a little bag full of an anti-static powder. I'm not sure exactly what it is. I think it's a type of clay dust or something like that. And what it does, it takes any static off the card so that if you have been handling it with your fingertips, which will always deposit oil, I'm not saying you've got greasy hands, but it's just, you do have oil in your fingertips. Yeah. And the powder will stick to that. So if you use your anti-static bag, it gets rid of that problem. Mm-hmm. Then I'm going to use the Perfect Medium ink pad, which is a clear, sticky ink. And this is what helps to adhere the powder to your stamped image. So you need to tap all over your stamp lots and lots of times with the ink pad. Make sure you cover all surfaces of the design. And then we can transfer that ink onto our cardstock. Now these counters are very high, so I might have to just, I need a box.
Yeah, I think we made them a bit too high.
And I'm quite tall, so if it's a bad image, I'll use that as an excuse.
Okay. We have to give Keith Smith a step.
Yeah, because he's not the tallest, is he? Yeah, so there we go. So press all over your image, and then you won't be able to see very much because the ink obviously is clear, but watch what happens when I apply the silver embossing powder, which we've also got for you.
It's still my favourite crafting technique of all time. One of the first things I ever saw, and still my favourite.
It's just magic every time, isn't it? It's just that reveal, even that bit.
Yeah.
When you've got the powder and it's sticking to the ink and you think, oh, that's amazing. Now at this point, if you were to rub your finger across that, you could disturb that image. That powder is not fixed.
Right.
So we need the heat gun, which is going to actually physically melt that powder. So just gather up the powder that you've sprinkled onto your design. Don't think, oh, I've wasted all that. It all goes back in the pot and you'll see that you've hardly used any. Mm-hmm. So that goes a long, long way. If you can get the lid back on. Oh, I'll do it later. And then this is the heat gun. This is our woodware heat gun. Dual setting, so it's got a low and a high. If you want a really fast burst of heat, you can use the high. If you've got something a little more delicate, then go for the low. I'm going to use the high. It's quite noisy, so bear with me.
Just keep your eyes on this and watch what happens. It's quite matte at the moment, the actual embossing powder. Look at this. As it heats up, it basically kind of solidifies and becomes this lovely, vibrant silver, really shiny silver. And of course, as Gwen said, the actual embossing kit, we've got a black we've got a brown, and we've also got a silver embossing powder, the perfect medium, and the anti-static pad as well. All in one bundle for you, so that's on the website too. Oh, it's not a bundle, beg your pardon. They're all available singularly.
So there we are.
Yeah.
That's now physically melted and it's bonded to the card. How beautiful is that now?
You could just leave that.
Yeah, you could just leave it like that and have a white bird. That would be stunning.
Now we're just putting the metallic embossing powders on the website now. 3 colours you're going to get: silver, ancient copper, and you're going to get black as well. So 3 pots of Cosmic Shimmer embossing powder, always a bestseller. There they are. If you want to pop those into your basket, we're just going to pop them on the screen for you, all 3 of them. Lovely. Item number is H02884. H02884. All 3 jars for £11.99. So that's basically a £4 a pot, which is amazing value. And you use so little, don't you, Gwen?
You do, yes. It'll last you a long, long time. In fact, I don't. Maybe once I can remember running out of a pot of embossing powder, and I've been at it a long time. So what I want to do with this now is colour it. I am going to cut this bird out. Now this makes it really easy because I can colour it. I don't have to stay in the lines or anything. And what I've also brought for you today are some of our beautiful Cosmic Shimmer chalk cloud blending inks. Now these might not look like other inks that you're familiar with. They come in a large round pot, and in here there's a ring of sponge which is absolutely saturated with the beautiful ink. So it's a massive container and will last a long, long time. The way you use it is to bring an applicator of some description. Today we've brought you some foam applicators which are very versatile, and you simply push down on the felt pad that's at the top of the pot. Mm-hmm. That then sucks the ink up, transfers it to your implement, and you're away, you're good to go. The only thing I would say about this particular type of ink, the chalk cloud, because we do colour clouds which are translucent dye inks, is before you want to use them, just stand them upside down for 15 minutes. It just helps release the ink a little bit more, because it's quite an opaque, thick ink.
And chalky inks at the moment, chalky finishes, really in, aren't they?
Yeah, beautiful. I really like these inks. They blend well. You can stamp with them. You can edge a piece of card with them. You can put them through stencils. They're just fab. I'm going to be doing all of that today. So I'm just going to randomly colorise this bird. I'm not even going to think too hard about it. So I'm just going to go in with circular motion here and there across this design. As I said, I am going to cut it out, so I'm not worried about where it goes too much.
I'm pleased to say lots of brand new viewers to Hobby Maker are putting these stamps in the baskets. Also that die, the spotlight item in the show, is going to lots of new viewers as well. I suppose on bank holiday weekends, you know, a lot more people have got time to watch TV.
Yes, and thank you for joining us. It's lovely to have your company. So you can see there, I've just done 2 patches of blue and some green in the middle. Now, if I want to, I can blend the 2 colours to create a third. And what these 2 colours create is a beautiful teal. So you're not just limited to using the colours individually, you can mix them and blend them as well, which will give you secondary colours. So you can really go to town. We've brought you 4 of them today. There are a lot more, but we've just brought you 4. And then I'm also going to use today the Koi brush tip markers. Now these are fabulous.
I was looking at these before the show started.
They are wonderful. They're a watercolour ink in a pen, and the pen has the most gorgeous brush fibre tip. It's very flexible. So you can do your sort of folk art strokes, you can do very fine, tiny dots and lines and everything in between, depending how much pressure you apply and at what point you lift the brush. So beautiful. And the ink is water-based, so you can paint with that, you can colour with it. All sorts of ways of using them. Really gorgeous colours as well. And
also the heritage of the brand, Sakura. Sakura pens have just got a massive, massive following globally. So they are behind this set of 12, all gorgeous colours. And like Gwen said, you can, of course, colour with them directly, or you can use them as like little palettes and paint with them as well if you want to. $28.98, and it's on split pay too, actually. 2 payments of $14.49, and they're QK2870.
So I've just wanted to give him a beak. I didn't think a blue or a green beak would probably suit. So I've gone with the brown, and you don't even have to worry here because the embossing will resist the watercolour ink. So it will soak into the card in between the embossing, and then it will just wipe off the embossing. So a really, really super way to colour in these stamps. And then all I'm going to do with this is take a pair of scissors and I'm going to cut it out. Now, you may have noticed that there are lots of curly bits on this stamp. For this technique, I could cut round them, but I could equally just take them off. So you've got options there. So I'm just going to cut around it, cut out the whole design, and I've got one here which I haven't coloured, but which is being cut out. So you can see what a lovely shape that bird is. It really is lovely.
Beautiful.
So that's our first element that we need for this particular card. The other thing I've done, once this has dried, I've gone back in and started to pick out some smaller areas of the design with the pen, because the tips are so fine, you can really get into all this fabulous detail. And it's not till you start to really look that you see just how much detail there is. Really beautiful. So you can just, as I say, you can spend an afternoon quite happily, just lose yourself picking out his tail feathers.
And the nib's nice and soft, isn't it?
It's soft, it's flexible, but you can be really precise with it as well. So yeah, really, I love these pens. Very concentrated ink in there as well. So you've got the option of a pale effect or a strong effect. It's always good. I said this the other day, if you start with something very pale, you can't make it more concentrated. But if you've got something that's concentrated, you've got the option of thinning it down.
Sure.
So that's what I would pursue with the bird. And now I want to get messy, which is my favourite part of the day. And I'm going to do a mop-up technique with these same inks onto my craft mats. This is a non-stick wipe clean craft mat. And I'm just going to apply some ink in patches. So some of this is the Blue Lagoon, and then we've got the Sweet Apple. And I'm going to create an area with the two colours, and then I'm going to apply some water to these to make them more mobile.
What would you be doing if you weren't with us on a bank holiday Monday afternoon? Would you be at home crafting?
I'd probably be at work crafting. Getting ready for my next show. No, I might be at home spending some time with my husband. He hasn't seen me for about a week. So add some water to that, and that's going to loosen the ink and bring up the droplets. I want it mobile, and then I'm just going to dip my paper into that. Gently apply some pressure, and the ink's going to smooch underneath there.
Technical term.
Absolutely. And then I'm just going to grab some paper so I don't make a mess on this lovely clean desktop. When we lift that up, I left it too long and it's all run off. There we are. You've got this lovely blend, quite a cloudy effect, and I want to dry that.
Right. What sort of paper is that, or card is
It's sour coconut white card, so it's nothing special. It's a smooth, smooth stamping card, just a general smooth cardstock. If you've got bits you're not keen on, or it's too runny, just mop it up.
And the chalk clouds we've got for you in the show today, you've got two colour choices. We've got a green and a pink, and we've also got... Oh, you get all four, beg your pardon, I thought they were in twos. You get all four for $24.99. So the colours that you're going to be getting, let's run through. You get Cozy Clay, which is like a taupey colour. Blue Lagoon, great names as well. You're also going to get Apple Green, and you're going to get Princess Pink as well. All four of them for $24.99. So
I'm just adding a little bit more of the blue because I want to do some spotting. What I call spotting. So I've got my main background there, and that's nicely melded now. So we've got this very soft, cloudy kind of, oh, it is soft. There you go, you can see it there. But if I go back into my mat and just tap, I can begin to pick up some of the spots of ink and create a lot more texture in this piece, and that's what I'm wanting to do. So let's go into that blue and let's dry that. And you just keep going, dipping and drying until you're happy with your background.
Anyone can do this. You know, you just literally put it onto a craft-proof surface, and away you go.
Yeah, don't do it on your kitchen, your worktops.
No.
But they are water-based inks, so they will stain because they've got dye in there, but it will wipe off eventually. So I can start to build some texture into this background now. That's quite nice. All these little spots, nothing goes to waste. There we go. And you can keep going, as I say, until you're happy with that, and then just dry it off.
If you did that again, no two would ever be
No.
identical. They'd all be unique.
It's very difficult to recreate something like this. You just have to go with the flow. So we can let that dry, and then once it's absolutely dry, you could stamp on top of it. So I could have stamped the hummingbird on top of that if I'd wanted to, but I'm going to actually die cut from it. So I've got one that I did earlier, which is dry, thankfully. And I just need to bring in the die cutting machine. Sorry, let me get myself cleared up.
It's all right. By the way, that spotlight frame is going very, very quickly. If you want to get hold of it, 60% of the stock has gone. It is only $4.99 for that die. And by the way, it's a die that you can actually put onto any size card blank as well, because it doesn't have a cutting edge around the outside. It stays within the cardstock. So you get that sort of effect from it. But 60% gone, it is going to sell out in this show, isn't it? At that price, at $4.99. It's on the screen there. There it is on the right-hand side. Pop that in your basket, and you get two dies. You get the little floral die in the middle, as well as the actual rectangular frame, and they are for your 3D flowers. But you can make decoupage them onto the frame itself if you want to. So,
There's a couple of samples there, Dave, of it.
Oh.
To show it in use. What's lovely about that die as well is it doesn't have an outside cutting edge.
No.
So you can make it any shape or any size of frame that you want with the detail in the centre there.
Any size, absolutely. So yeah, that's what you can make, and we're giving it away basically today at $4.99. We really are. And if you come back later on and order something else, remember you've paid your $3.95 P&P already, so you don't have to worry about postal charges on further items up until midnight tonight.
I'm going to use the other die that we've got for you in the show today, which is a paper panda die. This one's called Meadow Frame. It's a 2-die set, and it comes with an outside cutting edge, which is just a plain rectangle, very useful for lots of things. And then it's got this fantastic filigree edge as well. So I'm going to cut this from the inky panel that you just saw me make. Oh, this is one obviously I made earlier and is now dry.
Well, that's on the screen now, only $16.49 if you want that frame. A much bigger frame, obviously, than the one we showed you in the spotlight. That's £16.49 if you fancy that one. It's called the Paper Panda Meadow.
Meadow Frame it is. Now then, I'm just going to tape my card down because I've learned from experience that this machine is very powerful, and it shifted my cardstock last time. And
well, I know you're Jamie from your team. He bought 3 of these.
I know he did. He's a greedy boy, isn't he?
He loves it.
I love it. It's brilliant.
For the price as well, under £100.
Have you still got stock?
I think so. It's on the website. So I think,
give it a shout. It's about 99 quid. It's unbelievable.
I know.
For an electric machine.
It's one of the lowest priced electrical machines out there on the market, and in Jamie's words,
really
amazing.
good, really good. Yeah, I love it. So now we've cut that, you'll see that you get an oval out of the middle of this die, and then we have our beautiful filigree panel. Now, because I've cut the rectangle and the filigree together, I've got a finished edge on it. All those bits have just popped out. That is so cool. I love it. And of course, because of that lovely inky background we did, we've now got a really lovely effect on that frame. Let me shift all my clobber. Oh, don't we get in a mess, honestly. About 2 minutes in and I'm already juggling everything. So we've got this lovely panel we could use for something else. Actually, you could probably pop that behind the spotlight die if you're buying those. That oval behind there would be lovely.
Yep.
But this is the bit I want, and we've got this fantastic filigree with that inky effect running through it. So really, really pretty, quite delicate. And that's what I'm going to use to complete the card. So
it's much easier to actually add the colour to a plain card before you die cut than trying to colour it after you've die cut, isn't it?
it is, yeah, because you're not trying to stay within the lines and be accurate or anything like that. Now, the other thing I've done as well, with the single rectangle outline, I've also cut a backing for this piece. So if I hadn't used that with this bit, I could have again had a frame as big as I like, but I wanted it this size. So it cuts the perfect back plate for your die. So that's it mounted in its simplest way, but I want some detail in the middle here. So what I'm going to do, again, I go back to my inks. I always go back to my inks. And I've got a fan brush, and I'm going to use this ink again. So the blue ink is going down on my mat, just pounce a few times. And then I've got some water in a spray bottle. I'm going to loosen this with the water. And I'm going to dip my fan brush into that.
Now we've actually got a set of brushes in the show, these here, and how many do you get in there? You get 10 different brushes. From
Sadly, not the fan brush.
Not the fan brush, no. Royal and Langnickel, which is a brilliant brand, top quality. You can obviously achieve all sorts of different effects, as the back will tell you. And that's $10.99 if you want those brushes.
They are lovely, and you get 5 with a flat broad tip, and you get 5 with a pointed tip. They're Teflon bristles, which is very hard wearing. They don't shed. They hold ink really well. I really like them. They're really good, particularly for the price. They're fantastic.
Bargain.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just over £1 a brush, isn't it?
It's amazing.
For Royal
they
and
are
Langnickel.
really good.
Pretty
So there I've just added a bit of speckle to that. And now if I pop my frame on top of that, you'll see that's just added another little level of detail. It just takes the plainness away. Obviously that's still wet. I have one that's dry. Let me grab that. And now I can attach these two together. So I'm bringing in my Cosmic Shimmer glue, which is another of our staples. I don't think we've actually brought it to you to buy. It might be on our Always There. But I decamp mine into these small glue bottles with a fine metal tip, because a lot of what we want to glue is very fine, and it just makes it easier to achieve.
And I'm pretty sure they're on the website as well.
I think they will be, yeah. I think we've got things like that that are basics we try to keep for you all the time. It's worth having a look for things like that, because it is a fantastic glue.
And of course now our website features all the brands and all the products that the brands bring us to hobby makers. So if you just go and have a look at the Creative Expressions brand, you'll see those little bottles and you'll see the Cosmic Shimmer glue and everything else.
Because within Creative Expression, we've got lots of other brands. So we've got Cosmic Shimmer, we've got Woodwear, of course,
Yep.
and we've got our fantastic Sue Wilson dyes, plus other dyes. We've got all sorts going on. It's fabulous. Right, so just a few strategic spots, and then I've gone round the outside frame and just round the inside of the oval frame. And that, honestly, is enough to hold this down. So you just need to line up your edges carefully. And it should, in theory, sit perfectly because they were cut with the same die. Just press that down. And there we've got our main structure for our card. So all I'm going to do then is, if you imagine this hummingbird was coloured, is to pop it across the oval at an angle, and then mat it onto some complementary coloured cardstock, and there's the finished example.
Beautiful.
All achievable, none of it complicated.
Gorgeous. And remember, this is the launch today on Hobby Maker of these brand new stamps. They're called the Doodle stamps because, as you can see, from the packaging, there's so much attention to detail that's actually been put into these stamps for you to enjoy. How you colour them in is entirely up to you. And the price has come down to below £40 for all 6. And they are sets of stamps. They're not just individual stamps. You've got some, 5 of the 6 have actually got verses in them. The butterfly, for example, has got For You, as well as the dragonfly and the small flowers as well. So you've actually got, how many stamps in that one? You've actually got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think you've got about 5 or 6 in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 6. 6 stamps in the butterfly. You've got the beautiful Doodle Bunny, and there are 6 stamps in there as well. I think maybe even more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, 7 in that one, in your Doodle Bunny. Then we've got our Doodle Owl with the word Shine Bright. You've got the moon and the stars there, of course, as well. Then you've got your Doodle Elephant. Very, very resplendently decorated. Little bubbles, accent bubble stamps there as well. You've got Be Wild, which is the stag. Again, the wildflowers. And then we've got the Thank You, which is the one, obviously, that Gwen's just used with the hummingbird there. Again, extra flowers. And back to the butterfly. So all 6 sets, that low price of $39.99. It is on split pay as well. If you want to split the cost of it into 2 payments, you can pay just $19.99 today, plus your $3.95 capped postage, and $19.99 in 4 weeks' time. Now, you can buy them on individually if you want to. They're $7.99 individually, but of course you save the money by buying the whole set of 6 if you want to. WY2819 is your item number, WY2819. I hope the sun is shining where you are across the UK today, and you're enjoying your bank holiday weekend with us. We're with you right the way through until 6 p.m. every single day, 1 until 6 at the moment at Hobby Maker. So yeah, hopefully it's sunny where you are. Right, demo number 2.
So I'm going to work with the butterfly this time. This is stunning, this butterfly. The detail in it's amazing. It reminds me of henna kind of patterns,
Yeah, it
that
does,
sort of
yeah.
thing. So this time I'm going to be stamping and embossing onto vellum. If you don't know what vellum is, it's a translucent paper, a bit like tracing paper, but it has a different surface and it's somewhat thicker. It's very delicate, very floaty, so it's lovely for things like butterflies' wings. Just need to get my paper in the right place, that would help. There we go. And then it's the same formula as previously. So anti-static bag, particularly important on vellum because it likes to cling to the powder. So use your anti-static bag first, and then our clear ink, and actually funnily enough I'm going to use the silver powder again. Just blow off that excess anti-static powder. So again, we need to tap all over the stamp. And it's important that you keep your ink pad flat. Don't start sort of rocking it and tilting it because that doesn't really help. It just tends to catch details that you don't want, like the edges. And make sure you push down the middle as well. Sometimes with an ink pad, it can develop a little dip. It's just the way it happens. So sometimes when you're inking, the middle might not make contact. So just press down the centre with your finger. It'll avoid having any missing little bits. I'm going to try again with this. It's very high.
I think we should have a step maybe for everybody. That would make
Well,
life
yeah,
a bit easier.
actually, if you just don't mind, I'm going to put it down on this table.
Okay.
Because it's not good stamping when you know, straining your shoulders.
You know what you're doing though.
Yeah, I'll just pull out a perfect one I did earlier now. There we are. So your stamp will stick to your paper because your ink is sticky. That's fine unless you need to do it again, in which case I would recommend perhaps actually taping it down before you stamp so it doesn't move. And then just shake on your powder. That will stick to the ink. Just give it a little flick and you still might find you get the odd little stray bit. If you do, just grab a small brush and brush that away. But again, on this occasion, actually, I'm cutting it out, so it doesn't really matter. But that's how to get rid of it. Pop your powder back in your tub. And then to the heat gun. Now with vellum, I would definitely recommend that you heat it from behind, and with this particular heat gun, it's good that we've got the low setting because you can put that on the low setting. It's more delicate, and then we can heat from behind with the vellum, because if you heat the vellum too vigorously, it will buckle and ripple. So by doing it this way, you avoid that happening. Again, hopefully you can catch this as it turns. It's really quite magic.
Have you heard me drop the word yet this afternoon? Remember those images that you're listening out for?
I haven't, but I'm not really listening. I've got too much going on in my head. There we go. So it doesn't take too many minutes. And just check that it's all turned. A way to tell, if it's smooth and shiny, then it's melted. If it's still a little bit orange peely, it maybe just needs a couple of seconds more.
Look at
But
that.
Look at that. That's just
Exquisite.
gorgeous, isn't it?
And you know, a butterfly is probably one of the most popular images and appropriate for every type of card, happy and sad.
Yes.
Everything.
Yes. They have a lot of symbolism, don't they, butterflies as well?
Yeah.
They were also the symbol of the Jacobite Revolution.
Oh, were they?
Yeah.
Never knew that.
You learn useless stuff off me every day. So with this one, what I want to do is actually fold it in half. And I did discover that this stamp is pretty much a mirror image, so it's really easy. Just fold it, line up the detail in the pattern that you can see through the vellum.
And that won't crack the...
It won't crack.
All right.
No, because our embossing powder is brilliant.
Good.
And then I've now got a butterfly that can have its wing lifting. You could equally do 2 layers and have both wings lifting, of course. And I'm going to use the pens onto this vellum because they work so beautifully. And I'm going to use purple. I've lost my blue one. Here it is. A blue, I think that's it. And a little bit of brown for its body. So just down here, we've got the body. And then you can start to pick out whatever details you like within the butterfly. And again, because the embossing will resist these pens, it doesn't matter if you're not that accurate, or if if you go over the lines, it will just wipe away. So it's really forgiving. You can blend the pens, of course, if you want to do more shading and more colouring, you can do that. But just pick out whichever bit you want in whatever colour. And of course, if you've got pens like these, you've got access to a wide range of shades and lovely colours.
I can't think of a better pastime to be doing on a bank holiday
It's
afternoon.
so relaxing, and if it's a lovely day, you could take this out into the garden with a lovely glass of something long and cold and just sit and,
Enjoying the sunshine.
Beautiful. Yeah, really lovely way to spend an afternoon.
Have your telly on in the background though, so we keep you company.
Yeah, if you're in the garden, take your iPad or something and watch. So you just go around and colour all those bits, and then again, cut out, and with the vellum you can cut through both layers, so it's really simple to do. So just come in through the antennae and start to cut around. Just hold the two sides together. Really, really quick. What do they call those butterflies that have all the pointy bits at the end? Is it a swallowtail?
I'm not sure.
It looks a bit like that, this. So you can cut around those little curly additions if you wish and make it really intriguing. I won't do all of this because it's a bit tedious watching me cut out, but you get the idea. Once you've cut that out, you've got this lovely coloured wing at the top. You don't need to colour the underneath wing. It's hardly going to be seen. And then you're ready to mount that onto your card, whatever that might be. So let's progress to the rest of the card. I'm going to bring in one of our lovely woodware stencils. These are designed by Francoise Reed. And I'm going to be using, which one?
Now we have got a pack of 3 in the show today from Woodware and Francoise, and you're going to be getting this one, which is your, has it got a name? It's almost like a leopard print, isn't it?
It's faux leopard, that one.
Faux leopard. Yeah, well, it says it on the back, sorry. Faux leopard. We've also got your African, and we've got the modern leaves as well. And stencils, I always say it, but they're like the unsung heroes of craft because you can do so much with them. All your kind of paste techniques, your spritz techniques, emboss with them as well. There's no end to what you can do.
Oh, they're amazing. I love them. Yeah, excuse me.
And that one there, that one there's almost like a 3-in-1, 3 different patterns for you. You've got your diamond shape at the top. Then beneath it, we've then got, again, almost like a giraffe print, and maybe that could be horseshoe.
Pebbles.
Pebbles?
I think it's pebbles or African. I think the whole set's called African.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
But it could be pebbles, couldn't it? Or some sort of animal skin. And then you've got, those almost look like little horse hooves or something, don't they?
Yeah, they do actually. And Janet's in, Marion and also Beverly are coming in Cardiff as well. Margie's already checked out on those. So 3 stencils for £9.99, £3.33 each, and they're a really good size too.
So I'm using the faux leopard. I've already cut myself a little square, and I'm just going to pop that down because I'm going to ink over the whole thing. So I'm going to put some paper underneath. It just saves me wiping my mat, really, for time. And then I'm bringing in the Blue Lagoon, and this time the Princess Pink. So I'm going to achieve some purple where these mix, because I wanted that sort of colour. So I've just loaded up my applicator, and you can see just how easy this is to do.
If you've
really
never used the chalk
quick.
clouds, give them a go. They're fantastic.
They really are. And these applicators make life so easy as well. They hold a lot of ink. If you're not great at holding the stencil down like I'm doing, we have brought you some stencil tape as well today, and you can just run that around the edges, tape it down. It's a very low tack tape, and it would just help you to keep your stencil in place. So what I'm going to do now is go over some of it, not all of it, with the Princess Pink and create some lilac sections within this stencil, just here and there, little patches, just for a little bit of variation and shading. That should do it. And then when I lift this off, And you can see that beautiful
nice.
result.
Lovely.
And that took seconds, didn't it?
It did, yeah.
Not long at all. Now, I also want to show you what I can do with this, because this is also quite usable. I've still got some ink across my stencil here, and I just want to grab a piece of card, excuse me.
So you're not going to wipe it off?
I'm not going to wipe it off. Why would I waste it, Dave?
Good point.
Shame on you. So I'm going to mist, not too heavily, hence why I'm holding the bottle up here, just to loosen that ink a little bit. And then I'm going to reverse this onto my piece of card. Now, it is a bit random.
We like random.
You can't always tell what's going to happen. So if you want perfection, don't do this technique.
But if you want individual, then do this technique.
If you like a bit of randomness,
Yep.
go for it. I'm just pressing it down to let that ink transfer. And then when you've finished with all this, just drop your stencil in water and all of that ink will lift off. But let's see what we've got. So we've got the negative pattern and we've got this lovely little outline of ink. It's really quite nice.
And you've not wasted any drop of ink whatsoever.
No, and you've got another nice background now that you can use for something else. So that's a bonus. We always like bonuses.
Absolutely.
Pop that
And
to one
do
side.
bear in mind, we do have the blending tools on the show as well. We've got extra blending pads and also some stencil tape too as a bundle. So that's on the website right now if you want that. I think we're going to put the details up for you. There it is. It's ZJ2834. You're going to get 2 blenders with a couple of pads on each one and a spare set of blendable pads as well for $11.99. So you get those 2 and you get the tape as well for under £12, which is pretty amazing value for money. And these are just totally reusable, because just keep them in the colour families. That's all you've got to do basically. You can just use them again and again and again. Can you wash the pads as well, Gwen?
Yes, I keep mine, as you said, Dave, for certain colour families, but from time to time I do like to wash them. You can just soak them in some warm water and it just comes clean. If you've used a water-based ink, if you've used a permanent ink, it might not, but then it's not going to transfer to anything else anyway. So.
Okay. Just to interrupt you for a second, Gwen, I've just got to let everyone know this could be your last chance to get hold of the Spotlight deal that we started the show with. Remember, this die is a real bank holiday treat for you from Sue Wilson. This is below half price. It's £4.99 for this die today. And like Gwen said before, it stays within the cardstock. It hasn't got a cutting edge around the outside. So that means you can put it on any shape of card you like, either portrait or landscape. And you also get your decoupage flowers, which you can, of course, decorate around the frame as well. So that's a £4.99, only available to the next 9 of you that come through and check out. So even if you're a brand new customer, you can get that for £4.99. Just dial the operator and ask them for that particular offer, the Spotlight deal in the show today. £4.99, 0800 001 4433, or you can order it, of course, on the website as well if you'd like to. Right.
So I'm going back to my embossing, and this time I'm going to use the sentiment. The For You comes on the butterfly set, and I think it's nice to show that those are equally usable, because they sometimes get overlooked. So I'm just going to use a handheld block this time, because it's such a small stamp, and I find it easier to position on a very small piece of card. I've already cut myself a little rectangle, so I can line this up by eye, she says. Stamp that down and press firmly all over. It's a beautiful font as well with these sentiments. I really like it. It's got these lovely long curly tails on the lettering. Love it. I've not seen that one before. Sprinkle on your powder. And we can heat that to melt.
Beautiful.
Now I would recommend, because this is such a small piece of card,
Use your tweezers. Don't get your fingers too close.
trust me, these heat guns are super hot and it will burn your fingers, so yeah.
Oh, by the way, if you're wondering about the drop the word, if you hear me mention any of the images that were on that graphic that we put up on the screen, all you've got to do is email in, just say hello, say the word that you heard me drop, and it's studio@hobbymaker.co.uk, and 3 lucky customers will win themselves a £10 credit at the end of the day. We'll announce that.
So my butterfly's just fluttered off somewhere. I blasted it with the heat gun, it went, just come your way, Dave, somewhere. So I've done the sentiment there now for you.
Lovely.
Now the next thing I want to do is enhance this background a little bit. I know that my sentiment's going to go here. My butterfly, where is it? Excuse me while I find it. Once it's been cut out, is going to go across the centre here. So I've got this corner here that I want to add a little bit more to. And on this set, we've got some lovely little additional stamps. There's a beautiful dragonfly and these lovely little flowers. So I'm going to use this little flower cluster.
Probably best mates, butterfly and the dragonfly.
I don't know, because they're quite different species, aren't they? But yeah, both very pretty. Amazing colours. So I'm going back to my pens now. I want to show you another way to use these pens, which is something I absolutely love doing. And that's to use the pens to actually stamp with. So I've applied my stamp to the block and I'm going to bring in the purple from the set. Now when you want to ink a stamp, you need to hold the pen completely flat and use the side of the brush tip to apply the ink to your stamp. If your stamp is new, you'll probably find the ink will bead up initially. If it does, just stamp it out on some scrap and that will condition the stamp.
Yeah, sometimes it has like a coating on it from the manufacturing process. So.
Yeah, it does. You can just wash them or just condition them with ink. Just stamp them out a few times before you actually start using them. That's all you need to do. So I'm going to create a little sort of floral corner. It just gives the butterfly a focus. Otherwise, the butterfly's sort of doing nothing. So again, use the flat of the brush, sweep it right across the stamp, and then we can arrange some little flowers into our corner here. And you can do that as many times as you like. And again, this will just wash off your stamp.
Did you ever think of using your stamps in that way, using the markers to ink up the stamp? Why not?
And you could do multicoloured stamps, of course. You could have put green where the leaves are and purple where the flower head is. You don't have to only use one colour.
Yeah.
So now what I want to do is use them to paint with. Whoops! Oh, I knew I was going to do that at some point. So I'm going to scribble down onto my craft mat. Again, use the side of the brush. If you do it like that, A, it'll take you forever, but B, you'll splay your nib. And I'm going to bring in, oh, I think I've forgotten something. I have, never mind. I'll use an ordinary paintbrush. I was going to use the water brush. We've brought you some water brushes for the show.
Yeah.
But I've forgotten to bring mine with me. I'll fill it up for the next show and show it you. So I'm just going to use some water. And I always like to have a tissue in my hand just to get rid of any excess water because you don't want too much. And then we can bring in a little bit of water to the pen and we can paint. Also with the markers.
So the markers are so versatile. Yes, you can go straight onto your work directly, or you can use them like a paint palette by using your craft mat.
And what happens is you'll get a lighter shade, so you won't lose your outline. I find with these pens that once the outline is dry, it's pretty fixed. I wouldn't say permanent because they're a water-based ink, but pretty fixed. It doesn't shift when you work like this. So you can just paint in those little flowers.
I don't know where the time goes in the studio. Every afternoon, people say, "Oh, 1 till 6, that's a long time to do shows." The shows whiz by. We've got 4 minutes left in this show.
Wow. So I'm just going to pop in a yellow centre to those flowers as well.
Yeah.
And then that's all our elements pretty much done. Let me just wipe that up. So we can start to put it together. We've got our For You, our little floral posies, the cut-out butterfly, and that's matted onto a complementary colour of cardstock. And there we have it. And this wing, of course, lifts.
Oh, wow, it's beautiful.
So there we are.
Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. That's the sort of thing that you can do when you've got quality stamps like this from Creative Expressions. Remember, you've got 6 sets here, all with an animal theme basically, but it's not just the one stamp. Some of them have got like 6 or even 7 stamps in them. Most of them have got a verse as well, but it's all about the doodle characters, the butterfly, the elephant, the hummingbird, the deer or the stag, the owl and the rabbit. you can be really as detailed colouring them in or as not. It's as you know, as you pay your money and takes your choice as to how you use them, whether it's with embossing powders, whether it's you're using the coys. Now, some of them singularly are about to sell out, I've just been told. They're $7.99, is that right? Yeah. $7.99 each. The elephant and the hummingbird are about to sell out on their own. So if you've got one in particular, and that's one of them that you like the look of, or you want to build your own collection, maybe have a couple or three, it's entirely up to you. But the discount is when you buy all six, obviously. And it's on split pay, so you can easily split the cost into 2 interest-free payments of $19.99. That's all you pay today, plus your P&P, and it's WY2819. You only pay the P&P once, remember, just $3.95 for the whole day's orders. So you can order 20 things between now and midnight tonight here on Hobbymaker, and you'll only pay $3.95 to get everything delivered to your door. And there are going to be lots of things you're going to want. We've got Crafter's Companion and Craig back in the house. He's here for a couple of shows this afternoon as well, with shaker dies, which you're going to absolutely love. But this is all about creative expressions as well. And remember, we're going to give you not one spotlight, we're going to give you another one in a second. This is the current one for this show, $4.99 for this die. I don't know how many of these we've got left now. Not many. There are 6 left of these, okay? The next 6 of you to put this into your basket. This is what they call the Chloe Frames and Tags die collection from Sue Wilson. $4.99 is below half the price. It's our little bank holiday treat for you. But if you do want it, make sure you pop it into your basket. It is on the website as well. And remember to listen out for me dropping words. At some point throughout the afternoon, I've already dropped one, you've probably heard it. We'll do another 2 at some point between now and 6. It could be any one of the images you see there. I will say one of them in the next show as well. I've already said one, so if you heard it, make sure you tell me what the word was and just send it to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. Gwen, we're back together at 5, aren't we?
We are, can't wait.
All again at 5 o'clock.
See you then.
There is another spotlight item on the way as well with Craig in a couple of minutes' time from Crafter's Companion. So whatever you do, make sure you tune in and stay with us and join us for the rest of the afternoon here at the brilliant Hobbymaker. Join us this Easter bank holiday weekend here on Hobbymaker for our Easter extravaganza. On Friday, brand new slimline nesting dies from Crafter's Companion and Stamping Essentials. Burt & Gertz with brand new Jubilee themed MDF. On Saturday, we've brand new woodware bubble bloom stamps from Creative Expressions plus Cosmic Shimmers. Be creative with Stampers Friends Show Special and Screen Pal. And on Sunday, hunky-dory Easter deals with Dreamies and their launch show. And on Monday, Creative Expressions, Native Lighting and Crafter's Companion. Also, shop between Friday the 15th to Monday the 18th and one lucky person will win their Easter basket for free. Now, if you shop with us last weekend, don't forget to use your 10% off discount code. So a great lineup. Make sure you stay tuned this Easter weekend here on Hobbymaker.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Hi, I'm Sarah Davies and I'm the founder of Crafter's Companion. Also, one of my hobbies that I do in my spare time is a little bit of investing in other businesses, so you might recognise me as one of the dragons on Dragon's Den. I started Crafter's Companion back in my university bedroom when I was just turned 21, and we design and develop and bring to market products for the papercraft community. So everyone who's into card making, I'd like to think that we are at the cutting edge of all the latest trends, the fabulous designs are out there, and we are researching the market, making the products that customers really want and need, and then bringing them to market, not here in the UK, but all over the world. So for me, Hobbymaker is so different to any other craft shopping channel I've ever worked with from anywhere in the world. The fact that you can do the falling price auctions, the fact that you can have the fixed price shipping for the day, the fact that all of your call centres are based here in the UK and you can offer an elevated customer experience is really all the things that really I know matter to our customers. So for you to be able to offer all of this and give me a platform as a manufacturer of amazing craft products to bring them to the UK market, I just feel like it's a match made in heaven.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Hobby Maker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobby Maker.
Absolutely. Happy Easter. Hope you're having a fantastic bank holiday Monday. Great to be with you. I'm Dave, with you through until 6. This fella's back.
How you doing?
I'm all right.
Happy
How are
Easter.
you? And
Happy
you?
Easter.
Yeah.
Gosh, so excited. I was very lucky. I had a couple of days off. I can't remember the last time I've ever taken Easter off.
Me neither. Yeah,
Yeah,
I was off Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, snap. And then I get to be here, Hobby Maker today,
On Bank
with a
Holiday.
brand new UK launch as well.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, if you love shaker cards, you're going to be in your absolute element in a couple of seconds' time. A couple of things to let you know about. There are 2 ways to win at the moment at Hobby Maker. If you hear me drop a word at some point in this show, and I will, it could be any of those images you see there. I'm going to drop one of those words into this show. As soon as you hear me say it, basically, send us an email and tell me the word that you've actually heard me say. And then at the end of the day today, 3 lucky viewers will win themselves a £10 credit on their account. So yeah, that's what we're doing. A bit of fun, really, just for the afternoon. So listen out, I might say I will say one of those words between now and 3 o'clock this afternoon. And also, if you buy anything from us over the Easter weekend, today included, of course, you could win your basket paid for. So you could be winning whatever you've bought on Friday, Saturday or Sunday or Monday. One of you will win your basket refunded to you. How about that? So that's something we're doing as well. And as well as that, great products, brilliant prices, and we have a couple of spotlight deals. We had one in the last hour with Gwen. We've got one in this hour with you.
We do.
And this is a crazy reduced price. It's basically a thank you to you for watching on the bank holiday. This is going to be our spotlight for this hour. This is the Hummingbird double-sided printed 6x6 paper pad. Now, have a little look through these beautiful images. They're stunning. The artwork's stunning.
Are beautiful. And I have to say, even at us at Crafters Companion, when we launched the whole collection, it's potentially one of our fastest selling collections. To have this as a spotlight, new product, only launched within the last week or 2, and you've got the 6x6 form. All of these, as you said, double-sided. All about the hummingbirds. You've got lovely tones with it. You've got lovely textures in there. They are matte, so if you want to add extra work to it, maybe extra inks, maybe that Gwen's got, you can be doing that as well. But to have this today as that is absolutely awesome.
Ironically, Gwen's first demonstration in the last show was the Hummingbird, so that's quite appropriate. We've actually got this for you. Of course, one of those stamps was the Hummingbird stamp, but here's your beautiful double-sided printed Hummingbird pad. It should be $9.99, and any day of the week it would sell very quickly at that price. 180 GSM as well is what you've got here. Where is this price going to go? It is our spotlight, and it's the only one we've got now in this show. The spotlight is coming. OI2073 is the product code. If you want it, we can let you have it for $5.99. And if you've already bought something, remember, you don't have to pay any more P&P than $3.95 for the whole day. $5.99 delivered to your door if you've already bought something without any other postage. Otherwise, it's $3.95 P&P on top of your $5.99. Grab this. It's like a bank holiday treat.
Absolutely. $5.99 for a 6x6 paper pad, a nature garden that maybe launched earlier in the year or last year. That would be phenomenal. This just launched. So many of people had stocked up when it first actually launch. But the fact is we've got it as a spotlight now, 6x6, double-sided, beautiful colours. Use it as a main focal point or just use it for little tuck-ins, full-backs. Love it.
Helen, Beverly, Bethan, you've already checked out, and all of you, Eddie, Christine, Vivian, Anne in Hampshire, Gary in Gloucestershire, Veronica in Norfolk, you all got it in your baskets. Oh, the lines are getting very, very
not
busy.
surprised.
Remember, you can phone us on a free phone number to our call centre here in the UK, 0800 001 4433, or failing that, you can put it in your basket on our website and check out. You can have more than one as well. We're not limiting it to one per customer, which at that sort of price we could have done, but we haven't.
Of course, absolutely, yeah. And, you know, if you were maybe someone that got the 12 by 12 form, don't think it's just been chopped up to make it smaller. You've still got that full edged design. It's just been shrunk down. You get the beautiful colours. And in actual fact, you know, we've been able to then get everything sent to you with that one postage and packing. Do check out the cardstock. We're waiting to show you just shortly because it matches beautifully with all of this.
Loads of you are putting more than one in your basket. Lots of you have got two going on. I'm not at all surprised.
Not
Hello,
surprised.
Valerie, she's got two going. Loads of you are. But it's a limited offer. When the stock sells out, which it will do, inevitably, that will be it. It won't be coming back at this price. So, yeah, a great reduction, percentage-wise, just $5.99 for all of these fantastic sheets. How many did you get in the pad? It's 36.
So it's about 36
double-sided
total.
sheets.
180 GSM as well. Really nice. As I said before, if you do want to add some inks, we've got some inks coming up in the show as well. But even just doing some tearing as well, Dave. Tear down the edges, do fold-backs. If you like your tea bag folding, because you've got that double-sided factor to it. If you are either new to Hobby Maker or you're new to Crafter's Companion and you like your paper pads, you've never tried any of ours, this is absolutely the one that you're wanting to start with for sure.
Now, if everybody checks out who's got this in their basket, well, about 80% of the stock is now gone. Be quick if you want it. Lots of you are multi-ordering. Do bear in mind, even if you're a brand new customer and you've never even shopped with Hobby Maker before, never even heard of Hobby Maker before, and you've got a bit of time at home today, you're channel hopping, thinking, oh, I like that, you too can order it. All you've got to do is call our free phone number. The call centre will enrol you in becoming a member of Hobby Maker, completely free to do that. Or you can just join on the website as well. All we ask you for is your email address and then make up a password. That will then get you access to your account. We are nearly at the point that we've got more people with it in their basket than we actually have stock. So there will be some unhappy people who won't actually get this. But if you check out, that, like when you're at the supermarket, that confirms it's yours and it's on its way. And you can order as many things during a day. You never pay any more than $3.95 postage. But it's about to go. So good luck, everybody.
As well. And even although it's, and when I say just a paper pad, it's not just a paper pad. You're going to find, you know, me saying it, I know Debbie and that will all say it as well. Even with the paper pad, what we've got today as well. I know you can always go back on the Hobby Maker website, YouTube, to watch. But everything that we bring you at Hobby Maker, you can go on to Crafter's Companions at YouTube. And there's videos, there's tuitions, there's like 2 or 3 hour shows and that as well. So as well as Hobby Maker being here to hold your hand, we're there, all of us at the team.
Okay, well, we'll let you check out. It is going to sell out, so I just hope you check out before it sells out. Good luck. Now, I predict this is going to be an incredibly busy show. The reason I say that is that we've got for you a UK launch. This isn't available anywhere else at the moment. We've got it first. Now, we are all fans of shaker cards here. I'm sure you are as well at home. These dies have been produced to give you the perfect shaker card, but you're not just getting the actual shape that you can make into a shaker card. You're also getting the dies that will give you the shaker elements. So you can now make your own shaker elements, your sequins and things like that.
Glitter, mirror, acetate, the Hummingbird paper pad, anything like that you can be doing as well. But we were talking about before the show, because even I didn't twig, because they cut into your card, you can start to create your own stencils and that with them as well, ink through them, spritz through them. But I think, although the whole collection, I do think, as you said, is going to actually create a riot, these ones, I think, if anyone were to go for anything separate, it's going to be these shaker dies. Yeah,
I think you can buy these 3 on their own, but they will be in the bundle with the actual shaker shapes. But these are going to give you your own shaker elements. So you can now make your own confetti, that sort of thing.
You can, yeah.
You've got little hearts, you've got little stars in different sizes, and you've also got your sequins as well. You can actually die cut your own sequins out of mirror card and that sort of thing.
It's so fab. So fab that you can do. And with these ones here as well, at Crafter's Companion, like twice a year, all of us on the team, if we've got any ideas of that, we can send them to Leanne in product development.
Yep.
Liam, who works behind the scenes, this was one of his ideas. Wasn't it Crafter to start with till he started with us? He was very creative, but not with paper craft. crafting. This was one of his ideas, and we've taken it, create your own shakers.
Look how many sequins, stars or love hearts you can create from one sheet of cardstock or paper in one pass through your machine. Instant shaker elements, you don't have to buy them anymore, you can actually make them. Now, you're also getting, along with those 3 plates, you're going to get all of these that you can see here. You're going to get the 4 shapes, and you also get the roll of foam as well, which we'll show you in a second. But you basically get your mason jar, you get your butterfly, you get your flower, and you get your perfume bottle.
You do.
And of course, look at this, look at the mason jar. We've just cut out some little pink hearts using, of course, that die we showed you a few minutes ago.
Yes.
And all the elements in there, just jiggle around.
The shaker. There's stamps with them as well. We'll show you them just on our boards in a second here. But with these ones here, if you do shakers at home, very simple shakers with square apertures, circle apertures, they can be quite relatively simple.
Yeah.
But if you start to incorporate shapes, you know, your perfume bottles or flowers, anything that's got curvature, it can be a little bit difficult. Whereas what we've done here is we've got these individual shapes here, although they're available in the collection, but the apertures, they're sized perfectly with the foam roll as well that you're getting. You don't have to die cut your own sequins. You can put lots of other things as well. But what we're even giving you is that foam on a roll.
Yep.
Now, it is that hot off the press. Not only do I not have my own one, we didn't even have one here.
Yep.
This is what would be our standard foam on a roll, which is 5 metres. The one that you get within your collection is 10 metres.
So double
it's
that.
double that.
Yep.
And I'm an adhesive geek. I love my adhesives.
Okay.
Our foam on a roll, sometimes it could be a little bit temperamental to take the backings off. What we've done is Leanne and the team, again, they've gone right back to the basics with the foam on a roll that you're getting within this collection. And it's bigger, it's all worked and sized perfectly for the apertures around these dies, but it's such an easy release to take it off.
Terrific. Now, we've got boards to show you what you could be making. These are great. They're great fun. Also, if you sell your cards, you'll get more for them because there's that element of animation and movement to it. But look at what you're actually going to get here. It's a mixture of dies and stamps in each pack as well, isn't it?
There really, really is. And they've been broken down as well because you might not want to use them as a shaker day. You don't have to.
Yeah,
you know, you've got a lovely aperture outline of the butterfly, but you've got all of these components. So once they've cut out, this is how it's going to look. Pop a piece of acetate at the back. It could be vellum. And then underneath, you put your die-cut sequins in the middle there. You can still put your glitters if you want to. But then you're getting your sentiment stamps included. And even additional little embellishments, which would be good for additional shaker elements as well.
So that's your butterfly.
That is.
But that is available separately. They all are available separately as well, or in smaller bundles. You can buy all the shaker elements together, and you can also buy the sequins together. We'll do that in just a second.
Absolutely.
But these are included in the main bundle that's on the screen right now. Born to Bloom is what this one's called.
It is.
And who doesn't love a flower?
Who doesn't? And you've got that aperture, all these individual components here. You've got your circle aperture, you've got your frame, all of these combined together create a lovely little shaker here. You might want to use that outline as the card blank, as an easel to pop your shaker on. You can do it, but you've got the stamps, you can do some colouring. The sentiments all work perfectly to work with that banner as well, and even more additional little shaker dies as well.
Okay, next we are then moving on to the mason jar, which is this one here. Now again, this one is available separately too. Everything's on the website for you to have a little look at, but again, lots of stamps included as well as the dies.
Yeah, and what you can be doing as well is, yes, it's the masonry jar, but look at the shape of them. What kind of jar is it going to be? Is it for an non-alcoholic beverage, an alcoholic beverage? Is it maybe you like to do your jams and your chutneys?
Your marmalades.
Your marmalades, all of these that you can do. Same idea again, you've got the dies to create the aperture. All you need is some acetate. We do have acetate on the show as well. But then if you've got lots of old plastic packaging you want to recycle, use that for your shaker cards as well. More additional shaker elements included. Look at all these stamps. For me, I'm going to be using these in different projects as well, you know, like summertime birthday cards and the straws and all the ice cubes and so many different quirky sentiments too that you've got here. Absolutely fab. And you can be as very simple, or you can go over the top with the colours.
So that's your jar, and then the last one in the collection is your perfume bottle as well. So same sort of concept. Everything can have the shaker elements inside it,
Yes.
or like Craig said, if you don't want to make it into a shaker card, you don't have to.
You don't have to. And these are our paper crafting dies. So you'll find a lot of us will be using them within our white or black or our texture card, but you could be making your shakers out of glitter card, matte cards, you know, all your different fancy heavyweight papers if you want to as well. You've got that key shaker. And this is what I was on about, the width here on each of the individual shaker components is being sized perfectly with the foam on a roll that you're going to get.
Yep.
So it's not hard, it's not complicated. The easy release is a lot more easier than our previous foam as well, plus it's double the amount you're getting. But all of these combined are absolutely beautiful.
Now, with us at Hobby Maker, we always let you pay the final price, the final low price. £88 and a few pence is where we started. That's what this should be. DG2084. DG2084 is the product code. It's now down to below 60. Below £60 for this if you want to have all 4 of the shaker cards dies, and also the 3 elements, the 3 dies that will now allow you to make your own sequins, to make your own tiny stars, to make your own little love hearts that you can put inside the shaker card. It's an all-in-one. Already Lynette's in, Hazel's in, Becky in Somerset's in, a brand new crafter in County Durham is in as well. Remember, if you're an existing customer, brilliant. If you're not, just give us a call or register on the website. It takes seconds to do it. All we need is your email address and a password that you can remember, okay? Okay, now, if you just want the bundle on its own of the ability to make your own sequins, your own stars and your own hearts. This is such a clever concept. It's the sort of thing that you see it and you think, well, why didn't anyone think of this before?
That's it. Now, even it was last year now, and I was speaking to Liam, and he submitted that idea as well. I'm just thinking, why has no one thought of this before? Because they cut out all of these shakers, and as we've said, you know, just in the start of this show, the different mediums that you can be using with them as well. But the fact is, as we've talked about in the past, Dave, how some dies don't have an outside cutting edge, which these ones don't. So if you use something as simple as our multi-purpose cardstock, die-cut panels side by side, spritz through it, ink through it, create your backgrounds. But that one there is being your love hearts.
Yeah, any of these you could repeat. So if you wanted to do something a lot wider or a lot longer, you can actually interlink where you've die cut and it will then continue.
What about even actually having that? What would have been the waste component onto your card with a little sentiment on the front, so you've got your panel if you want to. It's therefore going to create that decorative card blank if you want, but you've got what we would class as the traditional sequins, but it's all the little embossed features that are inside to give it that realism when it comes to your actual sequins. And then again, you've got the stars. Same idea within this one. You've got the little embossed detail as well that just gives it that little bit of shape, that little bit dimension, but gives you that nice little shake rattle.
Craig, the price on these is ridiculous. When you consider how versatile these are going to be, how often you can use these, not just for shaker cards, but for decorative backgrounds, all that sort of thing. $18.99. It should be $23.97. So you're saving a £5 by buying the 3 together. If you buy the big collection, which is, of course, a little bit more money, you'll get the best saving, and these will be included as well, together with the roll of foam. But if you just want these 3 panel dies themselves to make your own sequins, to make your own hearts and stars, $18.99. And that comes, the big collection that's up there now on the screen, that's going to come with these, and also it's going to come with the roll of foam as well. But on their own, $18.99 for the 3. Okay, now if you want these on their own without the actual dies to cut out the shaker elements, I don't really know why you wouldn't want those, but anyway, if you don't, if you just want to have the mason jar, the perfume bottle, the butterfly and the flower, they're available separately as well, and we're lowering the price on those as well. ZF2003 is your item number. What is that going to be individually? $44.99 for all 4, so only about $11.50, something like that, each one, which is amazing value for money. $44.99 for those on their own, and that's ZF2003. The big collection, though, is where the best value is, where you save the most money. Okay, we're going to crack on with some demos to show you how easy these are to actually use.
But just to show you as well, when we briefly talked about, they don't have to be your shakers, so they can be on the front of a card blank if you wanted to, but because you've actually got the outer die, your little card blanks, you can still do your fold fold-outs. You can still do the aperture on the front if you want
Yeah.
to as well. There's so much that you could be doing. The fact is, it's all about that shaker. It's fun, it's easy, everyone's going to enjoy them, but then you can go crazy and make different things.
True versatility. Well, we're going to show you how easy they are to use. We'll do some cards in a second, but remember, get your emails in. If you hear me drop a word from that selection of images that we had at the beginning of the show, make sure you email in and hopefully you'll get a £10 credit on your account. Any of those images you see there, if I say any of those images in this show, email in studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. Okay, cool. Excellent. Right. So now let's move on and show you how brilliantly these dies cut and how brilliantly they make really exciting cards. Cards that have got animation, that have got movement, that you can charge a bit more money for too.
You absolutely can do. You know, you can keep it simple, start to incorporate your background papers or that. You know, there's so many different ways and so many people are going to love them. So I thought, let's go in with the first one here. And we're going to start off with the bases. I tend to do a lot in our white multi-purpose cardstock, and then we start to decorate with some of the cardstocks on the show.
Craig, can I just say,
Of course you can.
good news, we've got it on 3 split pays. It wasn't on split pay at the beginning of the show. It now is, if you want to spread the cost interest-free into 3 payments of just $19.99. Fill your boots is only 1 P&P for a 24-hour period, no matter how many things you buy, of $3.95, and it's a free phone number as well if you want to call our friendly call centre. They would love to hear from you.
So what I've already done for this first bit is I've taken my white multi-purpose cardstock. We do have it on the show as well. In case anyone gets confused, it was our white smooth stamping card. But all of us on the team, we always call it multi-purpose card because we use it for a multi-purpose. You know, your stamping, your inking, your construction, your box making. So it's now called multi-purpose cardstock. So it is exactly the same as the stamping card. We've just renamed it for it to, you know, be named as to what it's actually beneficial for.
And that's on the website.
So I've done 2 layers, the outer butterfly into the white multi-purpose card. So I've done 2 of them already. And then what I'm going to do is if I set these ones to the side, I'm going to go in with a piece of our textured pink cardstock. We've got some of the 8x8 pads on the show. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the outer butterfly as well. And then I'm going to take these 2 little inner parts for its wings. And if you want to do this bit separately, if you're a little bit concerned about maybe the dies jumping and crossing over, as long as you tape them down securely with things like your low-tack tape, you'll be absolutely fine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and I'm actually going to position my die first so it's nice and secure. With these being our wafer thin paper crafting dies, it's the same plate configuration that you will do with any of your die cutting for your card and paper. So although it's shaker dies, you don't need to do anything different in the configuration of your
I've
plates.
just got to let you know the spotlight offer for this show has sold out, so I hope you got the Hummingbird pad at that crazy price. It has now completely gone. Congratulations to all of you that got it.
Fab.
How was
Well
your Easter
done.
Sunday, by the way, Craigie?
It was lovely, thank you. What I've started to do now, because I have been in my house in County Durham, so I'm closer to head office, 3 years now. Now, I joined, and I was there for about 10 months, then COVID hit.
Yep.
So when I joined, I threw myself into work. COVID hit, I couldn't go out exploring, I couldn't go out adventuring. So I've started to do that, so it was lovely. I've been over the weekend going to abbeys and cathedrals and maybe some of the spooky ones as well.
Was your Sunday filled with chocolate?
There was quite a wee bit of chocolate, actually. Okay. Yeah, Easter.
I'm the only one in my family. I don't eat chocolate.
Well,
I'm a bit of a freak of nature.
I don't really eat milk chocolate. I eat white chocolate.
Okay.
Now, I know some people at home will be like, that's not chocolate. To me, it is. I love it. It is, isn't it? It's better than chocolate. Better than chocolate. But yeah, it was lovely. As I said at the start, I'm not really, even when I used to work in retail years ago, never have I taken Easter off. So it was nice just to take a couple of days and get ready to come here. So what about yourself?
Packing boxes.
Yes.
Ready for the move in a couple of weeks' time. So I've strained parts of my body that I didn't even realise could be strained. But anyway.
And then found things as well.
I found things, that I forgot I even had.
Yeah, that's the thing when you move, isn't it? I remember that from when I was packing up. And
it'll all be worth it in the end.
Absolutely. It will do indeed.
I think the worst of it's over. We've done the loft.
You say that.
We've got the kitchen to go. That's going to be a bit of a nightmare, that one. But anyway. We'll get there.
You'll get there, slowly but surely.
Now, you're loving this concept. I knew you would. Remember to get all 4 of those fantastic main card fronts from the dies, and then to get the 3 that give you the elements. You can make as many sequins, as many stars, as many hearts as you want out of your favourite cardstock. And we've got some gorgeous designer cardstock in the show today. The ice blue, the pink and the green luxury cardstock from Crafter's Companion is in the show. Perfect to make into your little shaker embellishments.
You can do, that's the thing. And if you do like to do your own style of shakers as well, it's really good for you to then just start to use them and incorporate them. And with these being very simple die cutting forms, I'm here within this show, and then back at 4 o'clock. So many of the simple die cutting layers will I'll have pre-done them beforehand, because you don't want to see every single step, but it's to show you how easy they are to create that shaker aspect. So there is the 2 that I'd already done with my white multi-purpose card, and then this was the one where I have gone in with the outer die and the little inner die for the wings, and I've done it again here, just the outer die. This was a piece of our pattern paper. It could be any pattern paper that you've got at home. If you were lucky to get the Hummingbird, it could be that.
Perfect.
So that's my main areas already cut, and then what I've got here is some acetate. Now, this is actually heat-proof acetate. You can use your heavyweight construction acetate. You know, you can absolutely be doing that. But for a shaker element, even your thin heat-proof acetate would work well. And I know that we've got that on the show as well.
Good.
So what I'm going to do when it comes to acetate, even when it's thin acetate, such as our heat-proof acetate, I still always like to add my metal shim in, just in case.
Just to get a nice clean cut.
A nice clean cut, and it just helps nicely to the edge. Although you won't see the edges because at the back, it's just nice to do.
Now, do bear in mind, of course, the acetate is in the show as well. That's a crucial part of a shaker card, isn't it? Let us get that price on the screen for you. How many sheets of acetate do you get in a pack? Do we know? $9.99.
I want to say it's at
We'll find out for you.
16 seems to jump
That seems
at
to
my
ring a bell
head,
with
but-
me. 16?
Wait,
$9.99, NI2094 is your item number. The acetate is the perfect, absolute perfect companion to go with your shaker cards, obviously.
It really, really is. And you know, you could, if you wanted to, add your vellum, still add your sequins underneath. You'll kind of get that little bit translucity to it. But if you want to have that whole feature where you can see all the way through, your acetate is the perfect one.
Fantastic.
So let's take this out now. I know it's acetate. Well, you can see that something's cut there. We're getting that outline of the butterfly.
shine, yep.
So that is all of our elements pretty much done for us to start. And what I'm going to do with this one, Dave, is I'm actually going to create my own little card blank.
Okay.
So we've got a card blank that is a shaker. So all that I'm going to do, I don't have my actual scoreboard, but I've got one of our old ones from previous year. So all that I'm going to do is I'm going to come in, let's go in actually an inch from the side here. Set that to the side. And this is going to be our own little quirky card blank.
And do remember, all our suppliers now have got their own brand pages on the website. So if you want to have a little search for Bert and Gert, Creative Expressions, Crafter's Companion, The Dreamies, whoever you want to search for, have a little look at hobbymaker.co.uk. And there they are. There are all the fantastic Be Creatives on there as well, Paper Dynamics, Hunky Dory. It's all there for you. You can see all the products that we've got to offer, and you can order them from that as well. In the early days of the channel, we only had like a web page up there where you could buy what was in the show that we were actually transmitting, but now you can buy all the products from all the companies if it's in stock.
It's great. I was on, it was just last week there, I was having a look. A little peruse. It's handy that it's all there now. There was a couple of things that who was on that day. Bert and Gert were on. And I think,
Be Creative?
Be Creative, yeah. Yep. So all that I've done now is using the background of the butterfly that I've popped onto my pattern paper, I've popped that onto my butterfly card blank. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in with our kind of aperture butterfly. I've got my little butterfly here as well that I've cut in that acetate. And then what I'm going to do for speed, I am going to use my dotty tape runner. At home, as it's kind of part of construction, what I would tend to use is a red liner tape.
Okay.
I know many things like that you'll find on the Hobby Maker website, but for quick and speed, I'm using our dotty tape
Well,
runner.
the dotty tape pen and the standard tape pens, if there's nothing standard about the pens, they're brilliant. They're really, really good, strong adhesive. 22 metres in each pen, and we got all 4 for £14.97. Ones and free.
It's handy.
Yeah.
So handy to have.
You get 2 dotty ones and 2 standard.
And if you were to look out in the market, Dave, you'll find that many other branded tape pens out there are round about the 10 metres
Yep.
to 12 metres.
Yep.
Ours are all
22.
22, so you're getting loads.
And to call it actually a tape pen is a little bit misleading. It's actually really good, strong adhesive. It's just basically a roll of adhesive in there, not a tape.
It is. It really, really is. So now what I'm doing is I'm going in with my foam on a roll, which remember, you know, our traditional foam on a roll is 5 metres.
You're getting 10.
What you're getting in the set is 10 metres. And it's been, width-wise, it's perfect to go round. Now with foam on a roll, you can go all the way round, continue all the way round. I prefer to do it in sections.
Okay.
All that I like to do is just make sure that each of my components, when it comes to the foam on a roll, is joined up, so none of the little bits
No gaps.
fall out. But if I show you with that one there, you can manipulate it all the way round. Then what you can start to do is you can then, and we'll do it in a few other demonstrations throughout the shows, you can start to block sections off, Dave. So you might want to have blue on this side,
so they don't mix.
green on the other side.
yeah.
You can do that if you wanted to. It's all about having that fun. And so I'll not block it off. Let's just keep this one very simple for the start. And I'm going to work all the way round. And as I say, you can be doing it as one continuous strip, but for me personally, I prefer to do it in sections. Make sure that each bit is just butt up right against that last piece, work our way round. Continue it, and then this is what's giving you the lift, and that's what's going to hold in the shaker elements.
And the chances are you've probably seen demonstrations of shaker cards before. They've been around for a little while. But to get the actual collection that allows you to make your own elements to put in the shaker card, rather than having to go out and buy lots of pots of this and pots of that in different colours, you can now use your designer cardstock and make your own sequins, your own hearts, your own stars.
You can.
Love it.
And then if you've still got sequins and glitter at home, you can start to incorporate it. If you've got your teeny tiny little beads that you'll have from maybe, you know, the shows beforehand or that, you can start to use them. It's up to yourself. And then all that we need to do is we need to work our way around and take the backing off.
And this is the new and improved foam, as Craig was saying. So not tricky to get the backs off now.
No. So the one I'm using at the moment, because the one you get in the set is so hot off the press that even I didn't have one with me. I'm using one of our older foam on a roll, whereas the one that you get, they have gone and made the backing off the foam on a roll so much easier to peel off.
Now, what we've actually got on the screen for you is the foam pad bundles. That's 1,120 foam pads. That's not the foam on the roll, but that is the foam pads, okay? So that's $11.94 if you want PS 2009. Have we got the roll as well? Because those are the foam pads that are up there. The one that was in the bundle, we could show you that. Yeah, we have got that. So if you need an extra one, you will get one in the bundle 10 metres
Yes.
long. If you want an extra one, there it is. It's $4.99 for another roll. Add it into your order at the same time. You won't pay any more P&P. And that's 10 metres, only about 50p a metre.
I know, that's great. It's
pretty good.
That's really, really good. And if you had loads left over, which you will do, you can just use it to create your decoupage and that if you want.
Yep.
You can do that. So all that we need to do to finish off this one is I've got my backing all the way around here. You've got more time than I do when you're at home, but this is the basis of it. What I'm then going to do is I'm going to go in with the Jewels of Love. And we're going to run this one through. Let's bring in our plates. And on the show later, I'm using our large Gemini, our A4 Gemini, but these are all going to go through your smaller A5 Geminis or any other die cutting machine.
Okay.
And many of the elements will also go through your really small die cutting
Now,
machines.
these aren't just hearts. You get hearts, stars, and also the sequins, but it's going to give you the facet to make it look like a heart sequin, isn't
That's it. And you don't need to do anything to it afterwards.
Nope.
You know, if you wanted to go along with your embossing mat after, by all means you can do, but you'll see it's not actually essential to do that because of the pressure of the Gemini with the dies, the thickness, it's done it all for you.
Wait until you see this. If this doesn't make you want these dies, remember you can buy them individually, you can buy them as a set of 3, or if you buy the big bundle, you're going to get the main images and those sequin dies as well.
Oh, got a bit of paper there.
Can't wait
So
to see this.
let's take these ones out now. Look at these, Dave.
Wow.
Look at that. So you'll see them even better close up.
Just pick one up and put it in my hand. I don't know how close our camera can get with this. Look at this.
Look at that.
Great shot. There you go, look. So it's actually pressed in the facet on the sequin. So they're really going to beautifully catch the light out of your mirror card, or it could be a holographic card that you use. It could be. A glitter card that you use, whatever you want.
Could be anything like that. And please don't feel as though you have to use that whole strip of the die.
No.
Maybe you've got little offcuts that you want to use. You can do that for sure.
But if I show you the waist.
Yeah, please do. Go for it.
Look, the waist could now be used as a stencil. You could ink through that, you could spray through that. You could link the die up and extend it across or extend it up or down. So you can make a lovely background. I mean, that as a background on a Valentine's card or an engagement card or something like that would be fantastic, wouldn't it? But you've now got all these die cut sequins in hearts, stars and circles that become your shaker element.
That's it. They're going to be your shaker element. I'm not going to spend the time just popping them the right way round. What I tend to do, if I am doing elements that are my own shaker, so this was just a piece of our gold cardstock, I would ink the back of the gold cardstock, maybe a little bit of Gildan wax or an ink pen or water reactive ink, just so that you've got some colour. But all that I need to do is pop them over the back. I'm going to take these ones. I've got a few other bits that I've already done with these ones. So we've got some, as I've done a moment ago. And then remember, within each of the die set, you get additional little shaker dies. So within this one here, you've got these little flowers here. Now you're thinking of your decoration, little gems in the middle, embellishments. You can start to do that. And even these little diddy butterflies. So if you've got things such as vintage butterfly, we've got a little collection on the show as well, start to use these. But you can do as many as you want.
It's one of those products that you look at it and you think, why didn't anyone think of this before? Maybe someone has, I don't know, but I've not seen it.
I've not seen it.
To invent a die that creates your own, it's like you're the factory, you're making your own sequins out of cardstock that you've already got. How about that? Now, the foam is $4.99, okay? That's LU 2049 if you want the extra foam, but you will get a roll of that in the big bundle. So you're getting basically £5 worth of foam roll included with the dies. And the big bundle is, of course, where the best value for money is, but you can buy them as a set of 3 just to do your shakers. And you can buy the actual shapes as a separate bundle as well. The best value, though, is to buy the 2 together. That's where you save the most money.
So all that I need to do, now that I've got my shaker component all good to go, I've got my acetate, my foam is all covered nicely. All that I need to do, and I've put a little bit of support in the middle, so all that I'm going to do is pull that in, and you just want to make sure you've got a really nice width all the way around, because you need to take into account your foam on a roll. Then all that I'm going to do is I'm going to pop that straight over the top, Dave. I'm going to press in, and I'm going to give it a really, really nice press. And then what we can do is we can then lift it up, and then look at, we've got our shaker.
Wow.
From our butterfly. And then the next demonstration, I will do a little bit of stamping to show you the stamps that you've got in. But for this one, all that I'm going to do is go in with fluttering by to say hello, which is included within the butterfly set.
It's well worth pointing out that each of the die sets will come with some stamped sentiments as well, some stamped images, apart from the panels. The panels for your shaker elements, they don't come with stamps, but the main shapes do. So the whole thing, $59.99. We've got it on split pay as well, which means you only have to give us less than £20 today, or $19.99 plus the P&P of $3.95. But if you've already bought something, maybe you bought the Spotlight deal in the last show or this show, you've paid your $3.95 anyway. So just fill your boots.
That's it.
Yeah, order away to your heart's content. But there's your shaker.
but then really, really fun shaker. Shakers are always notoriously difficult to show on air because you want it to be quite still so you can see, but for a shaker to work, you need to shake it.
Absolutely.
So you've got your butterfly.
Shake
So
it to wake
that's
it.
the main concept with all of them there. So that could be any of your shaker elements. You don't have to use the heart. You could use maybe the stars if you wanted to. Sure. You can just use them on a card blank, lots of things.
Now, the only thing you don't get to complete your shaker is, of course, the acetate. So if you do want to add that, we think it's 16 sheets of acetate.
Sure, it's 16 off the top of my head.
Have a little look on the website, add that in. If you've got some acetate at home already, you're probably sorted. It's a triple pack of acetate, and that's available right now as well. Now, the luxury cardstock bundle that we've got here, these are brilliant to use to make your sequins, make your shaker elements, because you're going to get, how many ways do you get in total? Is it 3? You get the pink, you get the blue, you get the green. Now, all of that you're going to get in glitter, you're going to get mirror, and you're going to get that satin finish as well. And there are 5 different colours.
Yeah, so I want to say as well, there's a silver, and then I think the other one's a gold one.
Okay.
I think within
you're
the
right.
set, so yeah.
Yeah, we've only got 3 colours here, but you will get 5, okay?
You will.
And this shows you the different textures you're going to be getting. So the mirror card is great for your sequins. Actually, all of them are.
All of them.
Satin ones are great, and so are the glitter cards. It's non-shed glitter card as well, is what you've got here.
Which is great.
So this is 150 sheets, usually $49.95. We're giving it to you today for $39.96, and that's on 2 split pays as well. If you want to spread the cost of that, that would only be $19.98 today and $19.98 in 4 weeks' time with the P&P on your first payment today. But do remember, don't be tempted to open up the packaging and take everything out. Just take it out a sheet at a time, because you can reseal the bottom of the envelope, can't you?
Absolutely, yeah, you can do as well. And within them, because in each pack alone, you've got 30 sheets, so you're getting 10 of the shedless glitter, 10 of the matte, and 10 of the mirror as well. Beautiful quality. That's why it's called luxury cardstock, because it really, really is.
And if you're thinking, oh, it's got silver, this isn't actually silver. It's a very, very, very pale blue.
It is.
Put it next to silver, you can see there's a difference. So, yeah, they get all of those sheets, 150 of them. These are the colourways that you're going to be getting. We've got a picture of them. This is what you can see on the website. So there it is. So there's proof that you are going to get the gold, you are going to get the blue, you're going to get the purple, the silver, and the green as well. We've only got 3 colours here, but you'll get all of that in the resealable packets as well. GZ2026 is the item number there. And we've also got some more pads for you as well. Bearing in mind our Spotlight item sold out very quickly indeed, not surprised. We've got the brights, and we've also got the pastels as well. Now, this is the textured cardstock. Lovely, lovely colourways. Look at that for a sunshine yellow. Does that kind of put a smile on your face? There we go, look. So there you've got that gorgeous terracotta, then you've got your red, there's your pink, 2 shades of blue, pale and dark, there's your dark green, and different shades of green as well. So that is only $11.99. RG2083 is the product code for that one if you want your brights. And we've also got the same in the pastel for you as well. All of these are 230 GSM, so a lovely, lovely thickness. And again, you've got the textured pattern to the pastels as well. Different item number, obviously, but the brights are up there on the screen at the moment for you. $11.99, RG2083 if you want the pastels, and you can see the difference between the two. So treat yourself maybe to both. Just one P&P of $3.95. So the pastel's coming up. Again, yeah, 8 by 8 in total. Beautiful to die cut. Again, you can make your little sequins out of these as well if you wish to. TR2024, and that's $14.99. $14.99 for 36 sheets of the pastel. Okay.
And these are the ones that we all use a lot on the team. They're handy as well in the 8 by 8 size. So whether you're just doing them straight onto a card blank or cutting them, matting and layering with them, love them.
TR2024, if you fancy that. And we've also got some other gorgeous goodies in the show as well. We've got some of the vintage butterfly collection as well, which I know lots of you love. That's on the website. Have a look at that as well. Right. Should we move on to demo 2?
Let's do another one.
Yeah.
So this one, we're going to use the flower for this one here. And we'll do the die cutting, but then we'll also have a look at the stamping and do a quick little bit of colouring as well.
Okay.
Because although these are our shaker dies, you can still do your concept cards, your fold back cards, maybe your stepper cards, no problem whatsoever. So all that I've done beforehand is taken some of our craft card here. I'm going to do a Z fold card to show how you can even start to incorporate them with your Z fold cards. So I've taken a piece of craft card, which is 11 by 5, and I've scored it 2.5 and then 5 inches. And I've taken another panel, which is also 11 inches, but by 3 inches, and scored it 2.5 and also 5.5. This is going to be really nice. It's going to be bright, and it's using the texture cardstocks within the set. So we can then pop that to the side. So let's come in then with our die as well as our cardstock.
I just think it's something a bit different, something that's a
It
bit
is.
quirky and fun, you know, to add a little bit of, I don't know, extra movement into your card. It just is, it kind of sums up celebration as far as I'm concerned.
It does.
Whenever I see a shaker card, I think confetti, and confetti normally is associated with get married, celebration, so it's just a lovely thing.
Yeah, and it's nice actually what you said there with the movement, because it's got that movement to it, it's got a feature to it, it does something,
Yeah.
it's intriguing, and the fact is you can pop many different things in the middle.
Everyone loves a shaker card.
They do. And, you know, whether you are giving it and designing it for a lady, whether you're going for a gentleman, you know, you're in control of the colours.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
therefore,
it could be a teenager.
Of course
use,
it could.
Use the stars for a teenager's card. They'd love it.
Absolutely could do. So all that I'm going to do is securing my outer die. Then I'm going in with all of these individual aperture pieces here. And then I'm going to secure them. Now, I am going to do all 5 of the petals. You know, if you wanted to have a quirky flower and maybe only have 3 aperture bits, you could do. Maybe you want to come along with a nesting circle die. So instead of using these, do your own little circle aperture in the middle. You've got that freedom as well.
Yeah, totally.
We're giving you lots of the elements to create that fun, simple shaker cards. But if you want to adapt them, you absolutely can with your additional dies. So now that I've done that one, what I am going to use, funny enough, is one of the small circle dies you get included. That's going to go into the middle here.
I don't know why, but that shape of that flower is such a shape, it makes me want to put like a smiley face in the middle of it.
Yeah, I can see that.
See what I mean?
Yeah. And then there you go. So you can then continue to have that creative freedom.
Yeah.
If you want to have a little fun with it, whether you want to do little faces to it or, you know, change the actual sequence parts that you're going to pop in, you can do. It's fun. And that's what you're going to say, a lot of fun.
Remember, the panel dies that will cut out dozens and dozens of sequins.
Yes.
They're proving hugely popular. Lots of you going for all 3 of them. You can cherry pick individuals if you want to.
You can.
But we have got the stars, we've got the sequins, and we've got, of course, the hearts.
There'd be nothing worse to say, here is your shaker panel, and it cuts, maybe, I don't know, 6 little dies.
Yeah, you'd be there
And
forever.
you'd be there forever. You'd be there forever. So it's handy that you've got that full panel that is going to cut loads and loads and loads. And where we've already said within this show alone, you know, if you do love your ink and your spritzing and that, start to look at the waste. For instance, if I take this one, I'm not concerned about the outer components because that's not what I need, but if we take this off here, if you've done that and maybe a little bit of a bigger cardstock, that you can then start to ink over the top if you wanted to. Maybe a little bits of Stenciling or any of these different little crafts. Start to have a look and see where else you could use all your waste elements.
Absolutely.
But all that I need is to take this one out here. So I'll tidy all these bits later on. And then that is the basis of your flower to start to construct your actual shaker.
And again, when you're putting the foam on the back, it's up to you whether the shaker is going to be the whole flower or whether you're going to put different coloured sequins in each of the petals.
Absolutely.
Wow.
You've got that choice. So all that I've done beforehand, as I've done in the last demonstration, went on with some of the acetate and then that foam on the roll, which I've already peeled this one off. And as you were saying a moment ago, Dave, what I've done is I've sectioned these ones off. Please don't feel as though you have to, but that's giving you more choice there if you want individual colours. Maybe you've got an alphabet and you want to pop a letter behind each one to spell out a name. Okay, it would have to have like 5 letters.
Good
but
idea, yeah.
You could do if you want to. And then also using the outer die, piece of the texture cardstock from the 8x8, we've created that backdrop as well.
Terrific.
So that is those parts. And then what we can do is let's go in with the actual sequence die here. And I'm going to take this one off. And I'm going to use that blue luxury card we've got on the show. And I'm going in with the mirror cardstock.
Look at this mirror. Okay, we've cut this one down, but you're going to get A4 sheets, obviously, in this. But look at that for a colour. Isn't it amazing?
It's absolutely beautiful. It's gorgeous. You can still do your embossing, you know, you can still go in and do your scoring and folding and construction, all of that. But if you're using them for mats and layers, or absolutely your shakers are perfect for these.
I wonder how many tiny little sequins you could actually cut out of one A4 sheet of mirror cards.
That's, yeah.
Hundreds. Literally hundreds.
Oh, there'd be, oh yeah, hundreds for sure. You'd be able to do that. But then you've got, I don't know about you at home, but for instance, like myself, whether it's tiny little bits left over like that, or it always seems to be strips that I've got as well. Okay, maybe a DL card, slimline card. Now you can create your embellishments, your shakers with them.
From stuff that otherwise you might have thrown away.
Absolutely, I know, you might have. Whereas now you're actually able to create something usable. You might also have your die release tool. You're sure you'll find on the website you can take all the bits out. But really, Dave, they pop out so easily, all of these little bits. And if anything, if you do them with little bits of white card or even black cardstock, they'd be little footballs if you wanted it to.
And you could have like a sequin making evening, just put a load in a little jar or something like that, kind of build up a collection of them. Put them in little plastic wallets if you want to. But they're fantastic. It's amazing that they've got the facets on them as well. I mean, if I just pick one up.
Please do.
Just pick up one of the larger ones. Oop. There we go. Again, if I just hold that to the camera. How cool is this? See? They really do sparkle just like real sequins. And they've got a hole in the middle as well.
Got the hole and everything, yeah.
And great, aren't they?
Remember, you know, if you are wanting them to do them through heavier weight materials, although they're small, because they are a circle, they're not going to cut really heavy materials.
No.
But you can still have a play, because they're a circle, you've got the Gemini, you know, other die cutting machines as well. So have a good play with them, your heavyweight acetates and all of them would look beautiful with them.
Remember, each of the die sets, apart from the strips that make your sequins, the other die sets come with a stamp set as well. So
They do.
you get 4 stamp sets and then 6 sets of dies, all for $59.99, or 3 split pays at $19.99.
So you're getting loads. So even if you were to look at the stamp set all on their own, which I'm away to use right now, you know, you've got their centre of your flower, you've got the leaves. Now that is a really lovely, substantial sized leaf. So if you wanted something big, extravagant to pop on the back of your flowers or that, you can be doing that. But even like the centre as well. So I'll quickly stamp these ones out so we can see that I've stamped them.
Yep.
And I'm using our 8x8 stamping platform and magnetic base, which we've got on the show. And then the actual finished stamped element I will have coloured with our tri-blend. So therefore, I'm going to use our Noir Black alcohol-proof ink pad.
Okay.
Which all of these you'll find on the Hobby Maker website.
Now, the stamping platform is on special offer at the moment, down by $5 from $24.99 to $19.99, and it's the 8x8 version. It's the easiest stamp platform to use, isn't it?
It is, yeah, it really, really is. And even although these are quite small and you do them individually, if you want to, the good thing with these ones is your cardstock stays in the same place, your stamp stays in the same place. So if you miss a bit, maybe you've not caught the full line, you can go back, stamp exactly where you were before. I enjoy stamping, I've been crafting for many years, but if I didn't have a magnetic base, even I wouldn't be able to go back and get it in the exact same position.
It's virtually impossible. If you're trying to do it with an acrylic block, you end up with ghosting and that sort of thing. It just looks awful.
It does.
Yeah, stamping platform makes it easy.
Now, I'm not going to go in and colour all of these in, because I know that, you know, you can go back onto Hobby Maker's YouTube website and even our YouTube and watch lots of colouring shows with our Spectrum Noir pens. But so you can see, you can go in and you can colour them whichever way you so wish. You can have a play, you can go multicoloured if you wanted to, even use them to create a backdrop. That's up to you.
There's a whole range of Spectrum Noir alcohol markers and water-based on the website now for you. Great pens.
They really, really are. I adore my tri-blend pens, as all of us on the team. But what you can then start to do, finish them off. So for anyone that wants to know, that was the dull green blend. And then for the centre of the flower, let's just take that one in here. I've gone in and I've combined that with our citrus blend and our orange blend. That's going to be the centre. So within that first demonstration, I've kept it very simple, used the dies, and then started to construct it with the dies. For this one, what I'm going to do is I'm combining the stamps. So we're creating a shaker design with, yes, the die cut pieces, but incorporating the stamps as well.
Okay.
So we can set that to the side. And then all that I'm going to do is I'm going to come back in with my base panel here. Let's get all of these bits in. And I'm going to start to put these ones in first. So we are still going to overlay. And what I'm going to do, Dave, is what I've started to do when I was doing cards and prep at home with these, is into a little bit of copier paper or that, always handy, or your cardstock, just as a little bit of a rough guide, so we can see, all right, I just need to pop that one up.
Oh, that's good. So no trial and error.
So no trial and error. We can go in there, make sure that's the right way, and until you press to commit, we're in the good, we're in that perfect position. And then what I'm going to do, for the sake of time, Dave, because I know we've not got lots of time left.
Only a couple of minutes, I think.
What I'm going to do is I'm just going to put all these little sequins into the middle. And as I said before, if you like the white backing, that's absolutely fine. Or I would come in with one of our alcohol pens.
I love your idea about the gilding wax.
The gilding wax.
That'd be good.
Yeah. And what I would do, don't worry, I'm not meaning for you to die cut these and then wax the back of every single one. I would wax the back of the cardstock and then die cut it.
Yeah.
But then
you'd lose the will if you tried to do them one by one.
even I've got a lot of patience, but even I would lose the will to live for sure. So all that I'm going to do is I'm going to go in, I'm going to section these off, and this is where you might want 5 different colours, maybe a 6 for the centre. As I say, you've got loads more time at home, but section them off, bring these ones in, making sure I've got that little bit of width all the way around. We're going to come back in with this one. I am just going to turn that one around so at least we've got a blue. I'm going to overlap it. I'm going to press, and you can fill that as much as you like. We're going to press that in, and then look at that shaking. You can hear.
So you've actually got 6 separate compartments there, 5 petals in the centre, all done by the dies. Brilliant, isn't it?
All done by the dies as well. And you know, that's only one layer of the die cut pieces. What I would be doing is maybe 2 or 3 layers, but you've got all the stamps. What we can do is I'll not do my mats and layers, but what I will do, Dave, because I do have one that I done just before I had a couple of days off at Easter. These can then go 1 at that side, 1 at that side. This is then going to create our Z-fold cards.
Lovely.
Cardstock, you can start to layer up, but if I bring this one in that I'd done the other day,
earlier on.
there we go. So your luxury cardstock, your textured cardstock, any other mediums you might want to start to layer up. But look at that, by sectioning them off, you can do that.
And that little verse is included as
It
well,
is.
born to flower, there you go. So it's a great concept. I mean, shaker cards, there's nothing new about shaker cards. They've been around for a long, long time. But what is new is that Crafter's Companion now have developed that fantastic die that will give you the sequins. You don't have to go out and buy them. You can do them in whatever colourway you wish, with all your fantastic designer cardstock. Craigie, you're back at 4 o'clock?
4 o'clock, yeah, we're going to do this all over again.
We'll do it all again. Native lighting, though, is on the way next. If you've got a craft room and you struggle because you're always sitting in your own light and you need good illumination, it's really, really important.
Yes, it is.
To get good light. We're going to show you how right after a short break. Hobbymaker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Join us this Easter bank holiday weekend here on Hobbymaker for our Easter extravaganza. On Friday, brand new slimline nesting dies from Crafter's Companion and Stamping Essentials. Burt & Gertz with brand new Jubilee-themed MDF. On Saturday, we've brand new woodware bubble bloom stamps from Creative Expressions, plus Cosmic Shimmers. Be creative with Stampers' Friends Show Special and Screen Pal. And on Sunday, hunky-dory Easter deals with Dreamies and their launch show. And on Monday, Creative Expressions, Native Lighting and Crafter's Companion. Also, shop between Friday the 15th to Monday the 18th, and one lucky person will win their Easter basket for free. Now, if you shop with us last weekend, don't forget to use your 10% off discount code. So a great lineup. Make sure you stay tuned this Easter weekend here on Hobbymaker.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker. Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
Yeah, going. Hopping on with chocolate. Thailand, yeah, definitely. Favourite place I've been. David Beckham. No, never. I don't get why people want to warm up pineapple. I will survive. As long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. Yeah, people never paid me to sing. Breaking Bad. Biscuit. A lot of people don't agree with that, do they? But I'd say biscuit. I can juggle. Thank you. Oh no! Ah! Makes it look like I can't juggle.
Very good afternoon, everybody. Yes, we're continuing our bank holiday Monday afternoon shows for you here at Hobbymaker. Hope you had a lovely, or are having a lovely bank holiday weekend. Claire has disrupted her afternoon to be with us.
Hi.
Oh, yeah. Did you have a good weekend?
Lovely, thank you.
Good.
Been up in Yorkshire.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Very nice. Well, what we're talking about this show, we're all talking about lighting. If you're a crafter, if you're using materials or blending colours or colouring in or whatever it is, it's imperative that you've got a good light source to work by, isn't it?
Definitely, yeah, definitely for colour matching and just for the comfort of being able to work for longer, to make sure that you've got a light that is going to be really nice for your eyes.
Now, Native Lighting is actually your company.
It is, yes.
I know you used to work for another lighting company a few years ago.
I did, yes.
So now you've got your own business, do you?
I have, yes.
Oh.
So it's, we're just coming into, we'll nearly be 3 years now.
Wow.
So, we've on the sister channel, Sewing Street, quite a lot as well. And we've just loved working in the craft industry. It's one of my favourite industries.
Well, these lights also not only do a fantastic job of illuminating the area that you're working on or whatever you're making, they also look the part as well. You know, they're a permanent addition to the home, so they've got to look good, and every lamp in this show looks fantastic.
That was another thing that when we brought Native Lighting to life, that it didn't want it to be just a lamp that you pulled out when you were crafting. So we wanted a lamp that did the job, that obviously also looked nice in your home as well. A lot of the time they've sort of looked very clinical and just white, and we've got lots of different colours, and a lot of our lamps are in black, which fit really nice in the homes as well.
Okay, what's the difference then between a standard 60-watt bulb, let's say, and a Native lamp?
So native lamps are all LED.
Okay.
So LED is much less energy, so it doesn't use as much electricity, which is good these days. They don't generate any heat as well. They are all extremely bright. They've all got very high CRI, which is your colour rendering index, which is really important for when you're matching with colours and things like that. And it's just the quality of the lamp. It's what we put in mind is how it works, how the ergonomics work when you want to craft. So a lot of our lamps are sort of thought out if you're going to be at a table, in a chair, with a sewing machine, with a die cutting machine, just making sure that it works for all the crafts that
We've got lamps for absolutely every type of home, every type of need, whether it's desktop, whether it's floor standing. We've even got one of these really kind of in-circular lamps at the moment that people use if they're doing like video blogs and that sort of thing. So if you're after something like that, there's one of these in the show for you in a minute as well. We're going to start though with the floor standing lamp that's in front of me here. Obviously the neck is completely angleable, isn't it?
Yeah, so these are our bestseller. These are called the Lumina family. We do this in a floor lamp and a desk lamp. So as you're saying, Dave, it's the flexibility of the neck with these lamps that you can just literally put them in a knot, turn them, twist them, and get them into the position that is going to work for you. So particularly a lot of people, if they work in a chair, this is ideal because you can bend the light to be just where you need it. So what a lot of people have said to me in the past is that it interferes with the television, it's too bright, things like that. So what you can do, if I can just sort of show you here, so say you were sat here, you can literally get that light where just you are.
Right.
So you can have it
So
just
illuminating your lap or what you're working on.
or your project that you're actually working on. So that is what is so sort of flexible about these. You can just put them literally into a knot. Or if you need that length, you can then obviously take the knot out and have it stretching.
Also, it comes with a remote control, which I think is absolute genius because I'm forever getting really, really kind of uptight trying to find the switch on the cable that's gone under the chair or something like that. You know, this is completely ease of use. And from my mum and dad's point of view, you know, getting up to turn a light on is not an easy task nowadays at their age. So this is something that's totally controllable, and you can control the brightness. Is it two types of light?
So there's 5 different colours on this lamp. So you've got warm light, cool light and daylight, and then a couple of different colours in between. So if you're working on a project where you're going to want to match your colours, then you'll always go for your daylight setting. But it may be that you're using the lamp just to have in the lounge as an ambient light, and so then you would have it on the warm setting.
Okay, so I'm just...
You see there, you've got...
I'm just changing the colour, so it goes from like a lovely warm light. I can also make it brighter. I can dim it down a bit.
So there's 25 different settings on this lamp. So there's 5 colours and 5 brightnesses for each one.
See, I've made it go a kind of a warm light.
Yes,
now,
you have, yeah.
And you can also reduce, you can make it up to 100%, take it down to a quarter. So whatever light is right for you, whatever brightness, whatever tone of light you want, whether it's daylight, whether it's warm or cool, you can choose, or a mixture of all of them. And it's even got a timer on it.
It has, so it's got a 10-minute timer. So say you're saying to yourself, right, only 10 more minutes of crafting, and then that's enough. You can set your timer.
So cool. And, you know, if you fall asleep sometimes reading or something like that, it's going to turn itself off without any problem whatsoever. But you're in control, whether you're illuminating to read, whether you're illuminating to sew, whether you're illuminating maybe, say, a model railway or something like that. Whatever you want to use these for, you're in total control. I can see why it's a bestseller.
Yeah, it's a really popular lamp.
Yeah. Well, you can choose between the white or the black. They are both the same price. $119.99 is the price of the white one. It's the same price for the black as well, but it's a different item number. And this is, I'm pleased to say, on 3 split pays as well of just $39.99. A very unobtrusive lamp. It's a very good-looking lamp, but it's all about its versatility, really, isn't it?
It is. And also, it's got an extremely thin base at the bottom.
Yep.
So a lot of crafting lamps in the past have had very thick bases. So at least one sort of like will tuck nicely under the sofa or the back of the sofa, out of the way.
I don't think I've ever seen a light that's got so
many
different
colours.
functions.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, you've got the one that's right for you. If you want to have the look of daylight or as close to daylight as you possibly can have, which is when you're going to see, obviously, fabrics and coloured cardstock in their true colours.
If you're working with black and if you're working with white, which there's obviously lots of different versions of it, but just to the normal light at the same time, it would just look the same.
Yeah.
So daylight actually gives you what it would be if you were outside at noon on a sunny day.
Right, brilliant. Another thing I love, I personally don't like bright light. I think it's because I work in a studio environment,
Yeah.
5-6 hours a day. When I get home, I like to have mood lighting, and this is going to be able to give you that
Yeah.
as well. You've got the brightness when you need it for the jobs that you're doing, but you've then also got the more subtle light.
Yeah, and that's what we took into account when we sort of designed the lamps, that they didn't just become craft lamps, they could be lamps that could be used in the home as well.
And remember, just one P&P all day long of £3.95. If you bought anything from us from midnight last night to midnight tonight, you'll only pay that P&P once, no matter how big the box may be, no matter how many items you've ordered. If you want to order this today and you want to do it on the phones, it's a free phone call centre just above our heads here in the UK, 0800 001 4433. We can order it on the website as well. And I think we normally find a lot of brand new customers come in for these lights as well. It's the first time we've had you on Hobby Maker, but on Sewing Street,
Yeah.
I know lots of brand new customers find you. So if you are new and you're not a member of the Hobby Maker team yet, then just call the operator, say that you'd like to buy LBN 168, for example, if you want the black one. That's now on the screen for you. Same deal, same price, $119.99. They're both exactly the same deal, so just choose which colour is going to suit your environment, whether it's the office, whether it's your bedroom, whether it's going to be in the lounge. To have, if you're spending quite a bit of time sat down of an evening watching TV, doing a bit of crochet, maybe doing some colouring or something like that, this is perfect to have just very unobtrusively over your shoulder, or actually, as you showed us, Claire, you can easily angle it so that it's actually right illuminating what you're working on your lap,
Yeah.
or a lap tray. You're not kind of polluting the rest of the room with the light.
No, and this particular lamp is a really good option if sometimes you work at a table, but sometimes you work in a chair, because obviously it's perfect for being in a chair, but you can just bring it to the table and obviously have it over the table as well.
Like this picture here, for example. That's someone obviously working on their laptop, but it could be anything. And, so often, if you buy something that's practical, that does a great job, it's not always the best looking thing, whereas these are stylish elements to have in the home. Very much a kind of designer feel. Very sleek, very portable and lightweight as well, although it's got a nice weight to it, so it's not going to topple over.
No, exactly. So obviously it's got but light enough to just be able to move from room to room if that's what you want to do.
One of my pet hates is when you have an angleable light that's got a mind of its own. You put it in a position, next thing it's kind of bouncing all over the place. This stays where you want it to. And remember, I love the fact you've got the remote control here, really good quality. So your on-off button is there as well, so you haven't got any fumbling trying to find the switch on the actual light itself. And you can then just increase and decrease the light, get the right hue you like, whether you like a warm light or a cold light, whether you want daylight. 25 different settings in total. And when you get the one that's right for you, it's always going to be there for you. So fully remote control, and it's 0800 001 4433, the free phone number if you'd like to order that today. Hello to those of you that are coming through. Brand new crafters just purchased one in the black, I do believe. So lots of you are kind of wanting and looking at the ranges as well. So if you want to see the entire range, go to the website hobbymaker.co.uk and you'll see pictures of all the lights we've got for you in the range. And we've had actually a question come through from Susan. Hello, Susan, in Lancashire. If you've got any questions, please do send them in to us via our website. She says, can you replace the bulbs when needed? That's Sue in Nelson.
So LEDs never need to be replaced.
Right.
So LEDs will last up to 50,000 hours.
Wow.
So if you work that out in times of daily use, that's, if you use it about 8 hours a day, that's about 22 years. So I think you'll probably want to change it for another style before it stops working.
So hopefully that's answered your question. So there's no need to worry about bulbs, which is fantastic. Now, we have actually got quite limited stocks of all of the lamps that are in the show today. This one is where we're starting, okay? So this is LBN 168 if you want the black one. We have got the white available as well, all controlled by a remote control, obviously, as well. So LBN 168 if you prefer the black. Is it black or white normally that's the most popular?
Do you know, when we first launched it on Sewing Street, it was the black, then it went to the white, then it went back to the black. So it's just depending on what people want at the time, I think.
Fantastic. Well, whichever's going to suit your environment, your craft room, your home, your lounge, whatever it might be, just give us a call for it, or better still, go to the website. It's free to order there as well. And if you are a new customer, welcome to Hobby Maker. It's a free process to actually become a member of Hobby Maker. All you need to do on the website is have an email address and create a password that you'll remember. That's all. Having said that, though, if you're not really web friendly, you're not really keen on doing selling things on the internet, just phone the free phone number. The operator will join you absolutely free, 0800 001 4433, and say which lamp you would like, and it'll be on its way. Now these, I'm with lockdown and everything over the last couple of years, so many people were investing in these, doing their work meetings online, Zoom, all that sort of thing as well. But also lots of professional people use this type of lighting as well to do their podcasts and that sort of thing.
Yeah, they do. It's also really good for if you do tutorials or teaching, because what you can actually do is you can bend the ring down. So then the mobile phone will obviously be looking at what you're doing on the desk, and then it will record, and then obviously people then be able to see what you're doing, and that's all lit as well.
I'm just thinking the number of crafters, professional and people at home, that use their online presence to deliver projects, to show how products work, that sort of thing. Like all of the crafting friends that I've got that come into the studio do their own video tutorials very often and thrive on something like this because it's going to give you professional illumination.
Yeah, and again, this one's got 5 different lights, so you don't need to change the LEDs as some of the other style ones that are out on the market. You just touch a button and you'll get your warm light, your cool light, and your daylight. And the other thing it comes with is a remote control, which you download an app to your mobile phone. All the instructions come with it. And then this will operate your mobile phone. So there's no more, just touch the button while you're starting,
so you can
stopping.
take a picture of yourself and start the video.
And start the video so that you don't have to worry with all of that as well.
Now, for a lot of people, this probably is a little bit alien and looks a little bit odd, a circular light like this. Can you talk us around it?
Yeah, so it comes with these 3 mobile phone holders, so you don't have to have them all in, but if you decide, so if you're somebody that does Instagram lives and Facebook lives, you can have 2 separate phones in and do it at the same time. Brilliant. So you don't then have to do it once and then do it for Instagram and then do it for Facebook. So that's a really good thing to have them both on there as well. So then you just switch it on here, and you can see there how bright that is.
Yeah.
And then you've got your mode button, which changes the colours.
I'd say that brightest one is on a par with the lights we've got in the studio here, very similar sort of light, bright white light.
Very bright. And so you've got a warm one there, and then you've got a cool one there, and then that's the daylight setting there. So again, 5 different settings.
Yeah.
And each one has a brightness level as well. So you've got 5 different brightnesses on each one. So you've got your plus button there and your minus button there.
I mean, how many of you watching do Facebook Lives? I think all of us do Facebook Lives, if not on a daily basis, certainly 1 or 2 a week. Whether you're a demonstrator, whether you want to show off your work, whether you want to just kind of see the family, maybe family that live in far-flung places, different parts of the world, and you're always struggling getting the light right. This is going to help minimise that problem, and it's a professional tool. I can't get over the price at under £100. I thought these things were really expensive.
It's also really good for photography. So obviously if you make lots of crafts that you want to be able to photograph to maybe sell, or it's really nice just to have your own photo taken in front of it as well. It just makes you look so different.
Hi Brenda in Cambridgeshire. Brenda's in at the moment putting one of these in her basket. If you've been wondering where to find these, or you've been looking for them and you've seen that they're costing a small fortune, this is under £100, and it comes with a tripod.
Yeah.
And it's totally adjustable.
Yep, so you can obviously you can just go up and down, and then obviously quite a bit further down as well. You can come down here, so you've got your 2.
I'm tempted.
You're going to get one.
Yeah, I think I will.
And then if I just also show you how, if you're going to be teaching, then you can actually have the head come right down.
I'm just thinking how many of us now, obviously not in the job we do,
Like
work
this.
from home, but I know so many of you do, and my other half does. I think people who never used to work from home perhaps are just doing like a couple of days in the office and a couple of days at home. So there's a lot of Zoom, there's a lot of FaceTiming going on, and mobile phone communication. This is a professional bit of kit, this. To my mind, not much money at all. For £95.99, I thought this would be hundreds and hundreds of pounds. We've got it on split pay as well. So all you have to pay today is that first split pay of £31.99. Maybe it's not for you. Maybe it's for your son or your daughter or a member of the family that's really into doing their Instagram, Facebook Lives, all that sort of thing. And you're thinking, that's exactly what I've been asked to get for them. You could do show reels and things like that if you want to try and get into show business or TV or anything like that. I mean, when I tried to get into radio and television, there was nothing like this.
No, to be able to do your sort of like,
Exactly.
you know, what
you
you
had to
said
send off like demo tapes
Yeah.
and have them professionally shot. Now you can do it on the phone.
Yeah.
TXN 198 is your item number. Really impressed this. TXN 198, 3 split payments of $31.99. That's all you pay today, plus your P&P of $3.95. If you've already paid that today on something else that you've bought, you don't have to pay any more P&P at all. Really impressed with that. I'm gonna
get one. It comes with
yeah.
a case as well.
Oh, right.
So I'll just grab the case. So to obviously make sure that you can keep the ring protected as well.
Perfect.
So it comes in a nice case as well.
Yeah, so if you're going off maybe to do meetings in where you work, a different building, or you're going to do some kind of crafting get-togethers, and you want to be as professional as possible and really impress people, a light like this is going to give you not only the best illumination, but it's going to give you the best support for your mobile phone. It doesn't matter what type of mobile phone you've got.
No.
They just basically clamp onto the goosenecks there, and you can have 3 of them on display, or 3 of them working at any one time. So 0800 001 4433 will get you through to the call centre. If you'd rather order online, you can do that, of course, which is hobbymaker.co.uk. As soon as I saw that in the studio today, my heart lit. I thought, I've got to get one of those. Got to get one. Okay, let's go back to a more traditional type of illumination now. And what we've got for you now is a clamp system. It's not going to damage the surface that you put it on or
No,
anything
because
like
they've
that.
got little pads
Okay.
inside all of them.
Excellent. So again, if you've got maybe a craft desk or a desk that you sit at and work at a lot, and you want to have the portability aspect, then this is going to give it to you big time. But virtually, I'd say 90% of the neck is angleable.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
So this is exactly the same as the floor standing lamp. Just that it clamps to the table rather than being on a floor stand.
Okay. And as you can see here, plenty of flexibility. Again, if you want to, if I was sat next to this, and this is my coffee table, for
Yeah.
example, I was sat next to it, you can have that lamp right down close to you. It doesn't get hot, because that's
No.
what you said, these bulbs don't.
Don't generate heat, no.
You don't have to worry about replacing bulbs, because it's going to last you literally years and years and years. And what price are we doing this on? This is $95.99. And on split pay, again, 3 split payments of $31.99. And again, produced presumably for total flexibility and
Yeah.
portability.
For that, and just to be able to, it works really well on a table, if you've got a crafting bench, or some people put them onto their trolleys, so it can be used in lots of different things. They fold up really small, so if you go to classes and things like that, they're really portable to take to classes.
What about if you've got a caravan or a mobile home?
Yeah, because obviously then you just fold it up and pop it in a drawer when you're not using it, and they come with a remote control as well.
Okay.
So same as before.
Now, we haven't got the black one plugged in, but
With the white one, have we?
can we turn the white one on? Oh, the white one's on. Okay, good.
Yeah, there we
So you've got a control actually on the base.
Yep.
But you have got a remote control with it too. We're not plugged in, I don't think.
I'm not sure if that one is plugged in. Is it on? Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Brilliant.
So there you can see the different lights again. Got the warm, the
Obviously,
daylight.
it's very difficult on TV
Yeah,
to get
it's quite
across.
hard sometimes for them to come across.
But I think you can see the difference in the hues. Whether you're like me and prefer a more subtle light, you've got that option with the remote control. If you really want as bright a light as possible, so you can see what you're doing. Maybe you're struggling to read because the light is bad. In my office at home, one of my bugbears was that I was always sat in my own light.
Yeah.
Because the window was behind me,
Yeah.
and my desk was pointing towards the wall.
Yeah.
I was always in my own shadow.
Sure.
Whereas
So
something like this would be perfect.
would be perfect for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So a lot of people use them over their desks and for offices as well.
Sure. Well, if you want portability, and remember the clamp is very furniture friendly. It's not going to leave any dents or scratches or marks or anything like that. And it, obviously all of these are portable, but some are more portable than others. This certainly is. Now we only have single figure stock of both of these lamps available, okay? Whether you want to go for the black or whether you want to go for the white. Details coming up on the black one now. CNN186 is your item number. That's the product code. And it's a lovely size of light as well. It's very unobtrusive, but it really does deliver and packs a punch, doesn't it, with what it gives you?
Very bright.
Yeah. Have you been involved in like the design of these?
I have, yes.
Right, okay.
Yeah. Because I used to speak to crafters quite regularly at exhibitions,
Yeah.
and that was the big thing they used to say, we can't get the light where we need to get it to.
Yeah.
So that was why we've become quite well known for our goosenecks and to have that length on there.
Well, and this is your debut on
Yeah.
Hobby Maker today.
It is.
You know, we're about 6-7 weeks old here at Hobby Maker. We're getting brand new guests all the time. Now, obviously, Claire's been on Sewing Street before, because obviously if you're working with fabrics, it's important to colour match properly.
Yeah.
To be able to see your stitches properly as well. But of course now, it's all crafting that we're kind of talking about here, not just fabrics. We're talking about jewellery making with beads and that sort of thing, colouring in with different products and pens, the Spectrum wire pens, making sure you've got a good colour blend, and all of that needs good illumination. And also, you know, a good reading lamp as well.
Yeah, I mean, lots of people use them for reading as well. So, and I think that's what's nice about the style and the design of our lamps, that they don't look out of place in the home after you've finished your crafting.
No, exactly. Whether you've got a traditional house, whether it's a modern flat, whatever you live in, you know, these are going to look the part, but deliver what you want them to as well. For less than £100, again, a really good price, a really good deal. Split pay is there for absolutely all of you, everyone watching, whether you've been a customer of ours for the last 6 or 7 weeks or whether you're brand new today, split pay is there. That's what we offer as a company, interest-free over 3 payments, but we don't have a massive amount of stock of these. 0800 001 4433, that will get you through to our call centre in this building in the UK, and they will process your order for you and welcome you to Hobby Maker. If you'd rather do it on the website, it's hobbymaker.co.uk, and you can, of course, become a member there as well. Just your email address is what we need, and your password, which of course you can make up yourself. Something memorable that you won't forget. CNN 186. Right, next one we're going to
Going over this then?
is over here to the desk. Right.
The colours with us.
This one first?
Yeah.
This one first, the clamp. Okay, so another clamp idea, totally different look.
Yeah.
This one's slightly more streamlined, more kind of a pencil.
Yes, again, this one is even more portable because it bends up into such a tiny, tiny little bit when you haven't got it down. And this one just gives you daylight, so it doesn't give you all the different colours. So obviously we're talking slightly different price ranges for these. So that's obviously that you don't get the remote control, but you get the daylight, which is really important.
How do you turn that one on then?
So you turn that one on at the end. So I'm just going to put that in a bit. So again, it's got the real flexibility here.
It has got flexibility.
So you just turn it on there.
Yeah.
That's been plugged in, right?
So basically it reacts to your touch.
Yes. I'm not too sure. But the flexibility of that one, and then you would keep your finger on the end, and then it does dims up and down normally on that one.
Well, this one, if you like the idea and the design of this one, this is under £50.
Yeah.
So £49.99, and this is also on 3 split pays as well. I think all of them are on 3 split pays at the moment. So that is £16.66, your first payment of 3 today, plus your P&P of £3.95. Okay, so that's £16.66, your first payment. And again, I can imagine that being useful maybe for students and that sort of thing.
So you've got a clamp there. So just so you can see the style, it's a spring clamp, this one, rather than like a screw-in clamp. So. And also that one just folds down so small.
Wow.
If you wanted to pop it into like a craft bag or a sewing bag or anything like that.
Could you also use it if you've got maybe power out in the garage? You could also use it if you're working on the car.
Yeah.
If you've got like a mechanical issue or something like that, you can clamp it onto the side of the bonnet.
Yes.
I think we've got a little bit of a circuit issue with our extension.
Yeah, I think it's the USB. That's been connected down there. That doesn't normally happen. So, and just to say that every light is also comes with a 2-year guarantee as well. So
good. And it's a USB connection, is it?
Yes, that one's a USB connection.
So all you need is a USB plug, which I think quite a few appliances come with these days, like mobile phones and that sort of thing. Or if you haven't got one of those, you can readily find one on the internet. They're not much money at all, just a few quid. And they're yours. £16.66 then, your first split payment today, or you can pay in full if you'd rather, and that's £49.99. HRN145 is your item number there. Probably one of the sleekest lights I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, I think so. This one does come in white as well, so you can get that one in black and white.
Okay, and it's just basically the daylight that it gives you. So you haven't got the option to have the kind of warm light. It's the daylight, but that's what I think an awful lot of crafters want, because it's that then gives you the total clarity of colour. Don't wait for the white, because there isn't one. It's basically black in this design. That's all we have, and at under £50, one of the best prices of the entire show for what it does and where it can go.
Yes, definitely. So also, if you plug it into anything else that has a USB socket, then you're not using an extra type of electricity.
Good point.
So, which is also quite really good at the moment to be using less power.
Where are you going to be putting yours? If you've got any questions for Claire, by the way, please do feel free to email in. Or maybe you've already got one of these lights. Maybe you've been watching Sewing Street and you've got one in your home and you want to show us a picture of where you've put it and you using it or whatever. We'd love to hear from you too. But this one, remember, is really, really affordable at less than £50, $49.99, and it's HRN 145. Now, the travel lamp, I presume it's this one.
Yeah.
This looks the business. It really does. And presumably, there we go. Now, this wasn't set up when I started at 1 o'clock today, so I've not had a chance to play with these. This is a 2-in-1, is it?
It is, yeah. So that one you have as a lamp, and then you've got 3 different colours on there. So you've got your cool light, your warm light, and your daylight.
Yeah.
And then if you close it and tap it twice on the on button, it's a torch.
Ah, how genius is that? How clever.
So that one is brilliant because, again, we've made our lights to be usable for more than one thing, more than just crafting. So you're not, you might be going to, say, a craft class, walking home in the dark. So you've got your light in the class, and then you've got your torch to walk home.
But also it could be a bedside cabinet.
Bedside,
light.
yeah. Lots of people
how
use
often
them
do
for
you get up in the middle of the
reading.
night for the call of nature and you can't really move the light very easily, whereas this, totally portable, battery operated?
Yeah, it's rechargeable.
Right.
That one. So we've got a rechargeable battery in there. So once it's charged up, it will last for 8 hours.
Now, what's the price on this? $49.99. I've never seen a light like this. Such a clever concept. Does it take long to charge up?
No, about, because it's got what they call a C plug for charging, so that's quick charging.
Right.
So we only had it on charge probably about 20 minutes before the show. So, but to have it fully charged, probably about an hour.
Okay, well, let me just show you. I'll just go through the different levels of light for you. So there it is off. And if you want to, of course, store it with it down, that's obviously ideal. But then you just literally lift it to the angle that you want, tap the button once. That then turns it on to the lowest light.
No, that's a different colour. So you've got, I think, warm light, then daylight, then cool light. And then they dim up and down as well. Yep. So each colour, if you keep your finger on it, then that will dim further down.
Oh, yeah. That's really, really impressive. The technology these days. Isn't that great? Just holding my finger on it, and that's
going down.
It's going down. Oh, wow. Brilliant. Very, very impressed with this. And it's really ergonomic, really stylish. The plastic it's made from feels really good quality, actually.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we're very careful with the quality that we use because there is lots of lights out there that you can buy, but there is different qualities of LEDs as well. Yeah. So we obviously make sure that we always have good quality LEDs.
Well, that shows. It really does. Well, this, I think, is one of the picks of the show, without a shadow of a doubt. At less than £50, 2 split payments on this one. So that's $24.99 today and $24.99 in 4 weeks' time. Okay, and that is with the cap P&P of $3.99. $3.95. Okay, now the next ones we've got for you, again, very stylish, available in black or white again. These lamps, as you can probably see, have got a circular head, whereas the other ones have had more of a rectangular head or tubular head. So this is going to give again a lovely surface area of light, a lovely pool of light. And there's no remote with these. What you've got is a touchpad. So you've got your on-off button just there, and presumably...
The arrows change the colour again.
Ah, right.
To warm, cool and daylight.
You can see the different levels of light illuminating my hands. And if you want a different type of light, a brighter light, a daylight effect, all very, very touch sensitive. No fiddly switches. So if you've got dexterity issues and you're probably struggling to find the switch and that sort of thing, like I was saying earlier on, this is absolute godsend, isn't it?
Yeah, so again, you've got, most of our lamps have all 3 colours. Minimum of 3 colours, unless it will always have at least daylight. So that one you've got warm, cool and daylight, and then again you've got 3 brightness settings on each colour. So this lamp gives you 9 different colours that you can use.
Wow. And it's totally angleable, so the base is angleable, the neck at the top is angleable as well. So if you want to, again, get it right down close to what you're working on.
Yeah, you can do that. And then also it folds completely flat when you're not using it, so for packing away.
think of everything. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Now, is this powered with a...
This is a mains operated,
right,
this
3-pin plug.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's just sort of like, we've got some paper on here just to sort of show the difference of when you look at the paper, and then obviously once you then see it when you've got the lights on there, so you can see as well how it changes the colour of the paper, so that when you get to daylight, you know that's the actual colour of the actual paper. And just to sort of show, like if you're working on, say, just the overhead light, which is yellow, how important it is to use the daylight setting if you're working with colours and making sure that your colours match as well.
So, you know, if you're a gemstone fan, for example, and you love admiring the gems and looking at the colour and the richness of the colour and the faceting and everything else, it's a great for a collector. I mean, I'm a model maker. That's what I tend to do more of than anything else. And again, to have good light source is absolutely key. It's imperative, not just from a colour point of view, but also from a precision point of view as well. Sitting in your own light is a real frustration. Someone that's studying, maybe someone that's going off to uni or anything like that, and you know that they complain about the poor light, maybe just a 60-watt bulb in the ceiling, and that's it. That's not good for anybody, really. So having directional light that you control, everyone's different in what they want from light. Some people prefer bright light, some people prefer a softer light.
And sometimes people find that daylight is too much. That's why we've got the 5 settings on some of the lights, so that you can maybe just come down slightly from daylight, but you still get it to be able to do what you need to be able to match your colours.
And I'm sorry, these are some of the most stylish lamps I've seen.
Oh, that's very nice.
They really are lovely. I mean, they're very unfussy, very simple to operate, but they're very sleek and very stylish. It's obvious, you know, that an awful lot of thought's gone into the way the lamp looks as well as the way it behaves.
Yeah.
So it is a piece of furniture, isn't it? It's a piece of furniture at the end of the day. Now, again, value for money on this is exceptional. $45.99 for a lamp of this quality is brilliant. And we've got it on 3 split pays as well. So that's $15.33. And that's all you pay if you've already bought something today from us, because the P&P is capped at $3.95. And it'll be on its way, and it'll be with you in the next few days. But also, it's got a really nice feel to it. It's got a nice weight. It's not too lightweight, but a nice wide base. But I just think it's going to look fantastic in any lounge, bedroom, or any environment, really. And it gives a nice large...
It does, yeah. So I think with having the round head on this one, it gives quite a big pool of light.
Yeah, I mean, the narrow heads are more directional light. This is more of a kind of like a skirt of light, isn't it?
Yeah, these ones are ideal for reading, these ones, because they'll sort of light up the book area. Whereas the ones with the very bendy neck are very good, like if you're in a chair and you want to make sure that the light's just on what you're working on, very directional.
And maybe you want a couple of them, one for your side of the bed, one for your other half side of the bed. Again, they would look good as bedside lights. And again, if someone wanted to maybe go to sleep, but you wanted to carry on reading or something, it's going to be adjustable, so it's not going to be annoying for the partner. So $45.99, 3 split interest-free payments of $15.33. That's all we ask you for today if you want to spread the cost of this. Now, that was the details for the white one. Okay, so the white one, if you want that one, is JTN10... Well, this one's the black now. Okay, JTN 102 is the black. Okay, I must admit I like both, but I think the black to me has the edge. Yeah, very elegant. Maybe it's going to be a light at work. Maybe you're a self-employed person, got an office, and you're already struggling with the paperwork. Maybe you have to spend, you know, late evenings working late or whatever. This is a perfect investment, and nice and light, but really well built.
Yeah.
Very well built. Okay, well, there it is if you'd like yours. I love the fact that it's now your own company.
Yes.
Because I know you worked for a company previously. Now you set up your own.
I have,
taken all your expertise with you.
Yeah, and listen to what it was that people wanted.
Yeah.
And I still go to the craft shows now and talk to all the end users and find out what it is that they like and if there's a lamp missing in the range.
Well, we've got a message coming through from Louise. Hello, Louise. Good afternoon. Happy Bank Holiday Monday to you. She says, may I ask, is the white plastic used light resistant? Does it discolour over time? I'm looking to replace older lamps. Good question.
Yeah, no, it doesn't discolour over time. It is resistant, and that is obviously things that we look at. And we've got different types of plastic that's used on all the different lamps as well. And also the goosenecks, we have a certain type of reinforced gooseneck, because I know in the past there's been quite a lot that have sometimes ended up sort of like drooping after a period of time. So we don't have that vertebrae feel in the neck. where we've had like the reinforced style of steel to make sure that they keep their position.
Yeah, there's no of that kind of graunching sound or anything like that. It's very, very flexible.
Yeah.
But this, of course, doesn't have that, but it's a very, very stylish lamp. Which one are you thinking of going for, I wonder? Let us know which one you take the plunge and go for. They're all gorgeous. It's just a case of what you need your light for. What are you going to be doing with your lamp? Why are you buying it? Are you upgrading from old lamps or whatever? Let us know. Okay, now we are going to be moving over and looking at another one in just a second that's actually got magnification on it. Claire, if we could just have a wander over. Now, this is certainly going to appeal to those of you that maybe watch our sister channel, Jewellery Maker of a morning maybe. This is going to be great, and it's also great if you're like me into model making and fiddly little parts and that sort of thing. This is, again, a really good LED light, but it's got built-in magnification, and it's a UZN187 4599, and that's the Native Lighting Chameleon Desk Magnifier. Who did you have in mind when this was developed?
So this one initially was sort of developed for anybody that works with intricate detail, really. And a lot of the magnifiers that are on the market in the craft industry are only 1.75 magnification.
All right.
This is 3 times. So this is really, really magnified.
Oh, excellent.
So it's amazing. Also, we've got, again, the 3 colour changing on there. That's why we call it the chameleon, from the colour changing.
Ah, right.
So
we can actually see the magnification on our overhead camera, I believe. So you can see, if I just take that away, you can see the size of the pot.
Yeah.
If I pop that in there, look at the difference. Now you can be looking at inclusions in gemstones, you could be looking at stitching if you're into your cross stitch or your embroidery or anything like that. Really, really close up detail. I'm struggling as I'm getting older, my eyesight's getting worse. I think that happens to most of us. But to be able to do really, really tiny jobs, whether it's model making, whether it's jewellery that you're into, whatever it might be, 3 times magnification, that's impressive.
Yeah, that's really high. And what a lot of people tend to often say is, I can't craft anymore because I can't see. And before you think you definitely have to get a magnifier, sometimes you just need a really good quality light because they've been trying to work without a light. Then if you still feel you're struggling, then go for the magnifier. And it's been so heartwarming to hear so many people say, I had to give up until I had your light. And since I've had your light and your magnifier, I can go back to doing my crafting. But yeah, this, again, it's a really flexible. So again, we've got the gooseneck.
Yeah.
And it's also got the 3 colours. So the warm light, the cool light, and the daylight. And it's got 3 different brightnesses on each colour. So again, the lamp gives you 9 different settings.
That is very impressive. And again, the build quality is obvious. The components, what it's made from, high quality all the way through. But the difference it's going to make to you, if you struggle reading small print, for example, on the back of products, for example, I mean, I even with my glasses on, can't read a lot of that half the time.
A lot of people find that the struggle. And the nice thing with this is, you might not always need a magnifier all the time. So it's like, well, do I need a light? Do I need a magnifier? Well, you can use the magnifier, and then you can pop the lid down, and then just use it as a light. So you can do that as well, which makes, this is extremely bright, this one.
Let me just lift this up again, just so you can see the amount of magnification. Look at the size, and look at the clarity of the image as well. That's the important thing.
Yeah, because some magnifiers, as you go towards the edge, they can distort.
Yeah,
so that's another really important thing for me, that any magnifiers that we take into the range must not distort, so that you get a clear view from the whole of the magnifier.
So the lens is absolutely gorgeous quality, it really is. And just to again show you, if I just move that out, you can see how small those stones are and how small the actual dish is. Is there any distortion when I move that in there? From edge to edge, the magnification and the image is wonderfully crystal clear and sharp, and that's what a 3 times magnification can give you. But remember, you're in control with the light, whether it is bright light, whether it is a more golden light that you prefer. But this is on daylight now, isn't it?
This is on the daylight setting now, yeah.
Well, Kathleen in Perth and brand new crafters coming through, 2 brand new crafters coming through for this one in actual fact. We don't have masses of stock of this, but if this is the one that's really kind of ticked the box for you, if you struggle with the small attention to detail and the small detailed parts of jewellery, model making, small print on products that you can't read very easily, if you're doing fiddly little stitches and it's going horribly wrong because you haven't got the right light source, this is going to give you the right light source, and it's going to deliver the magnification for you you as well. I think have we seen every light that's in the show now?
We have.
We have. Okay, we are going to recap. So if you're waiting to see the whole collection, make your mind up now as to which one is right for you, for your home or for your partner's home or your partner or whatever. Wherever it's going to go, whether it's for work or whether it's for fun, you choose the light that's right for you. I think we've got a light for everybody, really.
We have, and we've got that one working now, so we can recap.
Yes, that was our dodgy connection under the
Yeah.
counter. We've had some issues with the electrics at this side of the studio in the last couple of days, so apologies. They're all working beautifully well, and I think we'll show you in a second how good that looks. Now, the ring light just by the side of Claire again, this is phenomenal for the price. I really can't get over just how affordable this is. I always thought these things were many, many hundreds of pounds, but in actual fact, this is under £100. And you're looking at it thinking, where would I use that? Well, basically, this is for those of you that use your phones or use the internet, maybe for doing FaceTiming, for doing, attending maybe online webinars, anything like that at all. And I think a lot of crafters now are doing that, reaching out to their crafting friends in the community through Facebook and Instagram, all of that. And that's why these are needed.
Yeah, and it's ideal if you are doing tutorials or teaching people, because you can bring the head down like this. And then the mobile phone here will obviously be underneath while you're doing whatever you're crafting, you're making. And then you get a little remote control that comes with this. And then this pairs to your mobile phone, and this will operate your mobile phone, so you can see exactly what it does with the phone,
so
and
you
then
can get professional results.
Yeah, and also that app you can do editing in as well. So all the instructions would come in the case with the light for that.
That's pretty amazing that you got like an editing package with it too.
It's a really clever one as well. You can do quite a bit with it.
So if it's something that you've been looking into, or maybe you've been doing the old FaceTiming or the webinars like that, or perching your phone on something precarious and it always slips off, or the lighting's just never good enough, you're always sat in your own shadow or whatever, this is a very professional solution. I mean, lots of broadcasters use things like this as well. When we were in lockdown, you saw lots and lots of entertainers and broadcasters, news people that were talking from their own homes using something
these.
like this.
Yeah, definitely. So. And it's really nice for photography. It just changes the whole light in the room. I actually have one in the corner of my office at home because it's a very small window and it's quite dark. And if I have it on the daylight setting, it just makes the room feel like it's got daylight in. So it just does give it a lovely...
Can you talk us through the different light settings as well? Susan in Staffordshire. Hello, Susan. You're in on this.
So we've got the mode button here, which gives you the different ones. So you've got daylight, again, you've got your warm light, then very cool light, and then going back to daylight. So you've got 4 different colours on this one.
The thing is, you can see your screen on your phone, so you can see which setting is giving you the best result.
Yeah. It depends how, if you want to look sort of soft and warm, you'll have it on the warm one. If you want to look very sort of bright, very standing out, the sort of like more natural, then you'd use the daylight setting. And then you've got the different brightnesses on each one as well. So you've got the minus button here, so it goes down 5 on each colour.
Yeah.
And then you obviously go back up.
Total controllability.
5 times.
By the way, if you did shop with us last weekend and you got your email saying that you've got a 10% voucher, you can put that 10% voucher towards this purchase today if you wanted to. And that would mean that you'd only be paying, £9.50 less for this particular lamp, if that's what you want to go for. So an extra good saving if you've got that email from us that got sent out the other day. Now, we had a message from Zoe in Lincolnshire, and she says, the Eclipse ring, can you fix an iPad to it?
We can't actually fix an iPad to these ones. They do stretch out quite a bit for the larger phones, but they don't actually put an iPad on. It's something I'm looking into actually, to be able to connect DLR cameras to them and also to be able to connect iPads. But at the moment, it's just the large mobiles.
Okay, so they're working on it, but not at the moment. But certainly, if you've got a mobile phone, which I think everybody watching probably has, whether you use FaceTime an awful lot, or maybe you don't because you haven't got the facilities. It just doesn't look professional enough. I mean, some people are doing job interviews.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
On their phones.
And it's brilliant, again, as I said, for photography, because you can light it. It doesn't create any shadows as well. So that's really good, obviously, when you're creating photography. A lot of people have them in front of them when they're on Zoom, because, again, it just makes you look so much brighter and sort of alert as well.
Well, I'm really won over with this, a really professional bit of kit. And I mean, the tripod as well. it comes with, you know, you expect that, I would expect that to be many hundreds of pounds, not just 90 anything. 95.99 on split pay. It's 31.99 your first payment of 3. Now back to your bestseller then, Claire. This is what you say is the number one. The black is the most popular of the whole show. So if you want the black, here it is. We've got the white available, of course, as well. This is a freestanding lamp, and it's got the remote control with it too, remember, which I find really impressive, actually. So there we go. There it is on. And how many different settings?
That's got 5 different colours, and then 5 brightness settings on each colour.
Right. So let's adjust the brightness again, up and down. And then changing the colour again to a more kind of golden glow rather than the daylight white. You've got everything to really kind of play for here. Now, lots of you, actually some of you are going for 2 of them. A brand new crafter's just called in and gone for 2. Yvonne, hello to you. Louise in Greater Manchester, really liking the look of this black one. I've got a message from Louise, actually, I think. So what Louise says, want to buy 2 lamps. Where are they manufactured, please?
They are manufactured in China, but we do have our own quality control team that obviously makes sure that all the components that are being used are correct and to our specification.
Good. So guaranteed quality.
And everything's guaranteed for 2 years.
Great. Now also you can reduce this light right down in degrees and go up to 100%, then take it down to 20%. Warm, cool, I love it. I really love this.
You like this lamp?
I do. And you've got the 10-minute timer and you've got the 60-second timer too.
Yeah, so I think quite often people might be like, okay, I'm only going to read for another 10 minutes or craft for another 10 minutes, and it's ideal. It's like, right, once the light goes off, that's it. I need to finish now.
Where do I aim the remote?
You aim at this control, the control panel.
Because I was aiming at the head.
Yeah, a lot of people do that, yeah, so it needs to be at the control panel. So you obviously have the option of touching the controls, obviously, on the actual stem of the lamp. That's just got your power button, your colour and your different brightness levels, but then obviously you've got all the other options on the remote control. There's also a night light on there. You see the little moon in the middle. So when you put that on, that just has like a little glow around the outside of the light.
So maybe someone's a little bit scared of the dark, maybe a youngster in the family or something like that. That could be a nice little comfort light to go by. But again, nearly a third of the stock has gone on the black one now. I can see why it's one of the best sellers that you do. $119.99. It will equally look good in the bedroom, as it would do in the lounge, as it would do in the office, as it would do in your craft room, wherever you want to put it. And it's not too heavy that you can't easily move it around from room to room.
And a lot of people that work sometimes at a table and then sometimes in a chair choose this lamp because obviously you can just put it up against the table and then you can obviously have it to over the chair when you're working in the chair as well. So this is an ideal option for if you move around the house and move in different rooms.
And it's also that the head is so unobtrusive. You know, it's not going to get in the way of your hands or your arms if you are doing some stitching or something fiddly or some repairs to a garment or something like that. You can have it right down close to your lap and it's not going to make your lap get really hot.
No, it doesn't generate any heat. And that is the thing about this light. You put it where you need it and then it just is very directional. It doesn't flood or spill the light from any other areas. It's just on that project. And they're extremely bright, these lamps. They're 690 lumens.
I am very impressed. And, you know, the actual quality of the illumination as well is impressive. Normally you get on, off, bright light, warm light, and that would be the option. But here you've got so many different levels of brightness, all the different colorways as well, the different colors that you can select too. So whether you love a warm light, whether you prefer the recreation of daylight or the look of daylight, everything's there literally in this remote control for $119.99 and 3 split pays as well. So for under £40 today, this will be delivered in the next few days. And you either pay $3.95 now for this, or if you bought something earlier on today, it's postage paid for the rest of the day. We're not going to charge you any more than that $3.95 that you've already paid. Which one would you go for, black or white in your house?
Probably black. I think it would just fit with the decor a bit more.
And black is in the lead in the show, I believe, at the moment. Yeah, so black is in the lead at the moment. But if you prefer the brightness of the white, if that's more to your taste, maybe you've got white furniture in the bedroom, white furniture possibly in the lounge or whatever, or very light suite, anything like that. I mean, obviously black is more dramatic and it's going to stand out against a light wall.
Yeah.
If you rather it be more discreet and you've got maybe quite light painted walls and things like that, the white one would be better.
Yeah. Another thing as well, a lot of people say they really like about it is if they don't want it out all the time, they can just pop it behind the sofa and just put the head down, and then it's like out the way as well. So that's another thing that people have said they really like about this.
You could also use it as an uplighter.
Yes. John Scott from next door uses them as uplighters.
Does he?
He loves them.
Yeah,
These
I'm
are
not
his
surprised.
favourite lamp.
Yeah. But also if you've got like a favourite picture, for example, because we recently got a picture from a gallery about a year ago, and we wanted to illuminate it.
Yeah.
To get an electrical light physically put into the wall would have cost a small fortune. So something like this that you
Would
can
do the
angle
job,
it.
yeah.
Do the job very nicely. You could actually hide it behind the sofa, but angle upwards.
Yeah.
So that would work. So yeah, lots of different possibilities for this. It is the best-selling option out of everything in the show today. It's the #1 bestseller for Claire. $119.99. You just need to make your mind up whether you want to have the black one or the white one. Details on the screen are for the black. Now, rosemary in Kent and honey in Cornwall are also coming through for these as well right now. There is literally a light for every occasion, for every need in the show. I just want to show you the magnifier is proving massively popular. I just wanted to show you that one that we had trouble with earlier on, that was our connection under the table, nothing to do with the lamp whatsoever. And there it is, you can see it's lit up there for you. So have no fear, if that was the one you were going to go for, it works perfectly. It was our dodgy connection under the desk, so apologies for that. Right, let's go back to the magnifier then. I think that's been one of our best sellers this hour as well.
Right.
Now we've seen everything, you know, it's tempting when you see a brand new range, as this is all new to me today. You want to see everything that's available and then make your mind up as to which one you want to go for. This one, if you struggle with visuals and seeing things tiny close up, then this is perhaps the one to go for without a shadow of a doubt. 3 times magnification, you said?
Yes, 3 times on this one.
Can we see the magnification again, just to prove a point? Look how crisp and clear all those gemstones are. But if I just move that away, you can see how, in real life, what size we're talking about. Put it back underneath the magnifier again, in that illumination, absolutely crisp, no kind of fuzziness on the edges, because that's a really good point you made earlier on. A lot of the ones I've seen in the past do tend to, the visuals deteriorate.
Yeah, so what you look for is the distortion on the outer rim. So any magnifiers that we take into the range has to be clarity the whole way around.
And look again at the instant response to my finger, the different levels of brightness and also the different colorways as well, whether you want the natural daylight look or whether you want a slightly warmer glow, you choose. I mean, I prefer the warmer if I'm in, you know, if I'm relaxing.
Yeah.
But if I'm working on something, like putting gems onto a ring or onto a chain or something like that, I want the natural light.
Got some text there as well, which I'm not sure if it's, with it being on white, if that will show the text.
I can dim the light down a little bit.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go. So if I just angle it up a little bit more, obviously the more you go back or up, the bigger the magnification becomes.
Yeah.
But look at the difference. Very, very impressive this. And again, you choose the light you want. How bright, what colourway.
So we've got daylight, warm light and cool light, and then 3 brightnesses on each one. So there's 9 settings on this magnifier.
And everything's guaranteed for 2 years.
All guaranteed for 2 years.
Terrific.
And then you can angle it. So it may be that you're working on something where you need to angle it, so you can twist it. Again, it's got the gooseneck, the gooseneck that obviously we have on all the lamps as well.
Well, I'm impressed. Every light, and certainly that's got my name on it. I'm going to go
You're going to
for
get
one of those.
one of those.
Yeah, definitely. Well, nowadays you can do so many professional things with your camera, with your phone, including broadcasting live on FaceTime and Facebook and all that sort of thing. But if you haven't got the right light, it looks very unprofessional if you're holding it, doing it. That will hold that for you, but it also, of course, means that you've got the perfect illumination as well for less than £100. So have a little look at the whole range. Claire, great to see you again.
Yes, lovely to see you. It's lovely to be on Hobby Maker.
Yeah, you'll be back soon, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Okay, more to come, of course, on this Bank Holiday Monday, including more from Craig and Crafter's Companion, and also Gwen from Creative Expressions, just around the corner. Hobby Maker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670 Freesat channel 807 and Freeview channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Join us this Easter bank holiday weekend here on Hobbymaker for our Easter extravaganza. On Friday, brand new slimline nesting dies from Crafter's Companion and Stamping Essentials. Burt & Gertz with brand new Jubilee themed MDF. On Saturday, we've brand new woodware bubble bloom stamps from Creative Expressions plus Cosmic Shimmers. Be creative with Stampers Friends Show Special and Screen Pal. And on Sunday, hunky-dory Easter deals with Dreamies and their launch show. And on Monday, Creative Expressions, Native Lighting and Crafter's Companion. Also, shop between Friday the 15th to Monday the 18th and one lucky person will win their Easter basket for free. Now, if you shop with us last weekend, don't forget to use your 10% off discount code. So a great lineup. Make sure you stay tuned this Easter weekend here on Hobbymaker.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker. Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
Yeah, go on. Hopping on with chocolate. Thailand, yeah, definitely. Favourite place I've been. David Beckham. No, never. I don't get why people want to warm up pineapple. I will survive. As long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. Yeah, people never paid me to sing. Breaking Bad. Biscuit. A lot of people don't agree with that, do they? But I'd say biscuit. I can juggle. Thank you. Oh no! Oh! Makes it look like I can't juggle.
Hi everyone, yes, happy Easter. Hope you're having a lovely weekend, making the most of that extra day off if you've got a day off today. If you haven't, well, thank you for tuning in anyway and watching Hobbymaker. Maybe today's the first day that you've actually found us, because normally during this time you'd be hard at work or out with the kids or something. You've got a bit of downtime today. I'm Dave Bradford. We've been here now about 6 or 7 weeks, and we're here every single day between 1 and 6 for 5 hours of non-stop fun and craft with brilliant companies, brilliant brands, brilliant guests as well. And this particular show is all about Crafter's Companion and also the dies that will make your shaker elements. You can actually make little sequins, and we'll talk about that in a second. A couple of things to let you know about. It is, of course, a special Easter weekend, so we're doing a few things purely for fun, really. Drop the word. Now, what's that all about? Basically, at some point during this hour, you're going to hear me mention one of those objects on the left-hand side. Okay, one of those I will say during the show. If you, when you hear it, say the word that I've said, and email it to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. And then 3 people at the end of business today will win themselves a £10 credit on their account. So that's the first thing. Let's drop the word. Listen out for a word that I will drop in the next 50 odd minutes or hour. Also, you've got the chance to actually win your basket. Now, one customer who buys something from us from Friday through to Monday, including today, will be lucky and win the contents of their basket. So you will win whatever you've bought in that basket, you will win and you'll get a refund for your purchase. Okay, so that's something else that's going on throughout the day today. And if you want to get in touch with us, we'd love to get your messages via our website, hobbymaker.co.uk. You can send a message to the studio, or you can just send an email to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. It's as simple as that. Get in touch, say hello, and spread the Easter happiness. Now, let me bring in my very good friend, Mr. Craig.
How you
Mr.
doing?
Craig Laird. How are you,
Good.
mate?
I'm doing good, thank you. Raring
see you
to
again,
go
mate.
for again, another
Absolutely.
hour. That first hour of this one, so busy.
I know. I'm
Not
so
surprised.
busy. And it flew. It really,
It
really
did.
did. Now, what we've got for you are various offers, but the main bundle is the 4 die sets at the top
is.
here and the 3 plates down the bottom. Now, when you said to me earlier on today, we're launching dies that will allow you to make your own sequins. I
Yeah.
thought, really? How clever is that?
Really
because
clever.
I've never seen anything like it before. These plates, you've got hearts, you've got stars, and you've got the standard circular sequins, but it literally cuts all those out for you in one pass through your machine.
It does. So if you love your shaker cards, usually when it comes to shaker cards, we do sequins, we do glitter, we do micro beads, all these sorts of things. What we've done now is we've got these 3 plates. They are a die, so you would use them in the exact same way as you would use your die, but all of these pieces that die cut out, whether it's the sequins, whether it's the stars or the hearts, that's then going to give you your shaker element for your cards.
So you'd never buy sequins again.
You don't
need
have to.
And you'll always have them in the right colour because you choose your cardstock and then cut them out with the die.
That's it.
But also included in the big bundle are these. Now, these are a mixture of dies and stamps to make your actual shaker card. So you've got a mason jar, which, it's not just for alcoholic drinks. It could actually be a jar of marmalade or a jar of jam or whatever you want. So you get that. You've also got your flower, which, as I said to you before, because it's such a smiley sort of shape, it made me want to put like a smiley face in the middle. You could do that if you wanted to. But again, all those components there, all those compartments, become separate shakers if you want them to be. Then we've got the perfume bottle. And then we've also got the butterfly as well. And again, you can separate the wings so that these sequins don't cross between the two, or you could just have them as one big shaker. It's entirely up to you. So those are the dies and stamps that will make your shaker card.
They will.
You've then got the 3 dies that will make your sequins. How brilliant is that? Now, $59.99, DG2084 is the product code if you'd like to make your own shaker cards. You can sell a shaker card for an awful lot more than you'd sell a standard card.
Absolutely.
There's elements of movement and that sort of thing. $19.99 is your first split payment. If you want to spread the cost into 3 payments, you can do that right now. Free phone number if you want to call the call centre, and it's in this country, of course, 0800 001 4433. They'd love to take your call and welcome you to Hobbymaker if you're a brand new customer as well. If you want to do it on the website, you can, of course, order that way as well, hobbymaker.co.uk. You can also join Hobbymaker there. All we need from you is your email address and your password, and that's you sorted. And you're with us, and hopefully you'll be with us for many more days and weeks and months and years to come. Okay, so that's the first item. We've got the boards to show as well, haven't
We
we?
do as well. Also within this collection,
roll of foam.
you get your foam on a roll as well. Now, it's so hot off the press, I didn't even have one with me. We didn't even have one here. So this is our kind of what we usually have within our collection at Crafter's Companion on our adhesive. Now, this one here is 5 metres.
Yep.
What you're getting within this collection today is double the amount.
Right.
So you're getting 10 metres. Not only that, I love my foam pads, my foam on a roll. Our foam on a roll, sometimes it's been a little bit tricky just to take the backing off. So what the team have done, gone back in with the adhesives, they've gone in and they've made it even easier so the backing to peel off. So this is what you would usually get if you were to buy it separately. However, what we're getting within the new sort of foam on a roll, it's double the amount, it's 10 metres, easy release on the back. That's included as well. To make the shaker, all you need to do is add some acetate, whether it is thin acetate, heavyweight acetate, recycling of plastic if you want to.
We've got acetate from Crafter's Companion on the show as well. I think it's 16 sheets, and that is available if you want to pop it into your basket and add it to your order. Why not? You're not going to pay any more than that $3.95 PMP. So maybe you bought these dies in the first show at 2 o'clock, and you're thinking, oh, I need some acetate. Of course I do. Just phone up again or go online. You won't pay any more than that $3.95 that you've already paid today to get it delivered home. Now, these boards show you what you get in dies, but also what you get in stamps.
Absolutely, because they are their stamps and their dies. So these are the dies. So the mason jar here, you've got your outer, your inner. Now, your simplistic shaker cards with the circles or square apertures, really quite simple to make. But then if you come in to do shaped ones, a little bit more intricate, a little bit more detail, whereas the positioning, the width of it around the edges of the jar with the foam on a roll you're getting makes it super simple. So this is how it's going to start to look. Sandwich with some acetate. All of these bits you've then come along and die cut out of the dies that you're also getting included. But then what you also get within each of the set, Dave, is you get little individual shaker elements too. So these ones work in with the stamps that you've got. So these could be slices of lime, it could be orange, it could be lemon, all these additional decoration stamps as well for the mason jar. So you've got that one. You've then got your flower head, this one being born to bloom here. Same idea, whereas you've got your outer die, you've got the little individual components there that create that shaker element. But as you were saying, when it comes to your foam on a roll, if you want to block off sections, that could be your green sequence die cut, that could be blue, pink, that could be a texture card, one could be glitter card. That's entirely up to you. You've got all of these stamps to decorate as well. The centre, these sentiments are going to work in with the banner as well.
You know what? At the end of the day, it's just fun.
It is fun.
It's a fun card to make, it's a fun card to receive, and you'll get good money if you're selling it.
You will do, you know, you will do, but you absolutely can do that if you so wish to. Pop these onto an actual card blank if you want, create a separate card element, a card, shape cards with these ones, because these are basic outline dies, you're adding the aperture elements in so that you can create that shaker sequence. But going in with the butterfly here, you can then position once again with the wings. If you want to have maybe this side could be one colour, that side could be the other colour, you can do that. You've got additional shaker dies at the bottom here with all of your stamps as well. And then last but by no means least, you're getting the perfume bottle with this one here. So you've got that nice big aperture. The width of the die cut aperture within the middle there, that's once again where it works really well with your foam on a roll, the width of your foam on a roll, which is 10 metres, so there's loads, but you've got the little tabs as well, your sentiments, all these little accessory stamps as well. So whether you colour with your alcohol pens, your aqua pens, your sparkle pens, anything like that, you can do it. Keep it as simple as you want, or you can go to town with the way that you decorate them.
Okay, well do bear in mind, you are going to get a 10-metre roll of foam. If you want another one, because you're thinking, oh, I'm going to get through that in no time, we do have availability of that. I think it's $4.99. So £4.99 for an extra one and no more P&P to pay. And the only other thing that you'll need for shakers is, of course, the acetate, which will be on the website as well if you want to get order that. Or if you've already got it at home, sorted, you're fine. So there we are. Look, 3 split payments, interest-free if you want to spread the cost, $19.99. Or if you rather pay one sum and just have done with it, $59.99 is what it is today. DG2084 is the product code, and you're going to get all of that. Now, just to let you know, if you love the concept of the dies that cut out your fantastic sequins, you can buy those as a trio on their own, or you can buy them individually. And equally, you can buy the shaker card die set with the stamps on their own as well if you don't necessarily want the sequin. So it's entirely up to you. If you go for the whole lot, which most of you did in the last show, $59.99 gets you everything and the biggest saving.
It really, really does. And nothing's stopping you from adding your die cut sequins with your actual sequins that you've got at home as well, if you're wanting to as well. Think of it, remember, these are your wafer thin paper crafting dies. So although we're saying the shaker, the sequins, think of your different mediums, even some of your thicker mediums as well, you'll still be able to cut, certainly with the Gemini. And all of them will all go through at least the Gemini Junior or bigger, and many of the elements will even go through some of your really small die cutting machines, so it's a win-win as well.
Right then, looking forward to this, seeing how it all works.
Let's go in. So this one we're going to use the perfume bottle. The basic mats and layers, I've already got them done. I am using some of the papers from the Vintage Butterfly. Got a lovely little collection on the show as well from Vintage Butterflies. And then the texture card I'm using is from our 8x8 texture card as well.
Well, I've got the Vintage Butterfly here, actually. What you're going to get, if you go for it, is the embossing folder. You've got the 36 sheet 6x6 pad. You've got some beautiful stamps. Now, Now, the vintage butterflies is what is going to give you this fantastic postage stamp. We did this the other day, didn't we? And it absolutely flew, pardon the pun. So that's your vintage stamp die. And you've also got this beautiful Monarch stamp and die set as well. So there you go. It's on there if you would like it. It's on the website. You see all those elements. And the paper pad on its own is on the screen, I believe, at the moment. Is that the one? Yeah, paper pad on its own, $5.99. If you fancy that, that's another amazing reduction. Normally they're a lot more than that. So $5.99 if you want the paper pad for the vintage butterflies. NS 2037, and it's on its way to you. Excellent, right.
Rightio. So on one of the blue tones of the 8x8, I've gone in with the outer die as well as the inner die so we can create our aperture. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this one through my Gemini. So using the large Gemini, you could use your large Gemini with the smaller plates if you want to. That's all options. And yes, we use the Gemini. That's the perfect partner for these ones, but they will go through any of your other die cutting machines as well, so you can use them.
Yep.
So this is where it starts to create the main shaker outer elements to them. So this is the starter of your perfume bottle here. So we've got our lovely deep aperture within the middle there, that this is where we're going to then start to see the shaker elements just shortly.
Okay.
And then what I'm going to do, while I've still got my plates for this one, we need to create a back panel. So we need something for our panel to sit on and for our shakers to lean on. So what we can do is I'm going to use just this outer die now, and then I'm going to take one of the papers, and then all that I'm going to do is just tack that down with our low tack tape. Anything that you see me use, might not mention, always just check out Hobbymaker website. But that's going to run through, and what that one's going to do this time is just create that outer line of the perfume bottle. So as this one then comes out, we're going to then take this one out the back, and for this demonstration I'm going to construct the actual shaker from the start to end.
Okay.
Our next demonstrations going forward within this show, what I've kind of done is got the acetates and all that already done, but this is just showing you how you can construct them. So now we've got our background, and we've also got our shaker top part that's going to sit over the top. So all that I'm going to do now is I'm going to go in with I'm going to use our dotty tape runner. Now these are more than adequate enough. At home, anything like this, I would tend to use our red liner tape because that's just my personal preference. But what we can do is add our tape on. This is our dotty tape runner.
We have actually got the tape pens or the tape runners in stock. They're all 22 metres in length, which is amazing. So you get 2 of the standard and you get 2 of the dotty, and you get one of them free because it's basically 4 for the price of 3. $14.97, and they are much stronger than the average tape runners and much longer than the average
Much
tape
longer,
runners.
yeah. You'll find other tape runners in the market. They are between 10 to 12 metres. Ours are 22, and they're unbelievably strong as well. So yeah, really, really nice little set to have there.
Excellent.
Now, all that I've done beforehand as well, I've already, using that same outline die, I've cut a piece of our acetate. Now, what I've done, same plate configuration with the Gemini. When it comes to acetate, I do like to add my metal shim in, just because, you know, it's a lot thicker when it comes to your die cuts, crisper, it's cleaner as well. And then what I've then done, Dave, I'm going to take just a piece of this cardstock, maybe I'll just see it a bit better. What I've done onto my acetate, just and no more, I've just chopped the top part off.
Okay.
So this bit, the top of the perfume bottle, I've just chopped it off because you don't actually need it. All that we're wanting to do is cover this aperture bit with our acetate. So I'm going to then move that to the side. I'm going to set that there. And then all that we need to do is set that straight over the top. So we're creating a barrier now. So as I press that in, what we've now got is we've got a barrier in with our aperture here. And then for this one, I'm going to go in with our foam on a roll. And within the show earlier on, I tend to do mine in sections. This time, I'll show you how, with the foam on a roll, you can glide it all the way around. So the top layer of your cardstock will start to tear. Don't worry about that. but your actual foam is fine.
Now remember, 10 metres is a lot. That's very generous for a roll, but if you think you're going to run out of it quite quickly, add another one in. It's only $4.99, so 50p a metre is pretty amazing value for money.
It really
and
is.
It's great stuff, and it means that none of the sequins are going to fall out.
No,
Shaker.
they're not. Because the thing, when it comes to your shaker element, you need to make sure you have no gaps where your shaker, your glitter, anything like that are going to fall out. So this is why you would never tend to use foam pads, because you'll be there forever making sure that each individual one is attached and really close up. Whereas your foam on a roll, by really, really simply peeling it off, that's you've got your continuous foam all the way around. We've got no gaps, no nothing. And then all that you would then need to do is, let's go in with a piece of our gold luxury cardstock. Black, funny looking black, that one. And then for this one, let's go in with, let's actually do it. It's the perfume bottle, so let's do the love hearts.
Okay.
So
in the sequins, you're going to get stars, you're going to get the round sequins, and you're going to get the love hearts as well. And you even get the little facets.
You do.
Which is great.
And you don't need to run these through afterwards with your embossing mat. The pressure of the Gemini is still going to give you that depth when it comes to the detail, because there's little embossed detail in the middle.
Also, something dawned on me earlier on when we were talking before the show started, that although they're cutting out all these tiny little sequins, it's leaving a beautiful decorative background. So you could use it as a stencil after you've done it. You could, of course, use it as a background. You can actually double up and keep on cutting to make a wider or a longer background using those cutaways, hearts or whatever.
You absolutely can. So, for instance, this bit here, Dave, that you're meaning, you could be using that if you wanted to.
That could be a stencil. And if you wanted to make that wider, all you do is just get the die, get some more cardstock, and line that up with there. And you can keep on going.
Keep going?
Yeah.
Keep going. Ink through it, spritz through it, maybe your cosmic shimmer products that you've got from Gwen or that, you can do that.
Yeah, because you could actually pop one heart into the top so that they all married up. So you keep the distance equal. So it's really, really clever system. Love it.
It really is. This is where you're now looking at a die that has a purpose, such as creating your shaker elements. Where else, how else can you use it in your crafting?
And we're launching this before even Crafter's Companion get to launch it. So you're seeing this first.
That's right, absolutely. Debbie Robinson, she's not launching it on our website till tomorrow.
Right.
So this is the first chance you're getting to see these ones. Now, what I've done, I'm not going to take all these ones off because there's a reason. I'll show you the ones I've already done. But all of these, Dave, these are all love hearts. As you said, it's kind of like faceted in the middle. You know, it's the detail that's in these ones. You've got all of these ones.
You made a really good point earlier that if you don't want the white backs, because cardstock is normally white.
That's right.
Either use double-sided papers or cardstock, or just get some gilding wax or something like that and just put a gold background to it, and it'll be the same both sides.
That's it, yeah. So I'm not saying colour each individual one separately. What I would do, before I've cut this, I would go over with my gold wax maybe, either just spritz it or ink it or anything like that. If you don't like that white look, there's always ways around it. However, if you do spend a little bit of time, like I done just while you were on the last show, what I did do is I made sure I've got all these ones facing upwards. So I've got them all turned the right way. I actually thought I was about to knock it there and knock them all over, so it was fine. So I've got them all into position. I've got the backing off my foam here. If you want to add support here, you could do, but then all I need to do is go in, sit that over the top. I'm going to press, give it a really good press with the pressure. We've now got our shaker element. So we've got our shaker with the love hearts in the perfume bottles. And then really, really simply, we're going to come in. And now I've gone in, I've created a little gatefold card. Once again, it's the blue texture cardstock that's in the 8x8 and also our vintage butterfly.
Now, I noticed that none of those hearts actually flipped over. There's not enough room for them to turn over. So if you just go to the trouble of making sure they're all gold side up, you don't have to worry about that.
You don't. So don't ever worry about that. It's the depth of the foam pad, foam on a roll, that you don't have. And you've got depth for it to shake, but you've not got the depth for it to jump and turn around. So you know that it's going to be golden when it comes to the right way. So let's just press that one in. And then with all of these, Dave, you get stamps within each ones that we showed you earlier on. So I've already stamped these ones out and coloured. I'll tell you the colours that I used, but all these additional ones. Birthday girl, love, thank you. You've got, I know nothing about what you call all these on the top of a perfume bottle, but the spray bits, the, whatever you call them.
The squeezy bit.
That's it, yeah. You get them as well.
The spritzer, the atomizer, that's it.
That's what I thought it was.
Yeah.
I thought it was that. So all that I have done is using our alcohol-proof ink pad. So this one being our Noir Black, because I've coloured them in with our alcohol pens, stamped them out, and then coloured them in. So we're now adding extra feature here. I used our jade green tri-blend and also our gold yellow, gold yellow blend for these ones.
Well, these ink pads are on the show in actual fact. You get 8 of them in total for $34.99. So they're the water reactive ink pads if you want those.
So that's these ones that I've got into here. So all that I need to do now is come along and then let's add a little bit of height to them here. So even though our foam on a roll is perfect to create your shaker, what I'm still going to do is use them to create that little lift here. So we've got the back end off here, just getting a hold of that there. And then we're going to finish off with these decorations, keeping it really, really simple. Let's go in with this one here. And I'm using my dotty tape runner again, because I'm only going to go to the tip. And then that can sit there. And then I'm going to do the same with this one here. That can sit there. And if you wanted to come along and add a sentiment stamp, like I'll show you in the one in a moment, but a lovely little card.
That's great, isn't it?
We've created that shaker element that you can see here. And then if I bring in this one that I've done the other day, all that I've done is taken one of the sentiment stamps and popped that in the middle there. But look at that. Now, these are gold. That could be matte, that could be glitter, you know, that could be texture card, it could be Centura Pearl, that could be Adorable Scoreable, that could be any of your cardstock that you've got.
Bearing in mind we knew we were doing these dies today, what we've put is the luxury cardstock into the show for you as well. And you get 5 colours, 150 sheets in total. So you get 30 in the blue, 30 in the green, 30 in the pink, 30 in the silver, and 30 in the gold as well. But can you imagine all those sequins being die cut out of this cardstock? And how many sequins would you get out of a sheet of A4? You're going to get A4. This has basically just been cut down for the display here. You're going to get 10 sheets of A4 in the glitter card, 10 sheets in the mirror card, and 10 sheets in the silk card as well, the satin card too. But imagine your sequins cut out of that. All of that, including, this is the green mirror card, which I just think is absolutely beautiful.
Isn't it?
So dark and so rich. So you get 150 sheets if you want them, and that's, remember, 5 different colourways, and you get 30 in each colour if you want the luxury cardstock. So that's the detail on the screen for the ink pads at the moment, but if you want the cardstock, which is perfect to use with the sequins, that'd be fantastic. Now, have a little look at these ink pads. There we go. Look, so you're going to get all of these. You're going to get 2, 4, 6, 8 of them in those beautiful colourways. Tell us again, Craig, where we use these, the water reactive.
So these water reactive ones, these are brilliant for if you just want to do some distressing of ink around the edges. Might actually do that within the next one because I've got my set just here. But yes, with them being water-based, so if you like to lay the colour down, the inking down, you can then go in with full bleaching, spritz with water. That's going to then lift it if you want to. Pop them onto your glass mat or to your craft mat, start to do actual painting with them, pick the colours up with your brushes, clear sparkle overlay. These are really, really fun to be using within your backgrounds. Add extra texture, add extra highlights with these ones here onto your pattern papers, your stamping cards, anything like that. Really useful. So ones I use a lot.
You're going to get anthracite, that lovely grey. You're going to get jet black as well. You're also going to get Friar Brown, lovely kind of like a mahogany colour.
It is, yeah.
Green Topaz, which is that lovely kind of petrol green. Then you've got Frosty Jade, which is another shade of grey. Then we've got Misty Morning. There we go. Spring Meadow, that lovely yellow, and the last one is your smoked emerald. Okay, so all of those, so that's 8 ink pads for $34.99, an absolute steal at the price. Really, really good. Okay, how many Easter eggs did Craig get yesterday then?
I was good. I got 2.
Oh, okay.
I got 2, yeah.
Oh, big ones?
White ones.
Oh, 2 white Easter eggs.
White ones, yeah.
Nice. How many did you get at home? Just wondering.
Just wondering. Just curious.
I didn't get any because they know that I won't eat chocolate. So, well, I do eat chocolate a little bit, but not. I wouldn't eat a whole egg.
No. I would eat certainly milk chocolate. You know, the little chocolate boxes that you get where it's like maybe milk chocolate's been coated around. I would maybe eat something like that. I couldn't eat like just a full bar of thick milk chocolate. That I wouldn't thank you for. Couldn't do it, no.
Okay, well, we're nearly halfway through the show. Let's do a recap of the bundle and remind you exactly what you're going to get in it, because you're going to get all of the dice to make the actual shaker cards themselves. Now, that normally would be where it stops. But today, Crafter's Companion, and this is because of someone in the office, wasn't it? Someone suggested to Leanne.
Yeah, so it was a couple of times a year, all of us, every single person in Crafter's Companion, we have the opportunity to put forward any ideas that we've got. This was Liam, he works behind the scene at Crafter's Companion, and he's always been creative. He wasn't paper crafting until he joined us, and he came up with the idea of a die where you can create your own shaker elements.
Yeah.
And we've done it.
Yep. The die strips themselves will cut out dozens and dozens of little sequins in circles, which you associate with sequins, little hearts, and also stars. So you need never buy any of the sequins again, because you can just cut so many in one go. And it also makes lovely decorative backgrounds as well at the same time. But then, of course, all the elements that you just cut out can go in the middle of your shaker card, and you get 5 shaker card packs in total. So you've got your mason jar.
You do, yes.
You've got your birds. You've got the
flowers.
flower. Yep.
Butterfly. And you've got your perfume
and
bottle.
your perfume bottle. So it's 4 sets at the top there, and then 3 of the sequin panels at the bottom. So $59.99. It is on split pay as well. $19.99 is your first split payment of 3 if you want to use it, and it's DG 2084. Shaker cards are always fun, and also you expect to pay more for a shaker card.
You do,
don't you?
yeah, because you think of the layers, because you also get your 10 metres of foam on a roll in that as well. So many reasons as to why people will add a few pounds onto them, and that is to do with thickness, it's to do with weight of them, because you've got your cardstock, you've got your base, you've got your foam, you've got your acetate. But the thing is, they are fun. They're fun to have a look at, they're fun to hold, they're fun to shake, you know, and it's just something really nice and just a little bit different.
Okay, we always love to get your messages, and we're getting some this afternoon come through. This is from Kathy Crofter in Buckinghamshire. She says, I love watching Craig tidy up after a demo. Craig would come and sort out my craft room. He would, wouldn't you?
I am very good here. Back at head office, they would probably say on the shows that we do, actually, I could tell you, actually, Tracy, who's a godsend and helps us out so much behind the scenes, she never likes to be seen. Yeah, she will tell you something different with the foam pads and everything. My craft room, exactly the same. When I come here, I try and be good, I try and be helpful.
Everyone's been impressed by it, so there you go.
There we go.
We'll send him round. How about that? He's very reasonable. Right, another demo. Let's do another.
Let's go for it. Let's use the mason jar with this one. We're going to elevate it a wee bit more here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go in with some of our yellow texture card. So this one is in the 8x8 card pads that we've got as well today. And I need my die set too. So we're going to take these, and with these have got so many useful and usable individual elements as well. You could be using the stamps on their own. You could be using the dies on their own. If you make your jams or your chutneys or anything at Christmas time, you know, simply die cutting your jar here, you could put the recipe on, little things like that. Yes, they're great. They've been designed size-wise perfectly to create your shaker, but use them in other areas as well if you want. And then all that I'm going to do is I'm going to die cut this one out, and I'm going to use our low tack tape. And what I am going to do is I want this to be my top component. So I'm going to pop my middle bit in the middle first, and I'm going to tape that in. And this is where you'll notice how these will all go through size-wise and A5 Gemini, whether it's the junior machine. I'm not sure if we've seen it here on Hobby Maker yet.
Don't think we have yet.
We do have other ones in the family. So yes, we'll go through these smaller machines. It doesn't just have to be the Gemini range. Any die cut machine that you've got there at home, these will work.
And of course, this doesn't have to be a mason jar. It could be a jar of honey, it could be a jar of jam, it could be a jar of marmalade, whatever you want.
Anything like that, you can be doing that for sure.
But mason jars, they get served in the trendy wine bars.
They do, don't it? Yeah. Sometimes you get little cocktails and that are served in them. Yeah, it's quite fascinating nowadays to see how they get used. But all that I'm going to do is if I take these ones out now, and then let's go back in. So if you're using them to create a shaker, the main basis is the base layer, you're going to cut a whole one. So this is going to be my base layer where we use the outer die and only the outer die. And then to create that aperture shaker feature, that's when you're then going to do what we've just done with the yellow. That's using the outer die and the inner die.
Remember
that
also,
creates it.
shaker cards aren't always appropriate. Maybe you just want to do a standard, very ordinary, everyday card. These dies are going to work in that way for you as well. So if and when the shaker, you don't fancy doing one, you can use them in a very standard way.
They're usable, functional shape dies as well if you want them to be. You can still use them to create funky card blanks where you can then pop your shaker element on the top as well if you want to. So you know, if you like shakers, you maybe found them a little bit complicated, certainly shaped ones to do, this is absolutely going to help.
Easy.
Dead easy. So then all that I have done, so this is the part where I was saying in the last demo to kind of fast forward, because you've seen me go round the back with my adhesive, pop a strip of our acetate, and then this is where it gives us the back here. And the only difference is having a little bit of creative play. I've used this die again, Dave, here. I've die cut it out in our silver card, and all that I've done is I've trimmed along the top and I've popped it in
perfect.
place. And I've kept it flat using our tape runner, so we're adding a little bit more dimension, a little bit more focus on the top part. So we can then set that to the side, and then I'm going to take the backing off, and similar to the last demonstration, what I've done is I've done it as a continuous fold, so that goes all the way round, and this is what I mean earlier on, how your actual foam on a roll, so all of this bit here, sometimes you'll start to see bits that have torn. Don't worry, don't panic, because your foam is continuous all the way around. So what we can then do is come back in. So if we take this one, and then I'm going to bring this one in here that I've carefully done beforehand. So going in with our sequence die.
It's worth kind of taking the time to make sure that the shiny side is facing up all the time. Because like we showed you in the last demonstration that Craig did, they can't flip over when they're flat. No. They can move around, but they can't flip over, so you won't see any of the white background. Not
at all, not at all. And what's really, really well done by Leanne and the product development team is even the dies where you can create, your slice of lemon or lime. These are all positioned in the same place as the stamps. So you don't need to stamp them individually. You can stamp them and then die cut, or you can then die cut and then stamp, because they are all on one stamp.
Perfect.
So all that I'd done was stamped and then die cut, and then I've coloured with some tri-blends. So this is where it's given me, again, maybe lemon, or it could be melon or orange, anything like that. And I've put a lovely selection. These ones here are our little circle sequins.
Yep.
I've cut them in silver card. And then these ones, within the stamp set, you even get the little ice cubes. You get these really, really cool little ice cubes. So I've stamped and die cut these ones out as well. Add a little bit of shading with a grey tri-blend.
I wonder how many of you watching have been consuming a mason jar or two this weekend,
Maybe, yeah. There was some good weather selected parts of the UK.
Yeah.
So let's pop these ones
I'd have been out in it if I hadn't been packing boxes.
You're not packing outside even, no?
Well, we did actually empty the loft and put all the contents outside in the garden, so we could sort it all out. But the good weather helped us do that.
Yeah.
That's about as much of the good weather as I saw over the weekend, but there you go.
So I'm pressing that in now. So then that gives us our shaker in the mason jar. So we've got the ice cube, we've got the oranges, we've got our little sequins as well in there. And keeping in mind, Dave, this could be pattern paper. This could be a background that you've stamped yourself if you want to. You can do that.
There you go.
Then,
Crane cocktail, there we go.
there you go. I wonder what one that would be.
So you can put all sorts into a shaker, not just sequins.
No, that's it. Anything like that you can be doing if you want to. Now this one here, Dave, all that I've done, this is our white multi-purpose cardstock. I did cut this to 5 by 7. But all that I've done, these strips here are just strips of the cardstock that I've used. And then I've created this little background corner using the ice cubes here. So all that I've done, once again, with my alcohol-proof Noir Black, just randomly stamped them to create my own little background. So we're then using the dies and the stamps to create the shaker, but we're using them to be the shaker, we're using them to create the background, the decoration, tying it all together.
Multi-use.
Multi-use. And this is going to go onto an A5 card blank where I've already done my mats and layers. I've gone in with silver, a black layer, and then silver again. So that can sit nicely here. So we're going to layer that one up, and then we're going to go in with our mason jar. What I'm going to do, add a little bit of adhesive with our tape runner at the top. And I've gone in and I've got some of this twine here, thick twine. And all that I'm going to do is add to that feature.
Give it a rustic look.
Giving it that rustic look. So we can then press that one in. And then what you could do if you wanted to, let's see, I did have a little straw that I'd stamped, cut and coloured, because you get the straws with them as well. Oh, here we go. So here we are. So what you could have done if you wanted to, stamp it out and colour it, and you can have it so it's actually coming all the way through, so it's protruding out so you can see the straw, or you can just tuck it behind if you want to. I'm going to do it that way. So we can then go into there, press that one in here, and then what we can then start to do is overlay it if you want. So this time, let's go in with our tape runner. You could always go in with more of your foam on a roll if you wanted to. Because you've got a little bit, not a lot of thickness, but a little bit with that twine. But we're going to go into here. And then these ones here, you've got cheers to you stamp as well. So you've got cheers to you, and then I've just created my own little tab there. And then what we can do is let's feed this little excess bit, pop through there, peel it through, and then all that I need to do to finish off is add this one on. We've got a really, really quirky but fun. Let's add this and a little bit of foam.
This is a great card, I love it. It's whimsical, it's fun, it's animated.
And it's a play on colours as well. You know, it's not a colourway that you would maybe necessarily think of, but it's about having that fun with that shaker element, having fun with the colour tones.
I love grey and yellow together.
It works really well.
Really nice.
Really, really well.
And this could be maybe for a teenager or a young gentleman or lady or whatever, who you struggle to know what to make a card or how to make a card. It'll make them chuckle, make them smile.
Get that going a bit. If you've got some of your ice cubes and that, get that layer going, and then there we go. We've got our shaker element. So if I work
and what could you charge for a card like that? If you are making cards to raise money for charity or doing it for personal gain or whatever, you know, that will probably get a couple of pounds more than a conventional standard card.
Absolutely.
You've got the moving elements in
Absolutely. And then the only difference, down in the bottom corner, I added some more of the ice cubes there, just by layering up. So keeping it simple, but in a more creative way.
Well, who doesn't love a shaky card? Shaky cards have been around for a long, long time, but what I've not seen before until today are those plates of the die plates that actually give you dozens and dozens and dozens of little sequins, what you normally put into a shaker card. So you can now have round sequins, you can have heart-shaped sequins, you can also have star-shaped sequins as well, all by those 3 panels that you're going to get in the bundle. And remember, if you go for the big collection, you're going to get 5 different themed shaker card die sets with stamps as well. And that's going to be, remember, the butterfly, it's going to be the perfume bottle, the fantastic jar that we just used in the demonstration, and the other one is the butterfly, isn't it? On the flower.
It is, the flower, yeah.
There you go. So all 4 of those, And the bottom row are the little sequins, okay, the sequin dies. So if you want those on their own, they're only $18.99, and they flew in the earlier show with Craig and I at 2 o'clock. So yeah, if you just want it's almost like a production line where you can make your own sequins out of your fantastic Crafter's Companion mirrored cardstock, then that's what you need. Just over £6 each is an absolute bargain for what they do as well. That's fantastic. Not just for the sequins, but also for the great backgrounds that you can make with those dies as well. $18.99, that's RO 2027. 0800 001 4433 if you want to get through to us on our free phone call centre number. Also, if you want to order on the website, it's free to do that as well at, of course, hobbymaker.co.uk, www.hobbymaker.co.uk. If you're not a customer but would like to register, all we need is your email address and then make up a password that you won't forget, and that's it, you're in. If you'd rather get the operator to register you, then that's fine. Give them a free phone and they'll sort you out, no trouble at all. Right, enough time to do one more.
Let's go for it, yeah. Let's go back now where we kind of started with the flower. And so I need my plates here. I just need my die sets here. Okay. So using the flower with this one, and then now this is going to be a focal point or a centerpiece onto an easel card. So it could be the easel, it could be the card blank, it could be a separate kind of topper if you wanted it to be. But what we're going to do is let's go in and let's take our base to start with. So many of my bases, if not all of the bases that we tend to do on the team, usually is our multi-purpose cardstock. So for the flower, what I'm going to do is I'm going to tape the actual die in place. So I'm going to tape it in a couple of places. And then what we can then do is go in with the little shaker apertures. So these are then going to sit in place, and then we're going to tape that one down. So we're working our way around, you know, and if you maybe only wanted 3 aperture sections within the petal, you can do. You don't have to do all 5 of them, but it's there. And then with the shapes such as these ones, you were talking about it earlier on, Dave, where when it comes to your foam on a roll, you can start to block sections off on the back.
Yeah.
So this one could be blue, that could be green, yellow, pink, orange. You can have a play on the different sections.
And equally, if you don't want to use the aperture on the petals, you don't have to. It could just be a complete solid flower with, of course, an acetate front to it.
Absolutely. Then start to think, these outline dies, if you love your soft crafting, these are a basic die shape, so they'll still cut things like your fabrics and that. So if you wanted to them for applique, you could do. I would then use my metal shim for that if I am doing fabrics. But we can then pop these ones in as well. So we're going to position that into place. So set that to the side. We're going to come in. So we've got a nice selection of shapes where very simple, like the mason jar. So you've got the outline die, you've got the inner die. Then you've got your butterfly. You've got the outline die, you've got 2 inner dies. You've got the floral, whereas you've got the outline die. You've got 5 of the aperture petals, then you've got a centre one as well.
So potentially 6 different shapes you could have on that flower.
Of course you could, yeah. Right. Yeah, you absolutely could do.
That's why it's probably a good idea to go for an extra roll of the foam. Lots of you are doing that, 10 metres of it for $4.99. And if you've already bought something from us today or last night after midnight, you don't pay any more than $3.95 to get your entire orders home. So add that in as an extra, because you probably will run out of that foam sooner rather than later. Because it's when you get something new like this, it's a bit addictive. You want to get cracking and make as many as you can.
You do. You really, really do. And we've all got foam pads, you know, for me anyway, you know how much I love my foam pads. However, what I personally would never do is create shakers with just my foam pads, because it's time consuming. You need to make sure that you've got no gaps, nothing's going to fall out. So you want to make sure you've got that lovely, full, continuous flow. So what I'm going to do, I've actually done this the other way around. I'll explain that in a minute. I wanted the aperture to be in pink and then this solid background to be in white, but we will go with it anyway. So let's go into
doing it the other way around.
So doing it the other way around, and then the back layer that I'm doing now, which would have been on white, that could be inked with your water reactive inks if you wanted it to. That could be, you could spritz it. It could be patterned paper. You know, you don't have to use the background or have it as a solid colour core. could be the texture, it could be the luxury. That's up to you.
I mean, think about it. Maybe you've been stuck in a rut a little bit recently and doing the same cards all the time, maybe easel cards, and you're a bit bored with them now. You want to do something different. Shaker card is going to make people smile. It is something different. It takes a bit more time to do it, but you love crafting. You love the process of it. And it's something that, you know, is going to bring a lot of joy to people as well, because it's, when you see animation on a card, it lifts it to the next level, I think. It's like when you see penny sliders and things like that.
That's right,
You
yeah.
know, you can charge an awful lot more for those cards because you've got that added gimmickry about it. Well, this isn't necessarily a gimmick. This is just something that looks lovely and yeah, makes people smile.
And, you know, the kiddies are going to love it because you've got that shaker factor to it. Guys will love it because when it's a card and it does something and it moves, you know, they're intrigued by how it's been created, certainly if they know it's been handmade. So, you know, so many different ages are going to enjoy a shaker card.
One thing that we haven't got included is the acetate. So if you do want that, we've got, I think it's 16 sheets of acetate available in the show. You can add that into your order if you'd like to.
And then if you are using your light acetate, for instance, your heat-proof acetate, which I believe is on the show, or you can use your thick construction acetate, but even things like more and more collections that we bring out, for instance, this one, you'll see there's very little plastic nowadays.
Yeah.
But even if you do have older die collections from us or any companies that's got the plastic, you want to recycle them, you can be using the plastic from all of these. So all of your plastic packaging going forward,
Don't throw it away.
Don't throw it away. Just cut it down, and then that can be the actual acetate that you use as the shaker
What a good way
element.
to use up old packaging.
Yeah. So if you don't have acetate, you know, don't panic too much. Just see what packaging that you've got and use that. So all that I had done there, using that outline die previously, I cut my acetate. Same plate configuration. I always like to add my metal shim with acetate so you get a crisp, clean cut. And then within this one, we're going to keep it very simple for time, but let's go in with our foam on a roll here.
And remember, you can, if you want to, snip it, or if you want to go around corners or around curved areas, the actual foam will do that.
It will. It really, really will. All that you need to do is guide it round. So I'm guiding it round with my finger here. I do, when I get to an end of a curve, I do like to snip it, my personal choice. But what you will find is the back layer will start to tear slightly, but that doesn't affect the foam underneath. The foam is still intact, it's just that tear because you're manipulating it, you're shaping it around a curvature that the initial paper layer, non-stick layer, doesn't like. So it's going to tear, but the foam won't. So all that we're going to do, and I'm going round the full edge here, Dave, but if you wanted to block it off, so I could have gone round here with foam, so all of these could be separate components, compartments. You might have some of your die cut sequence in one, actual sequence in another, micro beads in another one. Lots of fun in what you want to use.
But the key thing is no gaps.
No gaps.
Otherwise, you'll end up with it all in your lap.
So if you do come to where I am just here with my finger, all that I'm going to do is make sure I'm as close as I can, and then I go in and then I just snip and then I just press it in. So it's strong, it's right up to the edge there is no gaps, and then all that I need to do is go around, get a hold of one area, and if you didn't see either at the start of the show or our 2 o'clock show, the foam on a roll that you get within this collection, it's bigger than anything that we've done. It's 10 metres.
Well, I'll show you. This is 5 metres, okay? You'll get one twice the size of that.
Yes.
And if you need an extra one, this is only 5 metres. If you need an extra one, it's only $4.99 to add it into your order, and that will give you then 20 metres of the foam, because you will use this relatively quickly, because it's a novelty making the shaky cards.
That's it. That's it. And then what you'll find as well is some of our foam on a roll, what's happened is every now and again the back can be a little bit tricky just to take off, So what the team have done is they've gone right back to the beginning again with the foam on a roll. They've adjusted the adhesiveness so the backing comes off a lot easier.
So it's new and improved.
It is. So I'm still using our original one because
Yep.
it's that hot off the press. Even I don't have our new and improved one, but you've got absolute ease when it comes to taking the backing off. And then what I've already done, Dave, taken a piece of our gold cardstock. Let's take, so the ones that I've already cut is the actual sequins. So gone in, I've already cut them out into, I've forgotten to say it again, black. It's gold.
It's gold.
And maybe it's because you want to say black and gold.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So all that I've done, I've got them already here in a little pocket. Good to go. And then all that we can then do is position these ones into the middle. I'm not going to spend the time making sure that they're all the right way. It'll show you the main idea of these shakers. But you can go in, pop them in. And then with these little sequence ones, what you've got, to make it real to life, the tiny little centres actually pop out as well, Dave. So keep them in. If they fall out, keep them in. It all adds to that shaker aspect to it. So that's going to go in.
Is there a maximum as to how many sequins you can put in a shaker, or not really?
As long as it's not bulging over the top.
Right.
You know, if you've got a nice coverage all the way around, keeping in mind what you do need to do is leave a good couple of millimetres, about 5 millimetres, because of the width of the foam, around the edges. But other than that, if you've got a really nice coverage, you know, you maybe got a little thickness to it, the main thing is this top layer isn't bulging, it's nice and it's flat. And you know what? You could pop as many as you want. I'm going into there. And then we've got our shaker sequence.
See, in the earlier show, Craig actually kind of coned off each petal.
I did.
So each petal was a separate shaker. So you had different coloured, or you can have different coloured sequins in each petal and a different one in the middle. So that would be 6 different shakers. This one's been just made into a big one.
Just into a big one. Kept this one really, really simple for you to see how you can create that. But what I did want to do is I wanted to quickly, before the end of the show, turn it into a fancy shaped card. So it is A5 in size, and we've created an easel, which we'll show you. This is a piece of pattern paper that I had from my stash, one of our 12 by 12 paper pads, or 8 by 8. But I've used the gold and even some pink texture we've got in the show. This can then all layer up. So you can then keep the actual shaker element as a small feature. It could be a tag if you wanted it to. You can even create shakers into your card blanks, but what you can still do is create a focal point as to what we're doing here. So if I pop there, I'm not going to put the decoration in the middle. All that I'm going to do is bring these ones here, Dave, just so that we can show you how you can start to combine this together.
I'm just thinking, you know, if you wanted to do a little bit of an experiment, next time you go to a craft fair, as they're now kind of back up and running now, take some cards that you've made maybe the last few weeks along with you to sell, but make some of them shaker cards. If they aren't the first ones to sell out, I will be amazed. That's what in my experience, that's what happens with shaker cards. They're the first ones to fly off the shelf.
That's it. Because it's something different, and these are certainly different. They're not just a square shaker or a circle shaker. These are something different because you've got a floral design. But all that I need to do for this one, I'm going to pop that one. Let's go that way, and then press. You can have a stopper. I've got the stamps that you can stamp, you can die cut, but that can be a big feature on the top. But if I bring this one in, whereas I've done it the other way around, so we've then got a stopper using the stamp and die sets that you've got as well, but then gone in with the floral, and see how we've used the centre die with the pattern paper. We've had a play, but we've created a really nice big A5 easel card. But what we have done is we've still used the actual floral, the flower, as the main focal point of the easel card.
Honestly, the fun you're going to have with these dies, and remember, you are going to get, if you go for the big bundle, which is on the screen now, DG2084, you're going to get 3 panels to make your sequins, the round ones, the square, the star ones, and also the heart ones. And then you'll also get the 4 die sets to actually make the main body of the shaker card as well, with stamps included, and that 10 metres of foam roll. I think we've got the 5 metre one shown there on the screen. You're going to get one twice the size as that, okay? For $19.99, your first split payment of 3, so pay that today, $19.99 in 4 weeks and $19.99 in 8 weeks' time. And you pay the postage on the purchase day, so you pay that today of $3.95. But remember, if you've bought 3 or 4 or 5 things, or you're a fan of Creative Expressions and lovely Gwen's here in a few minutes' time at 5 o'clock, if you're going to be buying something from her as well as something from Craig too, at midnight tonight, all of your orders get collated. The computer just charges you 1 postage for all of your orders of $3.95. That's the way it works.
How good were those lights as well? I on one of them. I think I'm going to go onto the website and treat myself.
Get one of those round ones?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Really good.
You're online all the time.
I like doing Facebook Lives, you know, and that's a good point as well. All of us on the team are on Facebook and Instagram. Type our name in, Craig Laird CC.
Yep.
All of our names, full name, CC at the end. We're there and we'll help with anything that you've bought here at Hobby Maker.
Brilliant to see you.
So good to see you as
When are you
well.
back?
I am back a week on Friday for 2 days. I'm here the Friday and the Saturday as well, the end of the month.
Okay, look forward to that. See you then, mate.
Shall see you then.
Safe
Thank you,
journey
Dave.
home. Brilliant to have Craig here. What's coming up next? The lovely Gwen, another fantastic guest here from, of course, Creative Expressions, and some brilliant stamps. Don't go anywhere. Hobby Maker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Join us this Easter bank holiday weekend here on Hobby Maker for our Easter extravaganza. On Friday, brand new slimline nesting dies from Crafter's Companion and Stamping Essentials. Burt & Gertz with brand new Jubilee themed MDF. On Saturday, we've brand new woodware bubble bloom stamps from Creative Expressions plus Cosmic Shimmers. Be creative with Stampers Friends Show Special and Screen Pal. And on Sunday, hunky-dory Easter deals with Dreamies and their launch show. And on Monday, Creative Expressions, Native Lighting and Crafter's Companion. Also, shop between Friday the 15th to Monday the 18th and one lucky person will win their Easter basket for free. Now, if you shop with us last weekend, don't forget to use your 10% off discount code. So a great lineup. Make sure you stay tuned this Easter weekend here on Hobby Maker.
Here at Hobby Maker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay 1 postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged 1 P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker. Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Let's do it. Gin. I love Australia, but Turkey. Cow canning turkey. I need to go back. It's my heartbeat. A cat. I love my cats. Sleep all day, get looked after, get fed, go to sleep again, get snuggles, go to sleep again, eat again. Cat. Never seen The Godfather. Night in, because I'm old. Pyjamas, big glass of gin, cats, husband, night in. Torn, Natalie and Bruglia.
you do the demo?
No, can't do it. I'm torn, I'm already. No, can't even do that again. I can't even do that. That's horrendous.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
Hi everybody, it is 5 o'clock. Welcome to what is the last live hour of our day here at Hobbymaker. I hope you've enjoyed your bank holiday Monday. If you've been with us from the start, thank you ever so much. Lovely to have your company. We've had some fun. We've been dropping words left, right and centre. And 3 lucky viewers will actually, who spotted the words as I dropped them during the afternoon, will get £10 credit added to their account a little bit later on today. And also, we're giving you the opportunity of having your basket paid for. So one person who's bought something on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or today, Monday, will find out tomorrow that they've actually had their shopping paid for by us at Hobbymakers. So if you fancy that, you've just got to buy something. As simple as that. And this is the last live hour of our Easter Bank Holiday Monday. The lovely Gwen is with me. There we are. Look, there's the T's and C's on our website. We're going to announce the winner on air Tuesday the 19th. So tomorrow, someone will be told that they've won their basket for nothing, which is good. Gwen's back with us. Good to see you again.
Hi, Dave.
Sorry.
I'm going to change my name by deed poll to Lovely Gwen.
Lovely Gwen. Why not?
I like that, thank you.
That's fine. You are. Now, what we've got from Gwen works for Creative Expressions, and they've got such a great reputation in the business. They really have, for quality and variety, because a lot of other brands are under the Creative Expressions brand name, people like Woodwear, also Sue Wilson, also Cosmic Shimmer. All those products are under the Creative Expressions brand. So they're renowned for their quality and their versatility. This stamp set today, love it, absolutely love it. If you love doodling, this is going to be right up your street. You've got 2, 4, 6 stamp sets in total at a brilliant price of $39.99. They're brand new to us today. And it's not just one image, you actually get lots of extra images in the stamps as well. You get extra flowers, extra sentiments too. I'll just show you which ones you're going to get. I love the fact they've coloured in the packaging as well for you. So if you are a little bit of a loose end as to what colours work well, you can also use this as a colouring guide if you wish. But you're going to get your butterfly, that's the doodle butterfly. This is the doodle bunny. Again, all those extra stamps there as well, sending love. Then we've got the doodle owl, very wise owl. Again, you get the stars and the moon as well. Then you've got what I think looks like a really kind of resplendent Indian sort of elephant here with his headgear, his head regalia and his feet decoration as well. Bubbles around there too. So that's the doodle elephant. Then you've got your doodle deer, love a stag, and there's a really majestic one. Again, foliage and ferns there with the word be wild. They're all stamps too. And then thank you for the hummingbird, and Gwen actually did the hummingbird in the demonstration earlier on today, and gorgeous it was as well. So all of these, you're going to get them for $39.99, or if you'd rather split the payment into 2, interest-free, it's $19.99 today, your first payment of 4. And yeah, this is what you're going to get. If you want them individually, you can buy them on their own. Remind me of the price individually again, Laura? $7.99, are they? We'll just have a little look. But they are available individually if you want to have a little look. $7.99 each is what they are individually. And of course, if you want to put your own bundle together, maybe of 3 or 4 or something like that, 4 of your favourites, you only paid the P&P once of $3.95. If you've already paid that earlier today, you won't pay any more postage, no matter how many orders you've made or are going to make into the evening here at Hobbymaker. Right, now we've got loads on the show. Lots of things, including Cosmic Shimmer colour clouds. We've got our fantastic koi pens. Now these did really well in the earlier show actually from Sakura. Absolutely beautiful pens, and you were using those in demonstrations earlier.
In lots of ways.
Yeah, lots of ways. And they're water-based, these.
They are water-based ink in a pen with a beautiful flexible brush tip.
Cool. Well, they're in the show, and they're available if you'd like them. And the whole show, you can see if you go to the website, and everything that's in it. We've got great deals on brushes. We've got some great deals on embossing powders as well. Have a little look at hobbymaker.co.uk. Right, Gwen, what are you going to show us first?
I am going to start with that lovely stag.
Okay.
It's beautiful.
My favourite.
I love stags. We were in Scotland not so long ago, actually, and we saw some wild deer, and it's just, every time it's like...
Takes your breath
yeah,
away,
it's really
yeah.
exciting. Yeah, lovely. So I've already got him mounted in my stamp press, and I'm just going to use my anti-static bag. Now this is going to prevent the embossing powder from sticking where we don't want it. Excuse me while I just blow off any loose. And then all the stuff I'm using for this part of the demonstration is available as a beginner's kit, I believe. So we've got the perfect medium, which is your sticky embossing ink.
I don't think it's a kit. I think they're all separately available.
Oh, are they? Oh, I beg your pardon.
Perfect medium separate. The anti-static bag is separate, and so is the.
Well, you may as well buy them all because it is a kit.
You don't pay any more P&P anyway.
If you've never done stamping and embossing, it's just one of those magic processes, isn't it? That's every time it's really impressive. So this is your sticky ink pad, and you just need to tap that lots of times across the stamp. Particularly.
Sorry to interrupt, Gwen. It's actually refreshing to see the anti-static pad getting a bit of airtime, because normally we refer to it and just brush over
Well,
it. So.
I think we just take it for granted because we're so used to having it and using it that we just go, oh, yeah, use your anti-static bag. And you don't think any more about it. And somebody might be sat there going, well, what's that? What does it do? So I thought I'd rather go back to basics.
$4.99, there it is. It's in stock if you'd like to add it to your
And
order.
it'll last you years.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of them, they never run out. So you need to press all over the stamp. I'm just going to pop it down on this lower table so I can get some pressure on it because the counter is a little high.
You're not the first to say that.
Well, it's either get a step, which I haven't got, or come down here. So please excuse me while I do this.
That's all right. If you do want the embossing powders, we've got a selection of 3 in the show today. Lovely colours as well. You've got the detail black, you've got the detail silver shine, and you've also got the ancient copper as well. So if you're into embossing or fancy giving it a go, all 3 of those are available as a set.
Yeah, and I brought you those because they're what we think of as our basics. So your metallic ink pads, your black, silver. I brought copper for a change instead of gold today.
You actually put the show together, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you can blame me if
Well, no,
all the products.
You know what you want to demonstrate.
That's right.
It's going to show the product best.
And it's lovely, really, because I can I see the stamps first, or whatever it might be, and then I sort of get my brain going and think, okay, what would I want to use with these? And then I can choose it, which is lovely, really lovely. I feel very privileged. So there we are, we've got our powder. Now at this point, that's not permanent at all. The powder is loose, it's still dry, and if you were to brush anything across it, your finger or a brush, or just accidentally knock it, that powder would come off. So it's not fixed until you heat it. You can leave it like that for as long as you like. It won't, as long as you don't touch it, it won't take any harm.
Okay.
Now I'm just going to pop the heat gun on. I'm going to put it on a high setting, so it's a bit noisy, just bear with me. And you need to point this at one area of the stamp and keep it still, don't waft about.
No. And earlier in the afternoon at 1 o'clock, you heated from the back.
On the vellum I did.
On the vellum you did.
Yeah, because the vellum's much more delicate. You can do this from the back because if you do it from the back, it's only really going to make a difference if you've got very solid lines.
Right.
You'll get a much smoother finish. But you can do this from the front because they're not such fine lines. They are fine lines. So you can see it turn from that dusty black as it was before, and now it's going a beautiful, shiny, glossy black. And it is actually melting the powder. And then once it's done, it's fixed.
That Stag stamp individually is going very, very quickly as well. I'm not surprised.
It's beautiful, and I can see this coming in for Christmas, can't you, Dave?
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. But all year round, yeah. And he's got this beautiful design on his breast area. It's just gorgeous. So there we are, that's our lovely stag. Now I'm going to enhance this by creating a background and also by colouring in the stag. So let's just start with a little bit of colouring in with these beautiful pens. As I explained this morning, it wasn't this morning, earlier on, they've got a lovely brush tip. I don't know if we can see that.
And Sakura has got such a name in the business.
Absolutely. Japanese ink technology, just the best, in my opinion. So that's a really flexible nib, absolutely saturated with beautiful, strong coloured water-based ink. The nib is flexible, so you can do sort of brushstroke effects with it. You can do tiny, tiny dots. You can do lines. You can write with it. Very fluid. You can also paint with these, water them down. What I'm going to do on the stag is bring in, we've brought you today as well, a set of 3 2 water brushes and a mister bottle. Now these are lovely. The water brush has a valve here which prevents it flooding. You can control how much water. So you just squeeze the sides until the water comes into this little reservoir here, and then you're ready to paint with it. Superb. So what I'm going to do on my Stag, I'm going to select one area, which will be this one here, and I'm going to apply the water from my water brush onto the surface of my card. And this is not watercolour card, it's smooth, regular cardstock. It's actually our coconut white. And then I'm bringing in the pen. Now this will water down the colour so it's not so intense. And that's going to allow me to shade. So it's a lovely red, this. It's a rusty red. I really like it. And I'm going to do a little bit on this side without the water, just to show you a couple of techniques. So I can come in now with the water and blend that out and fade it. You can then take a piece of tissue or kitchen paper and blot it and lift some of the colour away so it's much lighter. So you've lots of options with these pens. They're really, really super. I'm just going to go back in and strengthen that again because I can, because I want to. And then I'm going to take this green. This green's lovely. It's like it's a slightly tealy green on it. It's really cool. So into these leaves, I'm going to, again, just let me clean off my brush.
I think watercolour's my favourite as well. You can do so many different techniques with
You can. I think that's what I like about it, the variety of things you can do. And blending I find much easier because you can blend with one colour, one pen. So I've just applied some dark colour at the bottom of the leaf, and now I'm using my water brush to pull that colour out so I actually get a shaded leaf. Now to me that was easy.
Yeah.
Easy to blend.
Could you also like squiggle on your craft mat and pick it up with a brush?
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
yeah. The pen becomes like a palette then, doesn't
It's
it?
absolute control that it gives you. So I'm just putting in a little bit of strong colour and then I'll pull that colour out. The reason I wet the area first is to allow the ink to float and move. If you just go straight in with a dry pen and then try and pull it out, you can do it, but it's a little bit more tricky.
Right.
So I'll just show you what Dave was meaning. If you scribble onto your craft mat, or actually I like to use a block, it doesn't bead up quite as much on my acrylic block. And then I could bring my water brush in and paint from there.
And also there's so much detail in these stamps, it's not intimidating. You don't think, oh crikey, I'm not very good at colouring or whatever. There's so many small little areas to colour in.
Yeah. It's really not until you start that you realise just how much there is. And at first it's quite tricky to see, but once you've coloured a couple of areas in, you think, oh, there's a pattern there and there's another one there, and you can just pick out as much or as little as you like. But I think he's ever so handsome, really gorgeous. So obviously you can spend as much time as you like creating your beautiful painted masterpiece. Isn't he lovely? This, you just rinse in some water and then just dry off the tip. Wipe it on your kitchen roll until it comes pure clear again, and then next time it might stain, but as long as it's coming off clean on your tissue, it'll be fine. So that's the kit with 2 water brushes and a little spritz brush as well.
Excellent. Well, they are going very quickly as well, as you would expect them to. £7.99 is your price. That's what you'll get. Really useful, really handy. 2 water brushes and your water spray bottle included for that price of £7.99. It's a lovely feeling, knowing when you've made a purchase at Hobby Maker, knowing that later in the day, if you suddenly see something that takes your fancy, maybe that, maybe a dye, maybe a cosmic shimmer cloud, colour cloud or whatever, you don't have to pay any more P&P. That to me is an absolute bonus. It really, really is. Yeah, when you just see things at whim and think, oh, well, I wasn't anticipating buying something else, but you know what, I think I will. I've already paid the postage, so it's going to be no more P&P to pay for me.
Do you know what, that price? I was a bit shocked at that price.
What, $7.99?
Yeah, because I sell a different brand of water brush pens as well as these, and they're $7.99 for one.
For one?
For one.
Right, so we got 3 products.
I won't be selling any more of them, will I? Okay, so I want to, obviously you would colour all of that. Shall we do a little bit of his antlers?
Yeah, why not?
Just to give him some life. And obviously, when you get down to his coat, you can go to town with your shading and really give him some features. So I'll just do a little bit on his antlers with the brown. It's a lovely brown, this. It's a real nutty, warm brown. I love it.
Well, earlier in the 1 o'clock show, which is our first live show today, the pens from Koi and Sakura absolutely flew. They're very inexpensive, and the quality, once you've tried them, you won't want to look back. They are absolutely fab. So 12 of them with the soft bristle nibs as well. They are absolutely gorgeous. Did you say they were Japanese?
Yes, Japanese.
Japanese technology.
Yeah.
So, yeah. The Koi water-based, beautiful brush pen set. 12 pens, £28.98, so it's just over about £2.20 per pen. But when you use them, the control you've got with them, because the nib is so soft and so beautiful.
So I've wet the surface again, and I've just added a couple of areas of dark ink. I hope you can see here and along the bottom of this antler and around that little angle there. And then all I'm doing is running the water brush through the rest of it and letting it fade out towards the tips of his antlers, because they're actually quite beige, a stag's antlers. Well, unless it's rutting season, and then they get covered in blood because they strip them when they're fighting. But this is why I love the watercolour, because the shading almost happens for you. You don't really have to work too hard at it. But that's just me. I mean, as we said earlier, you know, your alcohol pens give you lovely shading, but you have to use 3 pens to get the same effect I'm getting here with one watercolour. So,
but it's so controllable, isn't it?
Yeah. So you can see clearly there's a lot of shade in there, and it's one colour and some water. So that's why I love it. Right, so let's work on the background. I want to bring in our beautiful Chalk Cloud Cosmic Shimmer blending inks. These come in a pot, quite unlike any other ink pad. They've got a felt pad on the top, like an ink pad, but underneath they've got this ring of sponge, which is packed jam full with liquid ink. Really super. They'll last you a long, long time.
Well, these proved really popular in the 1 o'clock show, Gwen. And
good.
Not a choice of. You are actually getting all 4 of these. You've got 4 colours. You've got that beautiful blue that you're using. Also, you've got this wonderful, I call this one Cozy Clay.
I love that.
I do, yeah, very classy colour.
Yeah, I love it.
Then we've got the green, which is the, what do we call that one? Sweet Apple.
Sweet Apple.
And then the last colour is the Princess Pink. There you go. So all 4 of those, really lovely. If you love the chalk finish, which is so fashionable at the moment in craft and in interior decor, then yeah, you'll love these.
Yeah, it does give a very chalky finish, but they blend very nicely. They're very fluid and they're very strokeable. The surface feels really sort of suede when it's dry. So I've already got lots of ink in here, but when you want to load your ink pad, or your applicator rather, you just push down on this pad and it sucks the ink up into your applicator. Look, there it is. Now actually for this I don't want much, so I'm just going to work this off. And this is something people find a bit counterintuitive, because you think, well, I've just put all my ink on there, now I'm taking it off again. But I only want it ever so soft. So if I'd gone in with that, I would have got that effect, and I didn't want that effect.
Yeah, that was too much.
Too heavy. So I just want a very soft sort of sky around him. So I'm coming in at the corner, and I'm not pressing very hard at all. I'm just doing little circles, and I'm creating a nice soft sky.
And the blending brushes and pads, they're on the show today as well.
Yeah, these applicators are lovely, and you get 2 with, I think, 10 foams, and then you can get the replacement foams as well. So again, I tend to keep 1 pad for each colour family, but you can wash them out should you want to.
Well, in the set that you've put forward for us today, you've got 1 roll of stencil tape, 25 metres long. You've got the 2 blending tools with a couple of extra pads, and then you get the refill of the pads available too as well. So all of that together, really good deal on that one. If you go to our website, you'll see it there. Those are the blending tools, and there's your stencil tape at the back.
And then I'm going to use one of the stencils, and this is the one, I think this one's the one called African. I'm just going to add a little bit of texture around the side of the stag. Now, if I go in there with my foam applicator, I know what's going to happen. I'll forget, and I'll come over this edge and I'll put a big line up there, and I don't want that. So this is where the stencil tape comes in. Apart from the fact that it will hold your stencil down, it stops you making those errors, which are very upsetting when they happen. So let's just take that off. So he's now masked off. I'm not going to do him any unintentional damage. And now I can just put in some of this lovely pattern from the stencil.
Love that.
I love
it's like
stencils.
a mink, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's really soft and gorgeous. It's like pumice. I love stencils like this where you can just use a little bit, and our Françoise is really good at designing them, and you can just use a little bit of the pattern. You don't have to do the whole thing. I think with stencils we tend to think we have to do the whole thing, and you really don't.
These are made in the UK as well, and Françoise, who's a regular guest of Woodwear, you probably have seen Françoise, she's done a few shows here now already. She's got 3 stencils. We've actually got the faux leopard, we've got the African, and we've got the modern leaves as a trio, and they are £9.99, so £3.33 each is pretty incredible. And one of them's like a 3-in-1, and the other 2, as you can see, really kind of animal printy as well.
Yeah, and as we were saying this morning, they're quite deep. The mylar they're made from is quite deep. So if you like to use pastes and more dimensional products, they're superb for that as well. So there we are, just a few speckles, a bit random, but
very kind of giraffe-like.
It could be, couldn't it? Yeah. And then on the bottom, I want to create a kind of moorland effect. Bear with me, use your imagination. So on the Stag set, we've got all these lovely little bits of foliage, but this one in particular I really like. And it's a little fern. And I'm going to go back to using the pens. I'm just going to use 2 shades of green.
Okay.
And I'm going to colour directly onto my stamp. Now, when you do this, you need to make sure you use your pen horizontally, use the side of the tip. That way you'll get the best coverage, but you'll prevent any damage to your tip as well.
And normally, when you think about inking up a stamp, you use usually one colour ink pad.
Yeah.
But this technique, you could put different colours on each
Absolutely.
of the leaves if you wanted
You can be really accurate and put multicoloured stamps on there. Yeah. If your stamp's new, I would definitely recommend priming it a few times and stamping it just to make sure that it's going to hold the ink, because when a stamp's new, it can have a sort of coating on it and the ink will bead up. So I'm going to start building my fern, Highland heather, whatever you want to call it. So I'm just changing the angle, restamp each time. You can stamp multiple times, so you could go once and then again more faded. So you can stamp more than once and get that variation as well.
The faded one looks as if it's in the distance, doesn't it?
That's right. It gives depth and dimension to your piece. And you can just keep going with this until you're happy with your composition.
How long will it be before the stamp dries out? Have you got to act quite quickly when you're doing that technique or not?
Not with these pens,
No.
no. Sometimes you do, and you can huff on it, breathe on it, which, you know, not very hygienic, I always think. You can also mist the stamp. If you want more of a watercolour look,
Right.
you can mist the stamp. I'll show you that actually. I'll just finish this and then I'll show you that technique as well, because why not? So let's just fill in our foreground. As Dave said, the paler ones look like they sat behind, so that's a really lovely way to create depth as well. So we'll have change the angle so they look a bit more natural. And then I'm going to come in with the other green. And although, you know, it's taking a few minutes, it's quite relaxing. It's really lovely to do.
And effective.
And I'm going to
very
now put
realistic.
in this sort of limey green, and this is really going to give it some dimension. I've got bits off my kitchen paper there, but never mind.
You mix your greens up because, I mean, if you analyse and look at a leaf or a fern or whatever, there's numerous shades of green.
That's right. They're never just one colour, are they? No. Trying to recreate the greens of nature, though, is yeah, quite a challenge. I really admire people that can paint that sort of thing. Right, nearly there. A couple more. I want to bring it up to around the side of him, because obviously he hasn't got legs, so we can make him look like he's tramping through the bracken.
In the Highlands.
Yeah, there we are. And then this will just wipe off with, you can use a baby wipe or just a damp tissue. Let me just show you that spritz technique, because it's quite lovely. So we'll brush the ink onto the stamp, and then we'll get that mister bottle. I love this because it's a very fine mist. And from a distance, just a couple of mists, and then we can stamp. And that gives a much more, almost a solid look, because the ink's going to move, and you can get several images off that as well. I could mist this again and reactivate that ink, and it gets more and more watercolour-like.
Softer.
As you go. It's really fab. It's lovely to play around with. Yeah.
And you're getting the most out of the ink as well.
There we go. That's getting very much like a watercolour now. All right, so that's a few ideas for you there, just with those pens.
Perfect.
Now I'm going to come in with the Sweet Apple Chalk Cloud. And again, I just want to make sure I haven't got too much on my foam, so I want it quite soft. And this at the moment is looking a little bit messy, but if we bring in some ink, this stamping that I've done won't move now, but this will sort of pull it all together and fill in the missing foliage.
Oh, what a great technique.
It's great, isn't it? And it's so quick. So just blend over your foliage and suddenly you've got like solid bracken. You could put a little bit of brown in there as well, depending on the time of
That's
year.
a great demo. I've never seen that before.
Really?
No.
I like to surprise you every time.
You do?
Dave.
Absolutely. Look at that. Isn't that lovely?
So obviously you need to finish colouring him. And then what I've done is I've stamped and embossed in black the Go Wild, was it Go Wild? Be Wild, along the bottom. And I've mounted it very, very simply onto some dark green cardstock and a slimline card.
Look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. They always look so proud, don't they, Stag?
They are, they're just majestic. They're lovely, aren't
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. Let me show you some other finished samples of cards that I've got in front of me. Remember, these stamp sets, there are 6 of them in total. You can buy them on their own, they're $7.99 each. But of course, if you do the maths, you pay more for them that way. If you buy them as a set of 6, we can give you the whole lot for $39.99. But let's just show you some of the other cards. And this is done by Christine. And this is kind of almost like a twisted version of what you've just done, or a different version, sorry, of what you've just done. Not a twisted version. You know what I meant. But
well,
yeah,
she's used the leaves all over the background. Yeah, that's lovely, isn't it? And then she's cut him out and mounted him on the
now,
front.
Completely different. I don't know who's done this.
Oh, that was me.
Oh, that was you.
That's with one of the stencils.
Right.
With this lovely cosy clay. And then he's just embossed in copper.
And more embossing on this one as well. Actually, we've done quite a bit of embossing today. It's certainly one of my favourite techniques. Let me show you some of the other embossed cards here. Again, this is this one of yours.
Let me look. Yes. So embossed in silver, and then I've actually painted him in with some white ink. So he looks a little bit like a snowy owl or a tawny owl.
Ali's done this one. Again, coloured in slightly
gorgeous.
differently. Really beautiful. And this is another one, again, I think it's embossed. Is it embossed? Or maybe not.
Let's have a look. No, it's not embossed.
No?
That's stamped with the chalk cloud ink.
Ah,
Because
okay.
you can do that with them as well.
Beautiful. So that's the owl. What else have I got here? I've got the hummingbird. Now, that was one of our first demonstrations earlier on. Christine's made this one. So again, I'm doing what you did, actually, cutting it out.
Yes.
Which is
She's
very,
coloured
very...
that with alcohol markers. She's really good with alcohol markers.
Lovely.
And then cut it out. It's beautiful, isn't it?
There we go. Look at that.
That's me with a bit of ink in.
Beautiful. And then with black embossing powder.
And that's with the pens, the koi pens.
And this is what Gwen did in the earlier show at 1 o'clock this afternoon. If you want to watch that back, you can just watch it on our website after we go off air at 6 o'clock tonight. You'll be able to watch those shows back. $39.99 for all these stamps, but I hope these finished cards are giving you the inspiration. The rabbit, let me show you the rabbit. The rabbit's been done in lots of different ways. This is black embossing powder, which is on the show today. We've got the copper.
And that's with the spotlight die, if anybody got it.
Right, okay. Which we had earlier on at 1 o'clock. That's sold out. So congratulations if you got that spotlight die coming your way. It did sell out earlier. There's the rabbit, coloured in beautifully. And as I said before, do use the packaging, because the packaging has got the characters actually coloured in, so you can actually copy that as a guide if you want to, or completely go your own way. It's entirely up to you. Here's the hair. This is done by Christine again. Beautifully done. And there is the hair with the beautiful patterned back that you can see there too. It is like someone's just sat there and doodled or kind of sand-tangled a little bit.
It really is, it's fab.
And remember, you've got verses, you've got other elements as well in the collections. You've got things like other flowers and ferns. You've got verses that say, for you, sending love. So maybe you're going to split these. Maybe they're going to be 3 for you and 3 for a friend, or 3 for you and 3 for a member of the family, or you just want to treat yourself to them today. Whenever Creative Expressions bring out anything, whether it's dies, stamps, you know the quality is going to be way up there, and the designs are going to be desirable, which makes desirable cards. At the end of the day, if you love the stamps, the chances are people will love your cards. Look at that elephant, really gorgeous.
I'm going to do the elephant next.
Okay, so that is our set of 6. And remember, we have got the stencils in the show, we've got the colour clouds, we've got the koi markers as well, or pens, all on the website, hobbymaker.co.uk. All right, Gwen, we've got about half an hour left. So.
Right, well, I did my original sample with the elephant with the faux leopard, but we've already seen that today, so I want to use these modern leaves instead, because I can. And I'm going to show you the technique I did earlier, but I'm doing it deliberately this time. So I'm just going to create a panel which I don't need, but what I do need is the ink on the stencil. So there's no point not making a panel while I'm doing this. So what I'm going to do actually is take this down because it's jiggling around. Again, this is what the stencil tape is for. So let's just get that fixed in place and then it won't move. I'm going to stencil the whole thing with the sweet apple. You can see how creamy this ink is. I'm not having to work hard to blend this at all. It
doesn't leave any streaks or smears.
It really doesn't. And I know you might be thinking, yes, Gwen, but you've been doing this for years. And I have. But honestly, I've used a lot of inks and they don't all work as easily as these do. Trust me, they really don't. Sometimes you really struggle to get a good blend. And this is just easy. So we've got our sweet apple all over, and now I want to add a little bit of variation by bringing in some blue, and I'm aware that that's going to mix. So it's going to give me a sort of a teal, and I'm just going to go down half of the leaf so that it gives it an effect of shading. This is another way of creating really quick shading without much thinking. I'm just doing half each leaf. I mean, if you're talking light direction, it's not accurate, but, you know, we're not that technical, are we?
No, it's the effect that you're after.
Absolutely. So there we are. So when I reveal this, hopefully you'll be impressed.
Oh,
how easy that was and how vibrant those colours are. It's really lovely.
The difference it makes, and you're adding the blue.
That little bit of blue.
Yeah.
Yes, it's just giving it that lovely sort of, just a bit of graduation.
Lovely stencils, set of 3 for under a tenner. Can't say fairer than that, really.
So that's actually my spare. I don't need that. What I do need is this, my stencil, and I'm going to do that where I invert it onto my cardstock.
Okay.
So I need to mist this with water, so I'm going to bring in my misting bottle. And I'm going to mist this all over to loosen this ink. You'll see it sort of become speckled. You don't want it so it's running, but just so it's moving a little bit. And then I can invert it onto here and just press it gently with some tissue or another piece of paper and run your hand across it. Or you can just use your fingers if you're not too worried.
Let's see the effect that
Let me see if it's worked. It's a bit random. You never know quite what you're going to get, but I like that.
Yeah, me too.
So there we go. So we've got some colour that's moved, which is quite nice, but you get this sort of skeletonized effect.
So the actual rule is never ever clean your stencil.
No, well,
Use
at
the
some
ink that's
point.
on there. Yeah, maybe at some point clean it, but certainly after you've used it, why not make use of the ink that you'd otherwise throw away?
Definitely, yeah. I probably could have done with wetting that even more than I did, but that's okay, that's fine. So what I'm going to do, well, what I would do once that's dry is stamp my elephant on top of it, but it does need to be dry.
Right.
So I've got a piece, this is the one I did earlier actually, the colours aren't right, but I'll move back to this one just for the purposes of the demonstration, if you can.
So is that using the other stencil, but the same technique you just did?
Yes, so that's the faux leopard. I did it in the 1 o'clock show,
Right.
and that was the negative after I'd pressed it.
Ah, yes, I remember.
So what I want to do is stamp the elephant sort of half on the pattern and half off the pattern. So I'm going to do him sideways so I can fit him onto my stamp press. And just stamp him this time in a flat ink. I'm not going to emboss. So I've got, where's it gone? A VersaFine Clair. This is an oil-based pigment ink, which is permanent when dry. So if you do want to do any watercolouring, that's a really great outline ink to use. And it's great also for picking up very fine detail on your stamps. So tap all over. It's a really super black as well. It's really strong.
It's jet black.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can emboss on top of this ink pad as well. It's a great one because it stays wet long enough. But I didn't want to do that, just for variation, really. So pop the lid back on there. And then we're going to bring him across onto the cardstock and press firmly all over.
Now let's see this majestic creature. Look
There
at
he is.
him.
How beautiful is he?
He's certainly dressed for a parade of some sort, isn't he?
He's just fab, isn't he?
Amazing.
Yeah. All right, so that's our elephant.
Actually, doing the sort out in my house with the packing that we're doing for the move, I actually came across some photographs I've not seen for about 10 years of when I went to Pinawala, the elephant
Oh, wow, really?
sanctuary, yeah.
Oh,
and they went down and
fantastic.
bathed in the river and we went through the pictures going, oh, amazing.
Yeah, gorgeous. They are just amazing beasts, aren't they? So again, I'm going to fall back on my pens here. I'm going to just do some simple colouring. There is a lot of detail on this stamp, so I'm just going to go in here where there are some leaves and pick that out in the green.
And because that was a permanent ink,
It's not going to bleed now.
it's not going to bleed, not interfere with the pens.
No.
No.
It does take a little bit longer to dry than a quick drying dye-based ink, but once it's dried, it's absolutely fine. So, I mean, I can sit and look and dither for ages about which bit to colour. It's like such fun.
And like you said before, the actual brush nib on that is
So fine.
and soft as well. So
Yes.
you can do larger areas quite easily and really delicate small
Yes,
areas.
if I go to some of these fine lines, say on these leg cuffs here, I can go up onto the tip of the pen and be that precise.
Wow.
You know, which a lot of brush pens don't give you that level of precision. I can even do, there are some tiny little sort of paisley patterns on here, like up here on his ear. So I could go in there and do those little tiny sections. I mean, it's quite incredible. So you're just going to want to spend a little bit of time colouring him. And then when I wanted to do the whole elephant, I went for, there is a black pen in this set, and I thought, oh, I really need a grey. But I thought, well, I'll give it a go. So I scribbled out on my palette, and I added quite a lot of water.
Okay. That will make the black less severe.
Yep. Quite a lot of water. You really want
I
to
can see grey.
take it down. And it's a really nice grey. And then I just came in and painted that right across the elephant. And again, you can shade with this. You can go back in afterwards with the tip of your brush pen and add a little bit more detail. It's just fab. And although there is some of the stencil pattern under there, you don't notice it once you've coloured him in. So this is quite quick. So for such a large area of an elephant, it actually doesn't have to take you very long. So that's how I did the whole elephant. That's looking, it's good already. And these stamps are great because they've got detail on them that helps you shade if you're not confident.
It's really good that you show us that, because a lot of people probably would have thought, oh, I've got a black pen, but I need grey, I don't want black. Well, that's the way to do it.
Yeah.
Dilute it down.
Yeah. So I'm also going to bring in the cozy clay, and I'm just putting a little bit of that onto my palette. It's acrylic,
It's
my
almost like
acrylic
a skin
stamping
tone,
block.
isn't it? It's like a skin tone colour.
It's just gorgeous. And again, I'm going to bring in my water pen. If you want more water from your water pen, you can squeeze and it will actually let a drop out. And then you can paint with that. So I wanted to use this for his tusks. So I get a nice creamy colour on the tusks. So with very few ingredients, we can create all these different effects and techniques. I mean, all I've got today really is a set of pens and a set of ink pads, and that's it.
That's all you need.
But when you know how to use them properly, they're very versatile. And I do hear people remark an awful lot that they have crafter's block, they don't know where to start, they sit there looking at all this stuff they've got. And I think half the problem is we've too much. And it is confusing. And I think a good challenge is to sit down with just a few things, maybe colour coordinate something, and then see what you can do with it and really explore your products. That's how I get over it when I do get a block. I think we all do. So there we go. That's a very brief outline of how to go about it.
Brilliant.
But when he's finished, again, just mounted simply on a coordinating piece of cardstock. And there we have our wild elephant.
Oh, look at him. Beautiful. Look at the colours in his headdress as well. Absolutely stunning.
And that's, I've only used 3 colours. I've used the 2 greens and the blue on him. That's it.
Be wild.
The black.
There you go. Now you actually get, you don't get a sentiment with the elephant. That's the one animal that you don't get the
No, I
sentiment
took
with.
that off the stag. The bee wild came off the
Yeah,
stag.
Be Wild's off the stag. There we go. But again, you can mix and match your sentiments. You've got thank you with the hummingbird, but you can have Be Wild with the hummingbird. It's up to you. For you is with the butterfly. Sending love is the little rabbit hare. The owl, shine bright, yep, all of them mix and match with each other. You get lots of stamps in each set, not just one. And they are a brand new collection, only released today or a couple of days ago by Creative Expressions. We've got them here for the very first time today. $39.99 for all of them. You can see all of the images have actually got an illustrated, coloured in image on the front of the packet. I would definitely use that as a colouring guide, or indeed record the shows that Gwen's done today, or watch the show back that Gwen did at 1 o'clock this afternoon for more tips and inspiration. Don't forget, we've got the woodware stencils in the show. We've got dies as well. We've got the Cosmic Shimmer colour clouds. We've got the koi pens with the wonderful brush nibs. It's all there for you. And you've made a really good point, actually. Sometimes we can get spoilt by choice and have so much choice that you just kind of don't know where to go.
I think so.
If you kind of limit yourself to a few colours and a few techniques or whatever, sometimes
Just
simply...
make yourself. In a way, that's what we have to do for shows, because you're given a limited amount of ingredients.
Yeah.
And you have to make lots of different samples. So you've no choice but to try different things and be creative with them.
Now, many of these have sold out on their own now. We didn't have masses of quantity of the individuals, but if you go for the set of the 6, that's where you save the most money, and also it's on split pay as well. So today it's just $19.99, and then 4 weeks' time, $19.99. You pay your P&P, just 1 P&P per day. Remember, $3.95, no matter how many items you've ordered. And I know lots of you were ordering with Craig and Crafter's Companion earlier. Lots of you were ordering in the light show that we did as well. That was at 3 o'clock. You can watch that back anytime you want to with the lovely Claire. But this is all about these wonderful stamps, these brand new doodling stamps from Creative Expressions. Gwen's here. We've got hopefully enough time to do one more quick demo, if that's all right.
I hope so. It will be quick.
Great.
I've
We've
got
about 10 or 11 minutes.
I'm going to use the owl. And I was going to stamp and emboss it, but you've seen me do that. So because we mentioned earlier about being able to stamp with the colour clouds, so I thought I'd show you that.
Yeah, brilliant.
All right. So let me get rid of my elephant. Where have I put the packet? And we'll replace that with the owl. He's lovely. He could be all sorts of an owl. Nighttime owl, daytime owl, whatever sort of owl you want. Lots of colours of owls as well, aren't there? He is a nice large stamp as well. I reckon he'd look fantastic on shrink plastic.
That's a good point, yeah.
I haven't tried it, but I bet he would.
Like an owl charm or an earring or
Oh,
something.
yes. On your phone charm or your bag, whatever. So let's bring in the cosy clay. Let's pick that stamp up first. That would be a good trick.
Now these are the colour clouds. So you're going to get 4. The cozy clay is one of the 4 colours. You get the blue, you get the pink, and you also get the green as well.
The reason I chose those is that with those 4 colours you can get secondary colours, as we've seen with the green and the blue. You're going to get teal. With the blue and the pink you're going to get like a lilac, and the cosy clay just softens everything. So I thought that was quite a nice selection.
And these, you said these colour clouds will last such a long time.
Oh yeah, they're
really
absolutely
juicy.
packed with ink. The only thing I would say about the chalks, and only about these ones, is that about 15 minutes before you want to use them, just turn them upside down. It just lets the ink come down a bit because it is quite viscous.
Right.
So I'm pushing down to get the ink into my applicator, and then I'm just pouncing that all over my stamp. They're really easy to clean up as well. They just clean it with water, so that's always good. Or you know, a baby wipe on your stamp. You may have to do this a few times. It's quite a pale colour as well. So, oh, I'm on this table again. Oh dear.
We should get one that kind of goes up and down so that we can set it to
Just
what
get
height
me a
people
step.
want.
Oh, that's not bad for a first coat.
That's really good. It's almost like, well, where I'm stood, it looks almost like a watermark.
Yeah, yeah, it is quite soft. But if you then colour him in and add some shade and light to him, he's going to look amazing. You could also emboss on top of this with the powder, because they're quick drying, but not that quick that you wouldn't have time to get powder onto it.
Okay.
So
I can imagine that colour actually embossed would look lovely with clear embossing powder over the top.
it would look nice with, actually, I've just had an idea. Always dangerous. You could just sprinkle on some of the copper just here and there.
Oh yeah.
And then emboss that. That would be lovely, wouldn't it?
So not
There
do
we
the whole
are.
thing, just
Just sort of sprinkle it and then emboss it and see what you get. That'd be lovely. Yeah, he's good. I'm happy with that. So that was 2 coats. We've got all the details, so that's lovely. And then I'm going to I've put it away again. Just keep tidying up. It's no good. Stay messy. I'm going to bring some out and just pop that onto my acrylic block. Bring in the water brush pen.
And don't forget the blenders and everything else. You'll find everything that we have for sale from Creative Expressions in the brand shop on our new website, by the way. And every company that has signed up to us is on there with the brand store. So you've got the Dreamies on there, I believe. Also, we've got Creative Expressions, obviously, Crafter's Companion, all the brands that you've seen and love on Hobbymaker. Yeah, just basically go there. You'll see everything, all the companies and all the products that you can buy at any time. Provided they're in stock, you can order at any time. And that also applies the 3.95 P&P. So even things that aren't necessarily on TV right now, but are on the website, they also qualify for the cap postage of 3.95 a day.
So I'm just painting in the branch using the same cozy clay. And can you see how, because I've watered it down, it's not eradicating the stamp lines. It's just colouring in and giving it shade. So it's quite a subtle effect, this one. And you could do the same on his feathers and then add a little bit of highlight around his eye and mount him again. I've done some stenciling with that lovely faux leopard. So he looks like he's in the tree.
Oh, look at that.
This one's been embossed with silver, so it's slightly different, but
And these stencils from Francois Reed, they are fantastic value and they're really versatile. And there's no mistaking that that is actually an animal print in the background. Sometimes you look at shapes, you kind of think, oh, I don't know what it's supposed to be.
yeah.
And it gives you that kind of jungle sort of effect, that jungle sort of look.
But it doesn't have to be, it can be anything, can't it?
Yeah, it could be, yeah.
There's the one I've just stamped with the cozy clay, and all I've done is painted the branch, and you could leave that quite happily. And that's what I did with the sample you've got over there, Dave, of the owl.
Which one?
I don't know where it went.
Oh, this one.
That one.
Yeah.
That's it. That's what I did with that one.
Look at that. Isn't that lovely? Shine bright is the sentiment. So you've got verses, you've got extra foliage and flowers in the stamp collections, as well as the main frame, which of course is the main character. You're going to get, let's just run through them for you. Doodle elephants, doodle butterfly, you've got the doodle hummingbird, you've also got the doodle deer, the doodle owl, and the doodle bunny. A lot of them have gone individually. You may find 1 or 2 still available singularly at $7.99, but of course if you do the maths, it works out an awful lot cheaper to buy them as a set of 6 as well. And it's on split pay as well, which if you buy them individually, it won't be. So that's 2 split payments of $19.99. WY2819 is your product item number if you'd like to go for that today. Other things in the show, remember, that we've been talking about. We've got a fantastic die from Sue Wilson as well, or Paper Panda. We've also got the Cosmic Shimmer Colour Clouds, remember, as well, which is what Gwen's been using in all of her demonstrations. And this isn't a choice. You actually get all 4 of these colours. And I'll show you, I'll turn them around and show you the colourways that you've actually got. That's the one that we were using a few minutes ago. So that one is your Blue Lagoon. Then you've got the pink. You've also then got the clay, which we used in that last demonstration at the bottom, and you've also got your green there as well. But they're really different, and these have got the chalky finishes, which I know lots of you absolutely adore. And throughout the 2 shows today that we've been doing with Gwen, she's raved about the koi pens. They are absolutely superb. Sakura is the name of the company that make them. Really well-known brand, really well-respected. You've got 12 pens, and they've got the soft brush nibs to them, and they are beautiful quality, and they're water-based as well. So if you want those, they're available for you as well. Just check the website, hobbymaker.co.uk, and you'll see everything else, including the embossing powders, and there's loads. Right then, we literally have about 5 minutes left on the show. We are going to remind you of one of our leading, most popular products as well. We're doing that fairly soon. We've still got a few more minutes. So is there anything else you want to show us, Gwen?
I can do, yes.
Yeah? Okay.
Yes. Oh, sorry, I wasn't ready for that.
That's all right. We've got about
Bear
5
with
minutes
me.
left on the show, and we'll remind you of the one of the best-selling items of the day.
I'll show you the bunny, because I've not had time, have I, to do the bunny. So let's have a look at that. I've got some bits and pieces ready here. So I'm going to stamp and emboss.
Okay.
Have I time, do you think?
Yeah.
So I'll just pop a little piece of card in here. I just need to find my stamp.
You got a favourite out of the 6?
Ooh, don't ask me questions like that. I think the stag. I like the elephant. I like the hummingbird. I like them all.
Okay.
They're all beautiful. Yeah.
I think my favourite would be the stag.
Yeah, well, I know you do. You love your stags,
I love
don't
the stags,
you?
yeah.
Yeah.
But then the elephant, I think, a close second. But they're all lovely. They're absolutely all gorgeous.
Yeah.
I mean, they're very different. I don't think I've seen stamps like
They
this.
are, and I think that's what I like about them. They do bring something quite different, don't they? Yeah. Right, let's speed up. So, anti-static bag, perfect medium sticky ink. Speed crafting.
We've got 5 minutes.
I'm going to show you a really nifty technique, which isn't the demo I had planned, but that doesn't matter, does it? So let's press this down. You're taller than me, I should get you doing this.
Yeah, you should, yeah.
Okay, and then we'll pop on the copper embossing powder. Let's just grab some paper to catch it. So when you throw your embossing powder on, you probably think, oh my goodness, she's having to put a lot on there. But most of it goes back in the pot. It's only a little bit that stays attached to your stamp.
And when you first see that powder, you kind of think, oh, it's brown. But it's
Yes,
not.
no, it's not.
It's going to go coppery metallic.
I mean, it looks lovely. It's a lovely coconut brown, cocoa brown, but it doesn't stay like that. No, it's magic. I've just missed his nose on the rabbit. Just ignore that fact. Right, let's have a look at this.
Heat tools and all that sort of thing, that'll be on the website for you.
So just keep your heat gun on focus on one area till you see it turn, and then you sort of chase it around the design slowly till it changes. Look at that.
Oh,
It's
wow.
quite a dramatic change, that, isn't it?
Now it's going from brown to luxurious copper.
And it's actually like a soft copper or almost a rose gold.
Yeah.
It's really pretty. Really lovely. I love this embossing powder.
Yeah, you will not be disappointed if you go for this. And remember, we've got 3 together. So we've got the black, we've got the copper, and we've also got the silver as well. All beautiful. Bestsellers for creative expression, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We've got loads. Got loads to bring you in the future. So I could cut him out and mount him, but I don't want to do that. What I'm going to do is use a mask. Now, this is a piece of low-tack sticky masking paper. It is a special paper. You can get it from us. We do sell masking sheets. And you stamp on that and cut out the design you want. And then what I can do is cover up my bunny. And this means I can now work on a background without interfering with him, her, it. Cover all bases. So that's going to protect the design underneath. So what I can now do is come in with, let's have a look at the other stencil that we haven't looked at. I know you get all 3, but we haven't looked at this one, have we?
No.
This lovely sort of diamond pattern.
That's kind of 3 in 1 on that one, though, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And I'm going to use the sweet apple, and I'm going to push down on my applicator, just take off a little bit of the excess, and then I'm going to go all over this. Now, normally, if my rabbit was there, that would just ruin it, wouldn't it? You'd be absolutely covered and you'd think, oh no, I've wrecked it. But that's not going to happen, yes. No. And this pattern is a repeat pattern, so I can just move it along and continue.
Thank you for spending your Bank Holiday Monday with us today.
Oh, it's a pleasure. I've had a lovely time. Good. I love, you know me, I love demonstrating, Dave. You've known me a long time.
But thank you to Craig as well, and also Claire for giving up their Bank Holiday Mondays. I hope you enjoyed the shows today. 1 o'clock till 6 every day we're here, remember, Hobby Maker.
So now, you can see if that had been my rabbit, you'd think, oh goodness me, what do I do about that? But because it's protected now, we can take this off, and there's Bunny, perfectly preserved within that background.
Fantastic, look at that. These stamps are great, you're loving them, $39.99, product code WY2819. Now, have you been playing along with Drop the Word? Okay, now these are the 3 winners that emailed in and you were picked at random by our computer. Rosemary Card, Carol Gamble and Bethan Thomason. Congratulations, you 3. You spotted when I dropped the word. You're all going to get a £10 credit on your account. Thank you for taking part. Happy Easter. Okay, as well as that, we can have a little look at the highlight, or one of the highlights of the day in actual fact. So yes, our Hobby Maker highlight for today, one of the most popular items of the 4 or 5 hours we've been together today is this. Now this was from our light show with Claire earlier on, the native lighting show. This has been a huge success. This is the one that comes with the remote control and all sorts of different levels and brightnesses of light. Whether you want the daylight, whether you want a softer light, whether you want it brighter or darker, you're in control. $119.99, and it's on 3 split payments as well, just $39.99. Congratulations if you bought one of these. They are fantastic lights. Thank you to Gwen. Safe journey home.
Thanks, Dave. Thank you very much. And happy Easter, everybody.
We'll go and see you very, very soon.
Next Monday.
Next Monday. Okay, fantastic. Gwen will be back then. I'll be back tomorrow, bright and early in the afternoon at 1 o'clock. Whatever you do, join me then if you can. Lots to look forward to on Tuesday. Thank you for joining me on Easter Monday. Hobby Maker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.